Hello. I wanted to start a little bit early just to make sure I'm not having any technical issues. Hope everybody's having a great Friday start to their weekend. It's Easter weekend too. Awesome. Hello, Irene. Hi, Erica. Renee. So glad you guys are here. I wanted to start just a little bit early because I wasn't sure if I was going to have the same issues that I had yesterday, but it seems to be working. So, yes, happy Friday. Happy Easter weekend. Anybody got any big plans for this weekend? My nephew came and told me that he was going to be grilling out for Easter. And let me tell you, I was over the moon excited to think that I don't have to do everything. I told him, well, just let me know what I can bring. He's like, some sides. I'm like, all right, I can handle that. That's easy enough. Probably get some fruit pre-cut up and some vegetables. Make some mashed potatoes or something. Ooh, Easter egg hunt. That's a good idea. We'll wait a couple more minutes and then we'll start this off. I've heard that they actually brought the suitcase into the courtroom, which sounds super creepy, but we'll have to see. Ooh. Ugh. Heartbreak City. I wonder if the dad is still, Al, if he's still there. How devastating. I'm sure he's already seen all of it, but still. Thanks, Dee. Yeah, it would definitely make me cry as well, seeing that suitcase. It's something out of his home and such a tragic thing that he just seen this. Probably didn't even notice it was there anymore. It just became a regular fixture in his home. It is now something of nightmares. Thanks, Erica. Welcome. Can you guys hear me typing away? Sometimes I try to avoid typing just because of the clicking noise, but my keyboard is not a quiet keyboard at all. Thinking about going light again, or at least lighter. I don't know, we'll see. Oh, your granddaughter, Janine, your granddaughter's turning 15. Oh man, 15-year-olds, hormones. They're fun, but man, they can be your worst enemy at times. as a mother, I should say. Eric, you love the clicking, yeah. Yeah, my nephew just turned 16. Latecia needs to wash her hair. Oh, she's really playing up that mental health thing. She's not giving it up, man. She is spot on. We're gonna see this through. She's relentless. I did see that they had the vice principal of the school that she was working at. She testified. There's some good ones. I think we're going to find out a lot more information today, which I'm really excited about. Each day we learn just a tad bit more, And our assumptions are, at least my assumptions are changing of what I think happened. Although we may never truly know what happened, they're just really trying to fill in the blanks, which is really cool. You can't believe she's separated from her lawyers. I noticed that the two lawyers are they're equally spaced out. It's very odd. They got some good shots of them today, though. You'll see. But yeah, she looks like the Ring for sure. Like hair in her face and outside of the family members, me too. I like to get their impression. What time we got? We got 12 o'clock. Should we go ahead and get started? She should have. Okay, let me. Good afternoon.
Oh, hello.
How are you?
I'm doing well. Can you hear me?
I can.
All right.
All right, let's see here. I'm going to go ahead and share the screen, but we're going to click out of this. And we're going to do this. I'm going to share screen, do this one. All right.
That needs to be quiet. Oh my goodness.
Is it loud? It's my You guys can hear him, right? Just want to make sure that everyone can hear him. I'm going to press play again. If you guys can't hear, please let me know.
And you guys can hear me?
So I told him have that be the very last thing that I went into that wave. It'll be in a plastic bag so that the jurors can see it and appreciate size and that kind of thing. And then what I would like to do is that once it's submitted, unless the defense has any specific costs on that, I would take it right back out. It will smell different from the temperature. You stopped it, taken. I wasn't sure if it was cross-examination or what. So. That's okay, but you didn't take the flight back up. Okay. Alright, so what witnesses are going to be through? Very first one, Kelly Smith will be your first witnesses. Okay. And then what I would like to do, Judge, just because of the size of that exhibit, is you only have your case, the suitcase, is have our investigator come in and actually just and then we have to have investigation.
Bringing in that suitcase. Oh my gosh. And it's as loud as it can go on my end.
Substitute photographs. We have photos of it as well. Just with photos of charge. I'm just going to say the photos obviously charging.
Jeannie, I muted you because of the reverb. I think it's picking up the volume on your end as well.
Okay, let me see what I can turn down. Okay, you can keep.
Recall 20-1358, person Latecia Stauch, record shows that the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to start our day the same way that we have every other day, and that is, has anything occurred since we first returned? Prosecution. Good morning. We would call Kelly Smith. If you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, ma'am. Good morning. Yes, you have a further testimony about to give this will be the truth, and nothing but the truth. Right now, seeing the witness stand, please watch your step as you step into the stand. Will you please introduce yourself to our jury and spell your first and last name?
She's really low.
There's a microphone there. Slide it closer to you and try to speak into it. Smith, who are you employed by? What do you do for the San Jose County Sheriff's Office? And just because we don't have a San Jose County here in Colorado, where is that? What's the biggest city in that county?
Erica, I wish I could improve the sound. Over the weekend, I'm going to work on it. I'm going to make it better for Monday. My nephew will be here as well. He's kind of my tech guy. He's way better at it than I am, but I don't know how to improve it without messing everything up.
Class, is that the basic privacy investigation class? Was that in 2019? Did you also take a privacy classes in the last? You mentioned that you took a water class. Was that the aquatic abuse that the homicide crime investigations? Was that in 2021? And then you said suicide investigations also. Was that in 2022? Let's see. actually go out to potential crime scenes? Yes. Do you sometimes collect evidence from crime scenes? Yes. Do you also occasionally attend autopsies? Yes.
Did that help any? Or is it the same?
Yes, very photograph. And photographs. I want to direct your attention specifically to March 17th of 2020. Were you working as a crime scene technician back then? Yes. Did you get a specific call to respond to the Escambia River Bridge? The report of a suicide, a suitcase with the body inside it? Yes. What's that approximate location that you were called to? The county line between Santa Rosa and Escambia. And we have previous testimony from other people that have also gone to that bridge. Sort of, if you look at a regular map with me on the top, it looks like the bridge runs north to south, but actually I think has an east-west lineage. Is that right? Yes. And as far as where you responded to, was that on the west side of the bridge or the east? East side of the bridge. Is it typical for you when you go to a scene like that to get briefed by somebody that's familiar with the investigation? Yes. Did you have that occur here? Yes. Who briefed you? The first person I spoke to. Was it by chance Detective Jason? Yes. What was the information that you received from Detective Jason? And they had located a suitcase with a body in it under the bridge. Did you have a chance to make your own visual observation of that? Yes. Tell the jury just basically what you saw in that system here. Just a moment, we're going to get into some photographs. I noticed we had to park on the other bridge, so I was able to look underneath the east bridge, and I could just see what appeared to be a suitcase and material beside it from a distance. Just looked like material.
It could be Erica. I'm trying, but nothing's making a difference.
Did it appear that the location where the indentation that was where the suitcase was dropped from that bridge down to the river? Yes. What color was that suitcase, Jim? Green color. Suitcase, when you got closer, could you tell what those things were? You could see that it was a blanket and a body. And then you mentioned earlier that it's very typical for you to take photos of scenes. Did you do that in this case? Yes.
Who wants her job?
This example 77 through 85.
Hmm.
Do you recognize those? Yes, sir. What are they? These are the pictures around the suitcase that I took. Out of the scene at the Escambia River Bridge? Yes. Are they very accurate representations as to what you saw that day? Yes. At this time, I move for admission of people 77 through 85. Defense. Exhibit 77 through 85 will be admitted. We have commission publisher. Let me just wait a minute.
I wish we could see the photos as well.
So, Ms. Smith, this is going to be a little bit tricky for you, but I would like you to turn around and the witness stand there. Yep, you found the phone. And then if you want to, you can actually stand up in the witness stand. But just please make sure when you're describing these photos that you speak loudly so for this jury probably can hear you. So, point out for the jury, can you third place? And this is people 77 photos. it appear when you got up to the scene that was everything outside of the suitcase? Okay. People's stuff. And okay, and people's exhibit any. Was it apparent to you when you got on scene that there had been quite a bit of decomposition happening already? What kind of bug activity are we talking about? Does that indicate that the suitcase had been out in this condition for a period of time? People's exhibit 81. Are you looking at there? So is that looking from the span of the bridge down towards where the suitcase likely had dropped? And that's what it looked like for you when you stood there as well. 82, I believe. Is this 82 or 81? So please put up 82. And is that just a close up of that last photograph? Did that suitcase have one wheel on it? People's exhibit 83. And do you see a wheel on that bottom left of that photo? So if we go back to 82, does it appear that that really deep indentation there would coincide with that wheel potentially? Okay. And then people's 84. It's hard to tell in photographs, but was the inside of that suitcase wet? Is that common to have, I guess, a wet area like that where the body's decomposing? 85.
I can barely hear her.
So that darker area below the wheel there is liquid that is metallic, correct? Okay, you can take a selfie. And then that was on March 17th, correct? Yes, sir. Did you also attend the autopsy on March 18th? Yes, sir. So tell the jury, was the body that went to the autopsy the same body that you saw on scene on March 17th? Yes, sir. How could you tell? The clothing was the same, the condition was the same, similar characteristics. What about the blankets that you mentioned? Were those also at the autopsy? They were. Did you collect a lot of those items during the autopsy? Do you also take photographs of the autopsy? Yes, sir. Where was that autopsy from? At St. Kirk Hospital in Pennsylvania. Was there a tentative identification done as to the remains that the autopsy was performed? Yes. What was tentative identification made as? Gannon. Stauch. Okay. We're going to approach with people's 87 through 102.
Can you put on your headphones? Because I'm live streaming and they can. Okay, thank you.
I was actually looking on the table, and I was like, I know my headphones were right here, but they're probably not.
Okay, thank you. The little one was playing playing YouTube, so in the background. So hopefully it's quieter in the background noise.
93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102. So there's a gap for physical evidence that would be made as well. It was 87 and then it jumps to 89 through 102. 87 and then 90. Okay, good. All right, thank you. Same thing as before. Have you had a chance to look at those?
Yes, sir.
What are they, generally speaking?
Pictures from the autopsy.
Are they fair
Evidence.
of evidence? Are they fair and accurate representations as to what you saw during this autopsy and things that you collected?
Yes, sir.
At this time, I would move for admission of 87 and then 90 through 102.
So it's 87 and 93 miles. We admit it. Okay.
Maybe we should publish those, Your Honor. So we've got 87 up on the board behind you, and same as before, Ms. Smith, if you could just stand up and then let the jury know what we're looking at there. So the bullet that we see there, that's a projectile. Is that typically expelled out of the end of a firearm? I mean, that seems obvious, but we gotta be technical, right? What about those plastic pieces there? What are those?
My understanding, they were part of the bullet.
Okay. And then you said that these were recovered during the autopsy. Do you remember where specifically? There. And then I want to approach with people's 88 and 89.
Yes. Yes, sir.
I can't hear him.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Cook. Exhibit 88, we admit it. Okay.
I've got people's exhibit 89.
Yes.
Same or substantially same.
Yes, sir. The red plastic pieces.
Same red plastic pieces that are.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Cook.
Objection.
Exhibit 89, we admit it.
Just have me with this.
Well, that's fine.
Starting with the 88, if you could just hold this in like this, just watch slowly through the box. Now, Ms. Smith, we're going to go back up to the photos to People's Exhibit 90. Tell the jury what we're looking at there, please.
The one that was located inside the suitcase.
Are there any defects apparent in that pillow? When we use the word defect, what do we mean? And can you tell by just looking at the defect in the pillow what might have caused the defect? Or does more investigation need?
Investigation.
People's Exhibit 91.
This one's red.
People's 92. What are we looking at here? So is this actually an x-ray of that pillow itself? Are there actually two projectiles visible in that x-ray? And again, just so that we're being technical and not leaving anything unsaid, when we say projectiles, are we again talking about bullets that were inside of this pillow? People's 93.
So he was laying in bed. That gives me the impression he was laying in bed, right?
Would that coincide potentially with a bullet being fired into the pillow? People's 94. Again, does that coincide with a bullet being fired into the pillow? Obviously, we've seen the x-ray and the bullets were inside the pillow. Does that mean that there would not be any exit defects from bullets? Right. Okay. People's 95.
Shot him in the head? She is something else. It just gets better and better.
Does that actually
And when I say better, I mean worse.
People's 96.
Nexus, I don't believe Al was involved. He was out of town.
And can you also see the projectile? People's 97. People's 98. Is this a separate defect?
Yes, this is on the other side.
Oh, you think,
99.
huh.
So this defect that we're looking at here now is the pillow with the pillowcase removed. Is that right? And then this defect coincides with that last defect in the pillowcase that we just looked at. People's 100.
Seems to be an epidemic of people overdosing their children with Benadryl.
People's 101. And people's 102. So, correct to understand that you were able to pull out two projectiles from the pillow itself. At this time, I'd like to approach the witness with People's Exhibit 103. Maybe
Yes, sir. The two projectiles we pulled from the pillow.
in the same conditions, they are roughly in the same conditions.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Cook, Exhibit 103 will be admitted. Go ahead.
I want to know when. Before the trip to Petco or after the trip to Petco? Probably after, right?
Step there.
Same, Renee.
Judge, at this point, I would ask for permission to approach the witness with People's Exhibits 104 through 120.
I do not envy her job at all.
Ms. Smith, same as before, if you could flip through those exhibits 104 through 120, and then give me a heads up when you're done looking at them. Or through 120.
Yes, sir.
Are those photographs that you took during the autopsy of Gannon Stauch on March 18th, 2020?
Yes.
Are they fair and accurate representations as to what you saw that day?
Yes.
I move for admission and permission to publish 104 through 120.
Mr. Clerk,
Does she seem pissed to you? She seems like, or that's maybe just her demeanor, but I mean, she is looking at, you know, her job requires her to look at bodies. But she probably hates that woman, meaning Latecia. I know I do. Hmm? I love fast forwarding.
right, court will exclude Exhibit 104 as cumulative. Court will admit Exhibits 105 through 120.
And permission to publish starting with 105, and then, or if you just,
You may go ahead.
So true.
okay, same as process as before, Ms. Smith. If you could just stand up and tell us what we're looking at here. First, in a general sense, what are we looking at? Did this T-shirt have a number of defects in it that coincided with injuries that the victim had on his body? Okay, so when we're looking at People's Exhibit 105, there's obviously some graphics on the T-shirt, correct? And then there's that angular measuring device there. Is that significant as we look through these photos where specific defects were in the shirt? So can you point out the defect that we're looking at first in 105? And then if we go to 106, is that a close-up of that same defect? 107, sort of where it says Minecraft over the R, it looks like. And then 108, 109. Those first two, would that coincide roughly with the left chest area, lower left chest area? And now would that coincide with, I guess, left shoulder area, collarbone maybe? And then 110, 111. The sleeve of the arm, and then 112, 113. So are we still looking at the left sleeve, just upper portion of that sleeve? 114, I think. 115. That appears to be a larger defect than the others, is that correct? 117. 118. 119. And then are we looking at the backside for both of those last couple of photos, the backside of the left sleeve? 120. Left sleeve again. All right, if you could go ahead and sit down.
$17, right? 17 or 18? Stab wounds?
Approach with
Possibly with scissors?
121 through 141.
17. Two bullets? Yeah. Overkill, for sure.
Go ahead and flip through those and then let me know when you're done. Where are those photographs of?
The jacket the victim was wearing when we located him.
Oh, Minecraft
So
jacket.
to sort of contrast what we just looked at, the t-shirt, was that a basic cotton t-shirt with the graphic writing on it?
Yes.
This jacket that we're going to look at next, is it a light type jacket?
Yes.
Is it the jacket that the victim was wearing that you recovered his autopsy?
Yes.
Are these fairly accurate representations as to what you saw of that jacket at the autopsy on March 18, 2020?
Yes.
At this time, I move for admission of room 21 through 142 and permission to publish. Mr. Cook.
Council approach, please. Exhibits 121 through 142 are admitted.
So Ms. Smith, same as before, 121 should be up on the screen in just a moment. Is this the inside of the jacket, so the lining of the jacket? So point out where you can see any defects in this jacket. Okay. And then moving on to 122.
Feel nothing and not just turn herself in.
So if we're looking at the lining of the jacket, would this essentially mean that this would
She tried so hard to get away with it. Cold and calculated.
123? 124? Again, is this still looking at the lining of the jacket, which would generally coincide with the back of the victim? 125? 126? 127? 128?
Saying my ass is correct.
Sort of would this coincide roughly with the back shoulder? It looks like it's closer to the sleeve here. 129? 130?
Welcome, Aaron.
So is this getting closer to the top of the shoulder area of the jacket?
Yes, sir.
Still, are we looking at the lining of the jacket? 131? 132? Are we looking at the lining of the hood? Okay. 133? 134? 135? 136. And those last couple also the inside lining of the hood. Okay. 137. This is just a. Oh, I'm sorry. Essentially an overview of the back of the jacket. 138. 139. 140. 141. And then 142. Does it appear this is closer to the zipper? Can you see the zipper there at the top? Okay. Thank you. And Your Honor, now I'd like to approach the witness with People's Exhibit 143. You're going to choose to look at People's 143.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize it?
Yes, sir.
What does it appear to be?
Pair of pants.
Photo of the pair of pants.
Correct.
Are these the pants that the victim was wearing when you went to the scene on March 17th and then the autopsy on March 18th?
Yes, sir.
Did you also collect those items?
I did.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of the pants as you saw them on March 18th?
Yes.
At this time, I move for permission and permission to publish 143. Permission to publish, there we go. Just generally give us are these nylon sort of athletic pants?
Yes.
Does it appear that there's, it's hard to tell, right? There's a lot of staining on this from decomp, I would assume.
Yes, sir.
But does it also appear that there's white stripes running down the legs of these pants?
Yes. Two on each side.
Can you point those out for the jury, please?
What did they say?
Okay. All of these items that we just looked at, so the pillow,
Hey, Aaron.
the blankets, the t-shirt, the hoodie, and these pants, I think it may be obvious, but were these heavily soiled with decomposition from Gannon remains?
Yes.
Associated with that heavy decomposition, was there quite a smell associated with them?
Yes.
Is that why we're not bringing those items into the jury to let them have to deal with that as well?
Yes.
Finally, I'd like to have my investigator approach the witness with People's Exhibit number 86. And just so that we're all clear, this is the item that we talked about prior to.
Okay. Is there any objection as to the foundational issue of this defense? Okay.
Oh no.
Mr. Allen.
Oh my gosh.
So, Ms. Smith, our investigator Cecil Wilson.
I wish I could pan in on Latecia. Is she showing any emotion?
Just take a look at it and let me know if you recognize People's Exhibit 86.
She's looking away. She's always looking away. I don't know if that means anything.
I didn't hear your question over the paper.
Yep, that paper was the left. Do you recognize People's Exhibit 86?
I do.
What does it appear to be?
Olive green suitcase that was at the scene.
Did you collect this scene at the River Bridge, or was it at autopsy?
At the River Bridge.
Okay. Does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition today as the day that you recovered it?
Yes.
At this time, I move for admission of People's Exhibit 86.
Exhibit 86 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Because of the decomposition material on this item, we are asking for permission to not leave this here in the courtroom. But I would like to have permission for our investigator, Mr. Weir, to show this item to the jury by holding it up as a larger item. You may. Okay. Thank you.
Don't want her job. Wow. She is just burying her face. Oh, that's just heartbreaking. Makes it so real.
Does that suitcase have a broken handle on it as well?
Yes, sir.
If Mr. Weir holds it up, can you point that out to the jury?
I'm losing it over here. It's devastating.
And then, just so that
Same,
we're all
Nancy.
clear on-
It's
I think
sad.
it's probably fairly obvious, but we need to hold a record as well. All of the items that you saw out at the Escapee River Bridge, so the 2 blankets, the pillow, and Gannon's roommate inside of the suitcase.
Right.
If I wasn't clear before, the clothing that I mentioned,
Yeah, the suitcase.
that had heavy decomposition material on them, was that true also for the blankets and the pillow?
Yes.
Okay. So at this point, Judge, I'd ask if we could just have our investigator take that item back out before it starts to
Breaks my heart.
What if he object? Stink out the whole courtroom. I don't think that would help this case.
Oh, am I on here?
Yeah, you're here.
Oh.
Ms. Smith, just a couple more questions for you. How long have you lived in that, I guess, greater Pensacola area?
45 years.
Are you familiar with several bridges in that area?
Yes.
The Escapee River Bridge, obviously, is what we've been talking about today, correct?
Yes.
Is there also an I-10 bridge and then a 98 Pensacola Bay Bridge, essentially? Of those bridges in the area, is the Escapee River Bridge less traveled or more traveled than the other bridges? Less traveled. You're also familiar with I-95?
Yes.
Where's I-95?
It goes along the east coast of Florida.
Okay. That would be my questions for this witness. Cross-examination.
No, I don't have any questions for this witness. Thank you.
Do any of the jurors have any questions? Just write it down.
Oh, ask some questions, please.
I have a couple, so just write it down, pass it forward, and I'll have somebody collect it. Want me to retreat them from her? Yes, yeah, just put them on the bar in front of the coach. Ms. Smith, was the suitcase cleaned? It appears cleaner.
No, it was not cleaned. It was kind of hard to see through the plastic.
Fine. And this is a timeline question. You visited the discovery site on March 17 of 2020, and the autopsy was on March 18 of 2020. Let's start there. Are those 2 dates accurate?
Yes.
And so you already knew on March 18 of 2020 that
what their procedures are for identification.
All right, I will allow reasonable follow-up as to those questions only, Mr. Gannon.
Just on that last question, when we were talking about identification of the remains, was that just a tentative identification,
Yes.
not a finalized identification? Do you know that a finalized identification came sometime later?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Cook. Right. Thank you, Ms. Smith. You may step down. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Aaron, I completely agree. Like overkill to the max.
Morning, Your Honor. People call Trevor Seifert to the stand.
Mr. Smith, do you swear affirm the testimony you step into the stand?
Morning. Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name?
My name is Trevor Seifert, spelled Treveifert.
I just mispronounced your name, so I apologize. What is your occupation?
I'm a senior crime laboratory analyst with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
And how long have you been with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Just over 17 years.
And what are your specific roles within that title?
Up until September of last year, I was in the biology section of the Pensacola Regional Operations Center. And in the biology section, we do DNA analysis.
And what kind of experience and training do you have in the field of DNA analysis?
Education-wise, I have a Bachelor's of Science in Biology from Southern Oregon University and a PhD in Microbiology and Immunology from the University of Florida. At the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, I also went through a one-year training program in forensic biology.
And does the field of DNA analysis include the field of forensic DNA analysis?
Yes.
And have you been practicing in that field within the role that you just described? And approximately how many investigations have you been involved in where you've done some DNA testing in the field of forensic DNA analysis?
Hundreds of cases, and we actually count the number of samples that we analyze, and it's well over 8,000.
And do you have some continuing education that you participate in to stay up to date in that field?
Yes, we have required annual continuing education, and we keep up to date with current literature.
And have you been qualified as an expert in a court of law to testify in the field of forensic DNA analysis?
Yes, in the Florida 1st and 14th Circuit.
Approximately how many times?
Approximately 55.
First time in Colorado, I take it?
Testifying, yes.
At this time, we asked the court to allow Mr. Seifert to testify in the field of forensic DNA analysis as an expert.
Ladies and gentlemen, a person may be qualified as an expert by education, experience, skill, or training. You are not bound by the testimony of a witness who has testified as an expert. The credibility of an expert's testimony is to be considered as that of any other witness. You may believe all of an expert witness's testimony, part of it, or none of it. The way you get the testimony is entirely your decision. Mr. Yu.
Thank you. Could you please educate us in the field of DNA? What is DNA? Where does it come from? That kind of thing.
Sure, DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It is a molecule that is found in every cell of your body except for mature red blood cells. It carries the instructions for the development structure of all living organisms. At FDLE, Florida Department of Law Enforcement, we do what is called STR DNA analysis. STR stands for short tandem repeats. Short tandem repeats vary between individuals, and the number of repeats at markers that we look at.
He's talking over my head 100%. Huh?
We look at 21 different areas in the DNA, which I'll call markers.
Big small she.
3 gender markers that can tell us whether the DNA is consistent with a male or a female.
does our DNA come from?
Half of your DNA comes from your mother, half of your DNA comes from your father. And so the combination of the DNA from both. So you have two copies.
This is the prosecution.
Two copies of these markers, and so at each of these markers, I will get a number of repeats. So one marker may have five, let's say five of these short-term repeats from your mother and 10 from your father. So at that marker, you consider a 5-10. And what we're looking at when we're comparing the results from a questioned sample to a known individual, we're looking at those numbers and matching those numbers.
So if we have,
I wish it wasn't so blurry, the close-up of her.
body found that we don't know who that person is, would we be able to create a profile if the DNA was in good shape, and then determine who the parents of that individual were, or vice versa?
Yes, we can.
When we talk about the field of forensic DNA analysis, I think you just alluded to it a little bit in your previous answer. Are we talking about having a known DNA profile and then unknown DNA profiles to figure out if there's a match or there's consistency between the two?
Yes, so in most cases we're dealing with evidence from crime scene, looking for a suspect. So we're looking for the DNA profile from the evidence and then comparing it with DNA profile from an individual said to be involved in the case. In other cases, we're looking at unidentified human remains and comparing that to DNA profiles from individuals that are in a missing persons database.
So is there databases in the United States, for instance, where there's DNA profiles for unsolved crimes, things like that, where if you develop a profile, you can compare that to a database to see if there's a match?
Yes, sir.
And do agencies across the country submit DNA profiles to those databases?
Yes.
Now, where does this DNA come from? What do people leave behind where you might be able to obtain DNA profiles?
Well, the majority of it is bodily fluids, blood, semen, saliva, tissue, and we can also obtain DNA from items that people have worn or handled. So epithelial cells or skin cells that are left behind or hairs.
You alluded to earlier about crime scenes. Are there particular crime scenes that might deteriorate DNA?
Yes, DNA is stable in dry and cold environments. When it's out in the natural environment, DNA is degraded by the human body. Once a cell dies, it releases enzymes that breaks up the DNA. Microorganisms also break up DNA. So in hot, humid, wet or damp environments, the DNA is degrading rapidly.
I take you back to 2020, particularly March 17th, 2020. Were you familiar with the body that was discovered on the Escambia Bridge there by Pensacola, Florida, around that time frame?
Yes, I was.
And after autopsy and investigation, you asked to conduct some DNA analysis to confirm the identity of this individual who was found deceased on the bridge.
Yes.
Tell the jury about that. What did you do? And we'll get into your results in a second.
And the first submission of evidence that I received from our medical examiner, I received buccal swabs, which are swabbings from the inside of the cheek of an individual, and a card with a couple drops of blood. I then performed the analysis that I already explained, where I took samples from each, broke up these cells in solution, and attempted to obtain DNA profiles. The blood sample did not give me enough DNA to amplify and get a profile, and the buccal swab gave me enough DNA to attempt to develop a profile. However, the results were so low that I could not interpret the results.
And what was your understanding of the condition? Did you later determine that this was Gannon Stauch?
Yes.
I'm just going to use Gannon Stauch because we're talking about it. Did you you learn about the condition of Gannon Stauch's body as it laid underneath that bridge February to March 2020?
Yes, I heard that it was a body in a suitcase, and based upon the condition of the initial evidence that I received, blood swab and blood stain, I could tell that it was a decomposing body.
And was it surprising to you that you were not able to get enough DNA from the buccal swabs and the blood card from autopsy to develop a profile?
No, not at all.
Why is that?
During decomposition, the DNA breaks down, and usually we have to go to a harbor tissue such as a bone or teeth.
And is it because of the deterioration that you alluded to earlier, Gannon's body being under the bridge by water, the humidity and heat in Florida?
Yes, and the amount of time.
And I think you just said you had to go to some bone. Tell us about what you did with the bone and why did you go with the bone?
Yes, next I received rib bone, and I took numerous samples from the rib bone at several times. Initially, I swabbed some of the tissue on the rib bone, took a cutting of
I guess this is why it took so long, is because he was having a hard time because of decomp.
DNA from those. The swabbing of the tissue,
All
Can you hear
these
me?
tests he was doing.
the cutting from the tissue, and I again got a very low amount of DNA, but was not able to interpret the profile. So I went back to the bone again, broke it open and removed the marrow, and went through the DNA analysis again, and again was only able to obtain information, but not enough to interpret. Went back to the bone again, and actually took pieces of the bone and did a longer process. It takes several days to get a DNA profile from, and with that I was able to get a partial profile. So a complete profile is information on all 21 of the markers we're looking at, and with this partial profile I was able to get information at 9 markers. So
This is long-winded to say it was him, but I mean, it's important information, but still.
more likely it's going to be chopped up and not give us any information.
And so when you were able to get these 9 markers you needed to, this is from a rib bone, correct?
Correct.
Did you also have at least information that there was a tentative identification that this was Gannon's?
Yes, it did.
And did you also have indication that there was a DNA profile developed for Gannon Stauch here in Colorado Springs at the Metro Crime Lab?
Yes.
Did you contact the Metro Crime Lab with the 9 markers of the profile that you developed from the rib bone to see whether or not there was a match with the known profile from Gannon Stauch that we had here in Colorado Springs?
Yes, I did.
And what was the results of that?
I received confirmation back from them that they had a match with the profile that I generated from the rib bone and a case here.
And what does that mean?
That means that the markers that I obtained a profile from matched a standard or a DNA profile that they had developed here in this case.
Was that confirmation, at least for you, that that was the body of Gannon Stauch?
Yes, if it were a case that I was working through.
Erica, I wonder if the court dictator just sees it as words and not a full conversation. I wonder how they get that information, how they, what their thought process is when doing their job.
Which would give you a likelihood ratio on how good of a match it was.
And do you know whether or not anyone from Colorado Springs did exactly what you just described?
I assume that they did, but I do not know.
Essentially, when you made this determination that the 9 profiles from the rib bone matched the known profile from Gannon Stauch, did the El Paso County Sheriff's Office and the Metro Crime Lab here in Colorado Springs
Welcome, Lonnie.
kind of take it from there and take over the investigation?
Yes.
Those are my questions, John. Thank you.
Cross-examination, Mr. Toledo. No problem. Do any of the jurors have any questions for
but he's getting his name right. All right.
Council, please.
All license items.
Let's give me.
I'm sorry, yes.
This one, Steve.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for me?
Alexis Pack, P-A-C-K.
And where do you live, Miss Beck?
Pensacola, Florida.
First time in a courtroom?
Yes.
Aw.
It's really nice in here, I promise, okay? Miss Beck, what do you do for a living?
I just stay at home now. I did work at the hotel as a front desk agent.
And when you say the hotel, are you talking about the Candlewood Suites?
Yes, sir.
And which Candlewood Suites did you work in?
The one in Pensacola on Davis Highway.
And how long were you working there?
I worked there for 3 years.
Were you working there back on February 4th of 2020?
Yes, sir.
And as part of that job at the front desk, would you routinely check people in, check people out, that kind of thing?
Yes, sir.
And would you fill out paperwork as you did that?
Yes.
May I put you witness, Your Honor?
Oh, the duck bill. I've seen that. Yeah. Saying the information,
Do you recognize that?
she's thinking about it.
And what
So
is
yeah, that would be a hard job.
It's the form that they fill out whenever they check in.
Hey, did you fill that form out?
I did not.
Who filled that form out, do you know?
It's the person who checks in. They fill it out.
Have you returned to page 3 of that document? You see that computer printout?
Yes.
Do you see your name on that computer printout?
Yes.
No. Do you see the name of the person who checked someone in on that computer printout?
I do.
Okay. So tell us about that. Who checked this person in that's related to this document, and who checked them out?
So there was a lady named Sherry who worked there who checked her in, and I checked her out.
And are these documents that you use with anytime someone checks in or checks out of the hotel?
Yes.
And are these routinely used in the course of business at the Candlewood Suites?
Yes.
And does this accurately depict the check-in and check-out for the person named in this document back on February 4th, 2020?
Yes.
We would move to admit Exhibit 181.
Exhibit 181 will be admitted.
And before we publish that, I'd like to show you. Recognize this open photo here?
Yes.
And I'll look at Captain Obvious here. Label that says Candlewood Suites. Recognize that?
Yes.
Is that where the hotel's located at?
Yes.
And is that where you were working on February 4th, 2020 when this person checked in?
So I don't think I was working when she checked in, but when she checked out.
She checked out on February 4th, 2020.
So I'm not sure if she checked out with me or if the housekeeping staff told me she was gone, and that's why I checked her out.
That means I understand.
So I guess she's just testifying that she was there, but she didn't see her.
It's kind of tough to see on the TV screens. Can we zoom in on that a little bit, please?
Can we zoom in on it, please? I want to see
Start with
too.
the top part of that exhibit. You can look at the
I'd rather see that than Latecia at this point, but
What is the name of the person who checked in back on February 4th, 2020?
I don't know how to say the last name, but it's Latecia Stauch.
You did a pretty good job with the last name. And
She's sweet.
again, I know it says there, but where is this person from, at least what they're saying when they check in?
South Carolina.
And does this information also show the method of how they paid for the room and things like that?
Erica, yeah, she does seem like a sweetheart.
Down below it says, where it says reservation information, it says company, and it says Ford Motor Company. Where did that come from, you know?
So that's a fixed rate we would have had in the system for that company.
And so whoever is getting the reservation, would they have to tell whoever's working the front desk that I'm with the Ford Motor Company to check in?
So yes, or if they make it online, they can put that in themselves if they have the rate code.
But you get that from the person, whoever's making the reservation. That's not something you just put in there.
No.
If we go down a little bit, can we just scan down the first page? Right there's good, thanks. Is there information when they check in to describe what vehicle they're driving?
Yes.
And what kind of vehicle are they, did the person say they were driving, or this Latecia Stauch say they were driving?
And Nissan Altima.
Does anybody check to see if that's accurate?
No, sir.
If we can now go to page 2 of that document.
Yeah, they didn't have the Nissan Altima in Florida though. They had the rental van, right? Yeah, who worked at Ford Motor Group? Her family member?
Ford Motor Company, is that again the same information? Yes.
I wouldn't think either of them had.
Yes.
Renee, I don't think it'll take 8 weeks, but we'll see.
Thanks. Just the top part. Appreciate it. You're familiar with the rooms there at the hotel?
Yes.
What is a standard suite 1 queen non-smoking room?
It's just one queen bed.
Standard room with a,
She's like, that means what it says.
you know, I went to law school, so it's like it's a great question.
They taught you in law school that, Captain Obvious.
Rotate that so we can also line for some things. It won't rotate, huh? All right. Well, let's look at this page here. Does it have the times that the person actually checked in and the times they checked out?
Yes, sir.
Could you please tell the jury the time that Miss Stauch checked in to the hotel?
It looks like it was 12:23, I think.
Okay. And you base that on the 0023 that we see on the document?
Yes, sir.
And that would have been on what date?
February 4th, 2020.
And then your name is associated with the checkout. What time did this individual check out?
11:11.
And that top line, I know we can't see it because it's documented. Could you read what the description says?
Where it says checkout.
It says Stauch, Latecia.
Okay, it says Stauch Latecia checking out on 2/4/20, having arrived 2/3/20.
Now, does that indicate when the reservation was actually made?
Yes.
So the actual checkout time would have been what is documented on this page.
Correct.
Same here, Renee.
Can you tell
I am
me when this
100%
page, what time the
invested.
reservation was actually made?
11:43.
So roughly a half an hour before she actually physically checked in.
Yes.
Does this document indicate to you how many guests would have been checked in on that day?
No.
If you go down to that back to the first page, kind of the second area on that first page, can you zoom in on that, please? Thanks. We'll have to scroll up a little, please. Keep going. There we go, right there. Do you see where it says number of guests?
Yes.
What does it say there?
1.
And do you know when this document was signed? Was it when they checked?
Wonder if Harley was with her or not with her at that time.
She's supposed to be with her.
That's my question, Jeff, thanks.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
My name is Will Cook. I'm an attorney for the defense. I'm going to ask you a few questions, okay?
Okay.
So, you had nothing to do with the check-in in this case,
No, sir.
okay? And you can't remember if you actually checked out on February 4th or the 5th, this Latecia Stauch.
No, sir.
Would you be able to recognize the person that checked out, or you checked out on that date?
No, sir.
In fact, you may not have ever even seen this person.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thanks.
She flew all the way over there for this.
Thank you, ma'am. May step down. Watch your step.
Seemed like they could have zoomed her in, like a Zoom call or something.
Right?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our morning recess until about 10:45. If I can have all of the jurors back.
Right. She's very sweet, but she doesn't add much to the case.
Be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. And with that, we'll see you.
Yeah, I feel the whole her coming in is just pointless. I don't know. I mean, it proves that she was at the hotel.
Right. Couldn't they just have used the detective that found those answers?
Right, and showed the documents that he collected.
Right.
What a waste of taxpayers' money, but whatever.
Which may be why this is going to be 8 weeks. If they're going to bring in people from every step of the way.
Right. Right.
Boy.
I think they're really trying in this case, though. I really see the effort.
Yeah.
I mean, it gets to points where it's like, okay, blah blah blah, move on. But they're being thorough.
Maybe they're afraid they'll lose it. You know?
Yeah. Well, yeah. And Letitia's, whether we like her or hate her, I think she's kind of smart. Like, I think she, in some ways, she's really dumb, but as far as like working the system, I think that she'll find a loophole if she can.
Well, if they hadn't had a tracking device on that Ultima, they may never have found him.
Yeah, well, the worker found him.
Right, but I mean, she put a when she rented that Ultima, they took her car, right?
Right.
She went and rented that Ultima. They put a tracking device on it.
So that's how they found her. Yeah.
They watched her go to South Carolina. They watched her go to Florida. They watched her go to the bridge. I mean, so they knew she was in Florida. I think they would have made their way down there anyway.
Right. Right.
But I mean, yeah, the worker found him. She was there were 3 bridges in that area. She tossed him over the one that didn't have water running under it. I'm sorry. Not that I wanted him to not be found.
Right.
But come on.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. In some ways, she's not smart, but as far as like working the system and reading all the loopholes and the whole insanity thing, she wasn't insane. She covered up every step of the way. If she had a mental break, then you come forward and say, "I had a mental break. Arrest me and put me in a hospital." Not all this calculated moving around the whole country.
Well, and I was saying to my husband just now, okay, let's say you did have a mental break and you killed him. You still raised him as your son for several years. you would be sitting in that courtroom sobbing.
Yes.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I had a break. I did something
Yeah.
bad. You would be
Yeah.
on your knees.
Right.
No, or if you didn't do it, if you were not guilty, you'd still be on your knees. My child died.
Right.
And she
Right.
raised him for several years.
She, from just watching for the last 4 days, her demeanor has not changed. She may cover her face a few times, but that woman is cold, like nothing. When Al was up there, you didn't really see much. They bring the suitcase in, she hides her face, but
Yeah.
she's not like leaning on the table or sobbing or asking for a tissue. She's just dead, like
There's nothing
dead.
there.
Nothing. I wonder though, when Harley testifies, if we'll see some emotion. Because I think that would be the one person that would do it for her. But
Might be.
even if Harley testifies, I don't. We'll have to see because this whole out of the country thing. I don't know.
Yeah.
All right, let's see who's next.
Okay, I'm gonna hop out of StreamYard and come back in because I have an echo. So
Okay.
I'm gonna try this a couple more times, guys. Be right back.
Latecia with removing Latecia Stauch microchip SHESS. Thank you. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and so that we can My name is Jason Mason, Lieutenant with the Office of Judiciary Service. Last name HESS. How long have you been with the Latecia County Sheriff's Office? 26 years. What kind of roles have you served with the Sheriff's Office? Anti-abuse site detections, site police reclamation, SWAT team, supervisor for the SWAT team, supervisor on patrol, both Sergeant Hall and Lieutenant. When was your employment back in January of 2024 as a sergeant in site control division? What are duties associated with the service you perform? Patrol, responding to calls for service, proactive policing, traffic enforcement, and general community concerns. Is it fairly common to have a lot of contact with members of the community? Yes. At some point, did you get involved in the Gannon Stauch missing child investigation? Yes. What was your role in that investigation? I was at the office of the sheriff, performing some administrative duties, and became aware of the call that had occurred the night before, and that an 11-year-old Gannon was reported missing that night, and I started making some phone calls to help further that. Excuse me. Just so we're understanding in this, you referenced the night before, January 28th. So you became aware on January 28th, and the call actually occurred on January 22nd. Did you have a occasion to recall the email in the particular phone number that you understood to be the same number of Gannon? Yes, I do. Remember the phone number you called? Yeah, okay, I can correct that. How did you obtain that phone number? It was from the previous call for service records that we have internally for the call that occurred. When you called the person, did that person expect you to be calling, or was this just a cold call? It was a cold call. I was just calling in on information. Who were you trying to get a hold of? I was trying to get a hold of the parents of Gannon, or the person that had called in to report Latecia. Did you identify the person that answered the phone? Yes, as best you can on the phone by just asking questions. So what, describe male or female? Did you have subsequent contact with that person face to face? Yes. The voice that you heard on that particular call, What did you want to gather from Latecia Stauch at that particular time?
First thing I do is I do it if he had not, and she already gets her information, or got any information as to where he may be.
What information did Latecia Stauch give you during the phone call?
But he had not returned her. She had no further information.
Did she also make reference to the fact that deputies had searched the home the night before?
Yes, one of the procedures that we do is to conduct a search and make sure that had occurred. So I asked her if deputies had searched the home. She said that they had.
Did you get from her permission to put Gannon's photo out in the media?
Yes, I did.
Did she give you a photo, or did you already have it?
I do not recall if I asked her to send one or if it was obtained during the original report. But we did have a photo, and I provided that to our public information officer to push that out to media and social media resources to get his photograph out there and available.
And did that in fact occur that a photo of Gannon was pushed out?
Yes, pretty quickly.
Did you do any searches yourself on that January 28th day?
Yes, after the photo went out to the media, some tips had come in about people seeing the child walking in certain areas, and I noticed in those areas and began searching.
So let's talk a little bit in bigger picture here. The report was either missing or a child, is that right? Does that sort of guide you in those early stages of a case like that as to what you might be doing?
Yes, the age of the child is also a major factor.
So tell the jury about that, those factors that you would be considering and how that would potentially drive the investigation in those early stages.
In this particular case, an 11-year-old child who was unaccounted for during winter months, so cold, and now overnight is at an extreme risk, and they're considered that within our agency. So additional resources are immediately put into place to start that search, which would be different than a 16-year-old who's run away 5 times in the past and has come back a day later. So different styles of approach to this.
Oops. Sorry, guys.
As it relates to the information you had, who was it that reported that Gannon was the missing one?
Stepmother Latecia.
On that same day of January 28th, 2020, did you respond to Starbucks missing report? Why did you go to Starbucks?
The detectives had come out to meet with Gannon's parents and speak to them, and I went over there to see if there was anything else I could do on efforts in searching our campus.
Did you actually see the parents of Gannon Stauch at that time?
Yes, I did. So I tabled with our 2 detectives.
The person that you'd been on the phone with earlier in the morning of January 28th, the person that was at Starbucks, was that Latecia Stauch? Did you see her here in the court today? You identify her to the court and to the jury by where she's sitting and what she's wearing?
Let's see. On our far right against the wall in the picture.
Our guys, direct reflex to identify the defendant. At some point during that contact with the father and the defendant, were you able to look at what was described to you as Gannon's phone?
Yes, I did.
Why did you do that?
Trying to determine if he had searched anywhere on the Google Maps feature, whether there be a history that might direct me on somewhere to go.
Would that be something that you would typically look for if you were looking
Hey, Carolyn, glad you're here.
or runaway child?
Sometimes you don't know where to look, so you look at all available information, and that is one thing that you would look for is did they search somewhere to go or enter a friend's address or something like that that maybe they hadn't walked to before to give them a route or something.
And not necessarily asking you for the address that you found in there, but did you learn of an address and then that Instagram video was not really associated with the missing person here? Did the defendant herself at some point show you a picture of somebody that had been reported that looked like Gannon that she thought was Gannon?
Yes, there have been some Facebook groups that were active in attempts to help locate Gannon, and she had been forwarded a photograph from one of those groups.
Did you do anything with
were subsequently able to determine that it was not Gannon and that somebody else identified it as their child based on clothing and items they were carrying.
Did you become familiar with Gannon's neighborhood, Solar's Mansion?
I agree, Candy.
Did you canvass that neighborhood? What does that mean to canvass a neighborhood?
There's many parts of it. Typical part that you see is police officers knocking on your door, asking questions, asking if you have surveillance cameras. They're showing the roadway or sidewalks, driving through areas where kids might play under bridges, construction sites, things like that.
Did you do those things? Did that lead to any clues that you were readily able to find to locate him? In the afternoon time, did you actually go to Gannon's home? It's at 627 Van Drive. Why did you go there?
I wanted to clarify the timeline because I had been part of the initial part of the investigation when he would left the house. So as I knocked on doors at different neighbors, I had a timeline to ask to look at their security camera feeds.
Did you have any contact with people at that residence?
I wonder if they'll have more camera footage than just that one neighbor.
So the defendant.
They were supposed to have ring cameras too, right?
What'd you say?
They were supposed to have ring cameras too, right?
Right, right.
Did she describe in that statement to you what she was doing when she reports the Gannon left the house?
Between her and the conversation, it came up that Candy had been named after because of her correctly. She had been taking care of that Gannon,
Trying to fix that one area.
Frickin' Candle.
Did she describe in any detail?
So dumb.
Did you ask the defendant what friend's house Gannon may have been heading towards? What did she tell you? Did you then return to the house on that day, January 31st, 2020? Why did you go on that day?
received a phone call from our investigations division. They asked me to go to the house and told me that Latecia and some members of my family were getting debris from the house. They thought Latecia and the mother daughter, of course, might be wearing sweat patches that could potentially contain some digital evidence that may be helpful in the investigation.
Did you in fact go
Oh.
to the house?
Yes, I did.
Did you see different vehicles that other times were not in it?
Yes, there was a van that was there and some other just shelters.
Let's talk about that van. What do you remember about the van?
It was a looked like a yellow white van that you could typically move in, that you could pack stuff in, and they were little diagrams from the house. I could read it.
Was it a white van?
Yes, it was.
Did you also see a Nissan vehicle there?
Yes, I did. I believe it was silver.
I'm sorry, say that last
I
part.
believe it was silver, if I recall.
Okay. Do you remember, was it a Nissan Altima? How many people did you see there that were helping the defendant move things out of the house into the van as you described it?
Probably more or so directly, but there were also other people present. So what each person's role was, I don't know exactly, but I know there were a couple at the van helping load stuff. I believe an aunt that was there as well as well as her mother.
So let's talk about the aunt. Was that person Brenda Awkward? And spelling on that, do you remember it off the top of your head? Does ACQUARD sound correct? What vehicle was Brenda Awkward associated with? Was she in fact the driver of that vehicle? Did you talk to her? And I'm not asking you for statements, but did you talk to her? Yes. Okay. Other people that you identified that were associated with the defendant and potentially helping her load things into the van. Can you tell us those names?
I don't know recall everybody's name, but I remember Harley was there, her mother was there, her aunt. I think there was another male that was there assisting as well.
Harley, who was that in relation to the defendant?
4 days they have had the
Do you know his relation to the defendant?
Not specifically, I thought he was the son, but I was not exactly sure.
Candy, what Trinity are you talking about?
Oh, trying to Holy Ghost. Oh, sorry.
Lieutenant, when I was asking you earlier if you remember the number of the person that you called, they were going to generate 28, you said you didn't remember, but if you looked at it, you might be able to remember.
Yes, I definitely have.
I've got your report here.
In the 4
Showing
days
that
we've had
professional
report Trinity
asked for
charges.
professional abuse and
Oh,
asked for professional.
Yes. Yes, it is. 843-655-7460.
I want to get into more detail about the statement that you got from the defendant when you went to the house after that phone call. How long would you say that conversation lasted? Do you remember details of what she told you in that conversation? Or what do you remember specifically her telling you?
I asked her if she knew where she had gone, so I had a direction to go to contact the house or houses in between. She said that she did not know. Her daughter made a comment about her mom being
Straight. I was reading the report and I couldn't tell who he was referring to there.
He said his daughter.
Yeah, so I'm not asking you for any statements right now from the daughter. I'm asking you for statements of the defendant.
she had made mention that she might have got a little excited during the fire. During that.
Okay. Did she describe specifically what she did in relation to that fire? So basically, was she describing that she was trying to smother the fire? Did she describe, and when I say she again, I'm talking about the defendant, did she describe that Gannon had got something on his shirt? What did she say about that?
It was pretty vague. It was just he had something on the front of his shirt that had gotten on there during the incident.
Okay, do you have just one more? Was there a younger daughter there as well? Did you ever get that daughter's name? Would you say rough age? Did she at some point point to you in direction of which direction Gannon being walked? In which direction was she generally pointing?
She pointed east from the house, referring to a friend of Gannon's that lived a few houses down.
Okay. Now I want to get into some other information as it relates to your experience and what you learned in this case. Have you responded out to other calls where a kid in this rough age range is missing or had run away? How many types of those calls have you gone out to, would you say?
excess of 30 run away or emergencies to stop calls.
When you go out to those types of calls, have you had opportunities to get those emotional reactions to that sort of thing?
Is it fair to say that the emotional reactions can vary?
Based on your contact with this defendant in this case, did her reactions and the way that she was interacting with you, was it consistent with other times that you've gone out on these types of calls or different?
Overruled, I don't think Mr. Allen is asking for an expert opinion. I think he's asking for an opinion based on his prior encounters with other individuals. So it goes to weight, not necessarily an answer.
In similar situations where a child as young as Gannon, 11 years old, is missing or has run away for the first time, there usually is a little more emotional reaction, especially when it has now been overnight and the second day. The emotions are usually more visible, present. Not always the case, but most of the time it is when a young child is not missing for no idea where they are now for a period of 2 days.
During your law enforcement career, have you dealt with that are dealing with severe mental health disorders or diseases? Can you approximate, or is it too many to even put a number?
Maybe difficult to put a number.
Was the defendant in your contact with her on January 28th and January 31st, did she appear to be suffering from any severe mental health disorder or disease?
Overruled. Okay, answer.
It did not appear.
Did she, when you were talking with her, asking her questions, would her answers logically follow the questions?
Yes.
Did she appear to understand, I guess, what you were asking?
Yes.
Was she able to give you specific answers to those questions?
Yes, she was.
Sorry, cross-examination. In your experience, how long have you been in law enforcement?
26 years.
In your 26 years, how many people have you dealt with that suffer from dissociative identity disorder?
I wouldn't be able to tell you. I don't know exactly what disorder people may be suffering from.
Do you know if you've ever dealt with anybody who suffered from dissociative identity disorder?
I don't believe I've probably come in contact with them.
How many? No further questions. Redirect.
Did the defendant, based on what you just testified to, did she appear to be suffering from dissociative identity disorder?
Do any of the jurors have any questions for the defendants? All right, thank you,
What
sir.
questions would you guys ask?
Yes, please.
What questions would you guys ask? When you say you met at the Starbucks with her parents, was Latecia there? I don't know. All right. Oh, this is the vice principal of the school that she was working at. This is good.
Almost 25 years. I was there from 1997, the exception of 2 years. And in January of 2020, that's where you at. I was at Mount Ridge High School. And as an assistant principal, correct. How long have you generally been in that type of role? At that time, I had been in that role for 3 years. And prior to that, what sort of role had you had in education in that kind of context? I was a teacher in several subject areas.
Her voice is terrible. She's a talker too. So true, Candy.
For the school that you were at in January 2020, was there an applicant by the name of
Exactly.
Latecia Stauch?
Exactly.
And for what position did Latecia Stauch apply for?
She applied for a resource teacher, which is a teacher for students that have IEPs or special education.
And as part of that interview process, did you meet in person with someone by the name of Latecia Stauch?
Yes,
And do you see that same person here today in court?
yes,
Can you identify them where they are seated in the courtroom?
yes.
Okay, and which that is your right side?
That is my right side. Sure.
Sure. Your Honor, may the record reflect that Ms. Hicks has identified the defendant.
Record will show reflect that.
Now, Ms. Hicks, you explained that it's.
She always looks like she's bored.
Position. What are the roles and responsibilities of that position?
Okay, the role of the teacher in that position is to serve as a case manager for our students with learning disabilities, and that person would teach some
Yes, for the prosecution.
to help meet the needs of those kids. And in our school, that person also worked as a co-teacher in classes with the genuine teacher and would work in partnership with that person.
And for that particular position, as it relates to working with this particular set of children, would that person also be responsible for making sure that students follow rules?
Yeah, I think every teacher at school is responsible for classroom management, and that's part of the role of a teacher, is making sure that kids are. To set up a time for an interview, and then
sorry,
after the interview, if the candidate
I was
is
messing around
chosen,
with it trying to get the sound
then
fixed.
I would
Oh, it's driving me
reach out
nuts.
and I would be checking references and then reaching out ultimately to decide whether we want to move forward with.
Do you guys hear it now?
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 207.
This sounds
shown to the
better.
defense.
You may go ahead.
Ms. Hicks, I'm going to ask you to look at People's Exhibit
Great.
207. Take a moment.
Okay, I have to make sure I remember these settings. Sorry, a couple more clicks. I gotta write it down.
And I'll ask you to look through the messages that follow and familiarize yourself with those.
I did leave my glasses in my purse. Could I?
Oh my gosh, yes.
have those? I
Yes.
apologize.
So
That
glad
would
we have
help
it
you.
fixed.
Yes, it would help.
You may.
I apologize.
It's all good.
You guys are
Thank
amazing
you.
for sticking with me through hardly any volume. I appreciate you like no other. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
And Ms. Hicks, I'll actually stop you there on that first, that first page of messages.
Mhm.
Do you recognize the telephone numbers that appear on that page?
Yes, I do.
Which one is your telephone number? Do
My
you recognize-
number is 719-400-8405.
Okay.
Ms. Hicks?
Yes.
This is sort of an unfamiliar experience for a lot of people.
Yes.
The lady to your right is taking down everything we say as we say it. So it's important to remember, let the attorney finish the question all the way before you give an answer, and she'll let you finish your answer. It's common in ordinary conversations that we talk over each other, but it makes the court reporter's job really, really hard if you do that in the courtroom. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
So you recognize a telephone number that's associated that you use, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, and not to read from it, but do you recognize the other telephone number?
Yes.
Okay, and how generally do you recognize that telephone number?
It's been
same
a while
link.
since I've looked at this, but
Same
I
link, Jeannie.
remember the area code, and the number does look familiar to me.
Okay, and what number did you use? Who did you use that number to communicate with?
Ms. Stauch.
Okay, I'll ask you to look through the remainder of the messages to familiarize yourself with them.
Okay.
Can we have a court order for a hair tie? Amanda.
The pages, if you can make sure that they represent a text message exchange that you're familiar with.
Mhm.
Okay. And are they?
Yes.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the message exchange you had between yourself and the phone number that you know to be associated with Latecia Stauch?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time we would move for the admission of People's Exhibit 207.
Defense, exhibit 207 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Okay. And Your Honor, permission to publish.
You
You
may.
guys are too funny.
Ms. Hicks, messages are going to be displayed behind you.
Okay.
If it's easy for you to stand next to that, you can do that. We may still have a pointer there. You're probably familiar with using a pointer as a teacher. So you want to use that. Okay, great. Your Honor, if you would turn on the...
It is on.
Oh.
There we go.
Your telephone number. We see this first message displayed here on the screen. Who's sending that message? Okay, and what is it saying? Can you read it for us?
Hi, Tisha. This is Leslie Hicks at Mountain Ridge Middle School. I left you a phone message yesterday, and I'm wondering if you received it. Would it be possible for you to call me today at this number or to email me? I'd like to talk to you about the resource teacher position. Thank you.
All right. And just to make sure that your voice is projecting to all of our jurors, is it possible for you to stand on the other side of the screen? All right. And what date was that message sent by you?
January 16th, 2020.
Okay. And we'll move on to the next message. And again, the telephone number that you see in this message, you're familiar with that number? Okay. And so we see a maybe Nicole. Does that mean anything to you? Okay. What is the response that you receive after you send your first message?
I have iMessages. I will email you.
Okay. And what date was that sent?
1/16/2020.
Okay, great. And we'll move onwards.
Christine, you'd be combing through Greece, I
What's
think.
your response?
Great. Thank you.
Okay. The following day, you send another response. What did you send on January 17th?
Hi, Tisha. This is Leslie Hicks at Mountain Ridge again. I sent you an email yesterday. Is it possible for you to get back to me today? Thank you.
Okay. And did you get a response?
I emailed you back.
Okay. And was that sent to you the same day?
Correct.
And so, Ms. Hicks, as part of this process, at this point, January 17th-ish, where is the defendant in the application or hiring process at this point?
At this point, she has completed her interview and I'm in the process of checking references.
Okay. And if you want, you can take a seat now. We'll come back to more of the messages. So as part of that application process, you referenced obtaining references. Is that right?
Correct.
Was the defendant able to provide you with some references?
Yes, on her application, she had references, and I was having trouble getting a hold of some of the references. And so through the course of our dialogue, I asked her for additional ones.
Okay. Do you remember a particular reference by the name of Connie Huddle?
Yes.
Do you remember the first telephone number that was provided to you for Connie Huddle?
I remember that it was an area code from Carolina. I believe it was, I know it started with a 6.
And that's fine.
Okay.
Fair to say it's been a while since you've seen that?
Yes, it has.
Okay. And do you recall giving a statement to Detective Marissa Williams on January 31st of 2020?
Yes.
Do you recall giving those specific telephone number to the detective that day?
I do.
And would seeing your statement refresh your recollection as to that specific telephone number?
Yes, it would.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
You may, go ahead.
Right, Ms. Hicks, as far as the first telephone number that was provided to you by the defendant here, does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay. What was the first telephone number the defendant provided to you for a contact named Connie Huddle?
It was 843-504-6724.
And what happened when you tried to contact that telephone number?
I have a caller ID on my telephone, and the name Eugene Stauch came up.
I'm going to pause it right there. So on part of her references, she put a phone number of her family member, but she said it was Cheryl Hicks or whatever the first name was. I think it was Cheryl Hicks is someone she was putting on there, but she had caller ID that said it was Eugene Stauch. So is that should have been a huge red flag, but they really moved past it, which is, I don't know, I'll just continue playing it, but I'm like, wait a minute.
We talked about maybe she didn't have an actual doctorate. Remember, we talked about that. And I wondered if she was lying about her past. Looks like she was lying about a lot of things, right? Family references. I wonder if she actually lied about her degree. Who knows? Here she is giving family references as a job.
Right. And saying it's a Connie Hicks. Yeah. I don't know. That's what I heard there, but
yeah. Does anybody in the chat, does anybody know where she said she graduated from college? Anybody?
That's a great question.
Yeah. I'll go digging, but yeah. Okay.
All right.
Other than the last name, I was not familiar with the name at the time. No.
Okay. And I'll take a step back. The first telephone number that you called, was there more than one number that you were provided for Connie Huddle?
Connie Huddle, sorry.
I don't remember.
Her last name must be Hicks. I don't know.
You may.
Ms. Hicks, do you recall talking to Detective Williams and providing her with a very specific first telephone number?
Yes.
And would reviewing that statement refresh your recollection as to the first telephone number?
Yes. Okay.
You can use family as a reference, but you can't use it as somebody else and write.
Yes.
Lie about who they are.
What was the first telephone number that you called?
843-957-3486.
Yes, Mooney, that's exactly what she's been telling people.
First telephone number.
that she's a doctor?
What did you ask for after you didn't get through with that telephone number?
I asked if there was a different number.
Okay, and were you provided a different number by the defendant?
Yes.
And from memory, are you able to recall what that second number was?
843-604 6724.
All right. And I'll ask you again would seeing a statement of your report refresh your recollection as to that specific telephone number?
Yes.
Okay. And can you review your statement for that second specific telephone number?
It's 843-504-6724.
Thank you.
College of being
lot
a
of different
big
numbers.
fat liar.
You call various numbers as it relates to references.
Yes, I do.
And so now I'll come back to the question that I had is, when you were actually able to complete a call, can you tell the jury what you heard on that call?
Yes, a female answered and didn't identify who it was, but I heard children in the background.
And were you, did you ask, what did you do when you
Yes,
heard?
I asked if it was Connie. And if I recall, the person said no. And
Hold on.
okay,
Wait a minute.
sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Ms. Gratiano?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm not asking what the other person said, Your Honor. And
Okay.
But further, it's also not offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
Okay. Well, then where are you going?
I'm just going to ask.
Where you going?
Permission to approach.
Okay.
She just stopped going to work. That's crazy.
She said she was being harassed, and she said it was actually by her husband's ex-wife. She tried to put all of this on Landon.
Oh my gosh.
She said that Landon started this harassment and retaliation and bullying in her school, which Landon didn't live anywhere near her. I don't think Landon had anything to do with it, but yes.
Yes.
The certification was suspended for 6 months, and then there's no evidence that it was ever reinstated. That was just her teaching certificate. That has nothing to do with her degree,
How long was the duration?
Right.
Just a few seconds.
Okay. After that interaction, did you have any sort of concerns about moving forward with the application process as it related to the defendant?
No.
Okay. And why is that? At that point, where were you at in the interview process?
Well, the interview had been completed. And as I said, we were checking for references. And so sometimes people give incorrect numbers. And so I asked for additional numbers for references.
In terms of educational background, is that also part of the interview process?
Yes.
Okay. And did the defendant provide you with some sort of information regarding an educational background?
I had access to her resume, yes.
Okay. In terms of the educational background, was there a particular degree that the defendant claimed that she had?
I did say she had a doctorate.
From where?
From Liberty University.
And were you able, as part of the interview process, able to vet that?
That's not my role. That's not my role.
Okay. In terms of during the application and interview process, did the defendant ask to be referred to by any other names?
No.
What about any Any other educational references, either through speaking with her or through emails, text messages, any other way that she wanted to be referred to as?
She did sign her emails, Dr. Stauch.
Amanda, her license was suspended for 6 months, and then it was reinstated.
Ultimately, what was the decision with regard to hiring the defendant?
We did eventually offer her a position at the school.
And is that a decision that you unilaterally make?
During the interview process, there are 3 of us that decided that we would like to move forward. And then I do the reference checks, and then I bring that information to my principal, and we decided to move forward. Yes.
And so based on that decision, when would have been the first time that she made contact with either you or the school at that point?
Well, at that point, it's a recommendation for hire goes to our district human resources department, and the rest of the process goes through them. And then once they are have gone through their process, she's recommended to come over to the school.
Okay. And for that, was she recommended to come to the school?
Yes.
And do you recall a rough approximation of when that would have happened?
Yes, the 22nd of January.
Of 2020?
Yes.
If we can project people's 207 again, Your Honor. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Hicks. As we scroll onwards past January 17th, we will move to, we can continue on, and we'll move to, looks like January 20th. There's a message that is sent by the defendant's telephone number. What is that message?
What time do I be there tomorrow?
Okay, and what date is that sent?
That is 1/21.
Okay, and the subsequent message after that, what else does that message, that phone number say to you?
And do I need to bring anything specific? I just hung up with the district and they said to be there tomorrow.
Great. And what was your response?
Hi, Tisha. We're so excited to have you here. The work day begins at 7:30. You don't need to bring anything in particular. We will have a sub there tomorrow that has been filling in. You'll have an opportunity to shadow him and meet the kids, as well as get set up with the things you will need. Sherry Fuller, our SPED department leader, will meet you tomorrow as well. See you soon.
And what was the next exchange that the defendant's telephone number sent to you?
Good evening.
And what date was that sent?
And that date is on the 22nd.
Okay, and can you read? Great. Can you read the rest of the message?
I wanted to ask your guidance about what to do about tomorrow. I had scheduled that interview at the district office before getting hired. I understand they probably have someone someone in mind, but I don't want to burn any bridges and would like to at least let them know my interest in eventually moving up later, or even if it's a year or so. I know we have to all start somewhere. What do you think is the best approach to take? Thank you.
Great. And what was your response to that message?
Hi, Tisha. It is your choice if you want to choose to interview tomorrow. Please remember that you will need a substitute and sub-plans to cover the classes you will miss. Please let us know if you need assistance with that. Thank you.
Great. And the next message that you received from the defendant's telephone number?
Well, they told me to do the fingerprints too, so I was just trying to do the right thing.
And the message after that?
Okay, I will just try to do the right thing by everyone. I didn't want to stand anyone up and wanted to be loyal to our school too.
Okay. And the next message?
It's 8 a.m. I mentioned it before in our emails, but wanted to make sure to follow the necessary steps. They did say I could do the fingerprints while I'm there, so I could get some link to do the paperwork. I haven't done any of that.
Ms. Hicks, how would you generally describe this type of exchange in these messages?
I would say that they be typical of somebody who might be, who's just a new employee.
Okay. Conscientious with that?
Conscientious and
They say conscientious, but I see it as she's just complicated. She's just a problem child from the beginning.
Right. At some point, was there arrangements made for her to shadow somebody at the school and be present?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall the last time you saw the defendant in person?
The last time I saw her in person was that Friday morning of the 25th.
Mm-hmm.
And how would you generally describe her demeanor?
She was at work and working and meeting kids. She was running a class.
And it's a little tricky, but would Friday the 24th sound more accurate?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So Friday, January 24th, her demeanor was appropriate?
Yes.
Okay. Did she ask to be referred to by any other names? Did she appear to you, based on your work and being around teachers and hiring, did she appear to be going through any sort of mental health crisis? Okay. Subsequent to seeing her on Friday, January 24th, what was the next contact that you had with her, either in person or through other form?
I received a text message from her on Monday.
This is interesting.
And
Yeah.
if we could move to Monday morning, January 27th, through the messages, you should appear on page 5.
Sorry, I was muted. Mooney, what is SPED?
Special ed?
What time? 2020.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Did you read it at 3 a.m.? What were you doing? Okay. What did the message say?
I'm sorry for the time of night message, but my stepfather passed
fake
away.
name.
Okay,
Nice to meet you, Kate.
Subsequent message that your phone received, what was that message?
The message?
Was it the same? Was it different?
The same.
Hi, Kate.
What time was that message?
4:37 a.m.
Okay, so it's exactly the same as the message that was sent at 3 a.m. from the defendant's phone? At some point that morning, did you wake up?
Yes.
Okay. Like a busy assistant principal, were you then able to look at all your messages?
Yes.
Okay. When you had an opportunity to read this message, what was your response?
I responded saying, "Oh my goodness, Latecia, I'm so sorry."
Okay. And we'll move onwards. What else did you say?
And then shall we try to find a sub for you today?
Okay. And about what time is this based on the timestamps we see here?
5:50 a.m.
Okay. Subsequent response by the defendant's telephone number. We'll move up. What was that response?
Good question mark. It's apparent. All my family lives in the East Coast. I'm trying to find a way to get there.
And what time was that sent?
She didn't have any family on the East Coast.
What was your response to that
Her
message?
stepdad didn't even get ran over. She's such a liar.
Can you kill them all and move them all over there?
Yeah, right.
What the heck?
And what time was that sent?
7:32.
And the response from the defendant's phone.
Yes, it's my parent. I can't believe I can't believe that would not be an assumption in a time like this.
And
She's
your
such a
response to
bitch.
that?
Wow.
I'm so sorry for your loss, and we will support you, but I cannot make assumptions. I do need some direction from you. You get a sub today. Please let us know what else you need.
Okay. Ms. Hicks, you can take a seat now. Thank you.
Wow. Sorry, Hicks. We've got like 5 or 6 doctors in here. We've got Kate and Amanda.
The text message
And-
exchange that occurred on January 27th that morning, how would you describe the tone of that exchange?
Angry.
Dr. Google.
In terms of candidates, and now a hired candidate contacting you, was your phone number provided for this type of emergency?
Could you repeat the question?
When there is an emergency, as far as whether or not somebody can be at work, what's the procedure? What is that person supposed to do?
Typically, they might contact their supervisor and let them know what's happening. We do have a system to get a substitute, but she wouldn't have gone through that training as yet.
So instead of going through that process because she hadn't received that training, what other avenue would she have had to inform you of an emergency?
They contact me as their supervisor through either phone or email.
Had you had any other contact with the defendant after that last exchange we saw in
No.
Eagles 207?
No.
Does that help, Dude Bug? Am I quieter?
Your we'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination. Okay. Do any of the jurors have any questions for Ms. Hicks? No. All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may
Thank
step
you.
down.
Can you still hear me, Kim?
Counsel approach, please.
Can you hear me at all?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear, but when I have I'll talk lower. When my mic is close to my face, it gets really loud. So I'm trying to keep it away so I could talk. But
This witness, please.
I can turn my microphone
Further
volume
testimony
down.
about given that'll be the truth.
What'd you
So
say?
I'll turn it down. I can turn my microphone volume down. So
Okay.
just let me know if I get too low, but I'm going to turn it down, see if that'll help some.
Okay.
What I was going to say is we have like 5 doctors in here. You know, we've got Mooney and Candy and who else? Kate. There's a bunch of them. Erica. And they all said the same thing. They had to have major background checks, like 5-year, 7-year, major background checks. They had to actually bring in their actual degree and like show it to them. They had no idea how you could pretend to be a doctor. They're like, no, how does this work? This doesn't happen.
Right.
They're like, you know, they basically had to like turn themselves inside out for these people, you know, give their firstborn son and all of that.
Right. Here's my blood.
They're not sure exactly how she did this. So yeah, I mean, I'm searching to see if I can find out if she did actually have a degree from. That woman said Florida State, right?
That's what I heard. Yes. Just
It was
odd.
breaking up, but I think that we found out she does not have that. That would be hilarious. If we found out she's not an actual doctor, because I think that's what they were trying to get her to say. Do you remember that? They were
Right.
asking her what is it she wanted to be called, and I think that she was getting ready to say Dr. Latecia Stauch, but she didn't say it.
She said she signed her emails with Dr. Latecia Stauch.
Yeah.
Amanda, the sick day was the Friday before. So it's everything that happened on either, well, I guess Sunday, because they called in sick. The stepdad thing happened Monday morning.
Right. So Friday they called it. She called it sick. Then Saturday they went on the hike. Right.
Friday she didn't call in sick. That's the last time that the vice principal saw her. Is on the 24th. Yeah.
Okay. So
and then she sent those messages about her stepdad dying, which was not true,
No.
on that Monday. So.
Okay. All right.
Stan? Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Your Honor. And just for the record, Your Honor, we're calling Kevin Clark one of probably several times in this case.
Did you get
Mr.
quiet?
Clark, could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the record?
Good morning. My name is Kevin Clark, Kevinclark.
And Mr. Clark, where do you work?
I'm the Director of Crime Strategies and Intelligence for the 4th Judicial District Attorney's Office.
What kind of education and training do you have that allows you to do the work that you do?
I've got an Associate's of Applied Science degree in Communication Applications Technology, a Bachelor's degree in Homeland Security, a Master's degree in Project Management, and then I've earned undergraduate certificates, since I already have the bachelor's degree in digital forensics, cybercrime, and database management. I've also received training by law enforcement agencies in cell phone tower and mapping data, fundamentals of crime intelligence analysis training, level 1 and level 2 of a program called GeoTime for cell phone data and mapping program, as well as the FBI's cellular analysis survey team, level 1 and level 2 training.
And then as it relates to the investigation for Gannon Stauch, missing Gannon Stauch, how did you become involved in that investigation?
At the time, I was a senior criminal intelligence analyst for the Colorado Springs Police Department, assigned to their Metro Vice Narcotics and Intelligence Division. And in that capacity, I work with all the law enforcement agencies in the local area. We were aware of a missing child, and then I was asked on Saturday, February 1st, by my commander, if I'd be willing to go TUI to assist as lead analyst in this investigation for the next 30 to 60 days.
Not everybody necessarily knows what TDY means.
Temporary duty. So instead of working at my normal office with the Colorado Springs Police Department, I worked primarily out at the command post.
And then as a result of your involvement in this investigation, do you know whether multiple search warrants were obtained for phone numbers?
They were.
What would you typically get when you issue a search warrant to a cell phone provider?
To a cell phone provider, so AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, and then Sprint at the time, you would get something back called call detail records. The call detail records is just a business record full of dates and times with phone numbers that communicate with each other. So the outgoing call from the target phone number or the incoming call to the target phone number, what that phone number is, how long the duration of the call was, if the call was connected. Text messages, same thing. At this date, on this time, phone number 1 sent a text message, phone number 2, or on the receiving end of that. Data sessions, and usually some sort of subscriber information, who pays the bill for that phone.
So do you submit a phone number to the cell phone provider to get that information?
You do.
Okay. So we just heard Ms. Hicks testifying about the defendant giving a reference for a person called Connie Huddle and listed the phone number 843-504-6724. Did you hear that testimony?
I did.
Based on your knowledge of that particular phone number, who is that phone number associated to?
Gannon, Stauch.
Indicating that the defendant created that reference and used Gannon Stauch's phone number for that person.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cross-examination. All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
This witness will be available throughout the trial, and my understanding is going to be testifying at a later time.
At least 2 more times, Judge.
Go ahead and submit your question now. I'll hold on to it. It may be that we can ask it. Do any of the jurors have any questions? Let me ask that. Oh, no. All right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Clark. You can go ahead and step down. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our lunch recess a little bit early. If I can have all of you back in the jury room at, say, 1:15, we're going to be able to start on time at that point. Again, do not discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do any research about any aspect of this case.
I'm curious if Harley takes the stand as well. From what I've heard, she is going to be part of the prosecution as witnesses, and she was 17 at the time, and it was almost 3 years ago, so she's either 19 or 20 depending on when her birthday is. And if you guys seen,
oh, sorry, honey, go ahead.
and if everybody saw the beginning of the stream yesterday, I would definitely suggest you guys go over and watch that. That's Harley. It kind of gives you a picture into Harley's life after all of this. And it's kind of shocking how well adjusted, the internet lies, but she just seems a little different.
Yeah.
You have to watch. Can't describe it. Can't describe it without getting in trouble, that's for sure. Because I have opinions.
If you consider being Latecia Stauch's daughter, you can imagine exactly how Harley is right now. Yep.
Oh my gosh.
Everything you imagine. It's the one from yesterday morning. So that would be, it says Gannon Stauch. It says day 3 of the trial for Gannon Stauch, Latecia Stauch.
Yeah.
Yeah, the stream yesterday. Yeah.
If I had them pulled up, I'd play them right now again because they're kind of short, but just go ahead and head over there. Yeah.
Oh, hey, Aaron.
All right.
Yeah, go ahead. Hey, Miss Aaron, how are you? That's okay. She's gonna pull it up, Aaron. It's it was in yesterday's stream. It's a couple of short TikToks that are Harley. One of them, she had been asking for money for people to get a new vehicle, and then she's talking about her boyfriend, and in the other one, she's talking about biblical revelations, but you can see and judge for yourself. And yes, everyone's going to lunch with the memory of the suitcase in their nostrils. Yes, they are, Christine.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Oh, Kate, that was awesome. Thank you. Awesome. There I was trying to pronounce that name. For 2 days now, I've been trying to pronounce it.
Cartiche.
It's made up. It's made up. My work won't let us have. There I was. I'm like, blah blah.
Right.
It didn't work.
Oops, sorry. That was.
Yeah, Amanda, she said that she got her doctorate in education. And I no idea. Well, I said I have no idea when I know and questioned her, but I know and questioned her. She's very good at manipulation and lies. She's just very good at it, Yeah, there's another case where a man named Diazon Heisenkopf. He was exactly like her. He's good at manipulation. He was good at being different people. He lied about his entire background, and he would lure women in, and he would get money from them. And he even lured this woman in. Her name was Girly Chu. She's from Malaysia, and he lured her in, married her, and when she found out about all of his schemes and that he wasn't a doctor and that he wasn't all of these things, she left him. Yeah, so he killed her. But he was exactly like her. He was just male. Yeah.
Right. Complete liar.
Yeah. But somehow these people
we go by priority.
Well, the neighbors have been awesome, so they go down.
And they could probably do more than we. I mean, we got 2 bodies, so
exactly. That's what I was telling you.
Okay, hold on. Let me back up. Hold on.
Sure. I'll just type it out here.
Well, you know what? I never did turn up the speed. I gotta fast forward through Leticia's voice. Unfortunately. Okay, let's see what this conversation is.
Well, recall 20 CR 1385. People versus Latecia Stauch. I'm sorry, 1358. People versus Latecia Stauch record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Mr. Allen, our next witness, please.
Thank you, Judge. Actually, our next exhibit is People's Exhibit 211, which defendant is stipulating to admissibility of 211. And then we were asking for permission to publish People's Exhibit 211 to the jury. For record purposes, this is body-worn camera audio of Deputy Parker that was collected on the evening of January 27, 2020, when he, along with Deputy Yokin, who we heard from yesterday, responded to 6627 Mandan Drive in response to the missing child report that the defendant made.
Defense, do you stipulate as to the foundational elements that have just been recited by the prosecution? Okay. All right. Exhibit 211 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Permission to publish.
Yes, you may.
After about 4 o'clock.
What's this one? You have your notepad? Yeah. You have your big notepad? Big one? Yeah.
I can't really hear anything. Can you guys hear anything?
Recording.
No.
Wi-Fi connected.
Oh, okay.
Hey, thank you, man. Sorry, my shoes are a little muddy up.
It's busy tonight, huh?
Yeah, so unfortunately, sorry, we took us up. I mean, we go by priority, and I mean,
Well, the neighbors have been awesome, so
Yeah.
they helped out.
and they could probably do more than we. I mean, we
That's what
we got two bodies, so
Exactly. That's what I was telling my husband anyway, because he was upset, and I was like, honestly, the neighbors have already pretty much done a lot of the work.
yeah, there's a ton of them out there. So
Yeah. We could get posts and pictures, and we did find someone did send us a video picture or something, and he was holding a switch case,
is what?
like his Switch, like Nintendo Switch.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, not like a
Oh, right.
so they've all been trying to be very like helpful in the whole situation, because he was supposed to be here at 6 o'clock because we were going to eat dinner, and he said he was off restriction today, so he was going to go play with his friend. His dad never told him he could play with his friend, and he didn't come back at 6, so I looked outside and saw it was sleeting, so I said, well, maybe he's waiting on one of us to come get him, so we drive to the neighbor's house, which I'm assuming he's at the neighbor's on the corner's house, and they're like, no, he's not here. So I was like, okay, maybe it's only other one other person. So they kept leading us on all this chase of people who it could be. And we covered a lot of houses, and at this point, the neighbors all stepped in and kind of went to the houses ourselves, and because they told me to wait here, and she went to a bunch.
Okay.
But sorry, I didn't freak out. To add to it, I'm almost positive he is with someone that he knows, because he searched on his phone, can my parents find me if my iPhone is, or if my phone is off. He also, and I'll let you look at
Liar.
this, sent
She
my
did that.
husband some crazy stuff that was like,
Charlie, after this?
so he sent my husband that just says, do we have any bath salt? And then my husband said, for a while, asked me. And then, because my husband didn't think, like what he was talking about, and it says, my friend said if I get some, we could play, and he has a Sonic there this weekend. Because he's big into like Nintendo Sonic.
Right.
And then my husband said no. So then he said, can we play today if my tummy stops hurting? And so my husband said, call him. Then he said his brother has a car for a sleepover this Friday. So that's why we were trying to find some of the kids that we knew we didn't know. But we had older siblings, so that's how the whole thing got started with this Jimmy kid. We feel bad, but we didn't start that. So everybody goes pounding on the Jimmy kid's house and looking for people baffling. And the kid was asleep, and he didn't have an older sibling, so it kind of got how social media gets going all out of proportion like that. So so that's pretty much what we got. And then and we did. My husband was like, go through his book bag and stuff like that. We found like a cigar in there. It was I guess a cigar.
Has any used the marijuana that you know about?
No, he's never even been like this. Like he didn't start coming to
Brothers are hanging around and smoking pot.
because he is at Grand Mountain, and they're mixed with the he's 5th grade, 11 years old, and they also have the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade there now.
Now, I know the school does a really good job because I work for the school district to separate the kids in the different, like, okay, the 4th, 5th graders, 6th grade, but that doesn't mean they still don't meet each other in close range. And that's the thing, because he does go take his bike up to Stingray Park. Is that name, that little park? Whatever the park is up there.
Yeah, I really don't know.
And things like that. So it's kind of like pretty much that's what we got.
Okay. Did you give our dispatcher the social?
My husband has the social. I'm going to have like a blurry version. I don't know if I can read it. But he was like freaking out, saying, I can't go find social. I'm upset. He is. So I
apologize once again that the guy pulled. I mean, there was something pretty urgent on it.
Yeah, definitely. You want to get people that are. He said he lost the socials.
So y'all have hit all the friends' houses, or at least some of the people that are out.
That we know. Is a social on his military ID? It might be considered.
Was there anything missing?
No, there was nothing missing. He just had his game, which he's a huge, like crazy Mario, Sonic. He had that with him, and that's it. I mean, that's all we see missing because my husband immediately said, "Go look for the guns." And like I immediately went in there. I couldn't find one, so I was panicking. But you know how you're looking for something, and
and so
I'm like, "Oh my God, it's gone!" And then I realized, like, okay, it was buying some clothes, whatever. So all the guns are accounted for.
I mean, clothing wise.
Oh yeah, no, we didn't see any.
Was the gun used? Was that found? I guess we'll find out.
Toiletries.
Nope.
Does he have like a wallet that he carries around with like full ID?
The phone fit the wallet.
Okay, like one of the attached case, like the.
Yeah, an actual wallet.
Oh, okay.
His phone was with the wallet, and he had left it in his right.
And is the phone turned off of y'all? Has anybody tried the phone?
Well, I have his phone. He left the phone here with the wallet.
Oh, okay.
That's how he went.
So how do you know? So he must have used somebody else's Facebook. Is that what you're thinking? That like he logged into somebody else's and asked that question if can my parents find me, or was that?
No, his search history. It was in his search history prior to this happening. Okay. So he had already searched this information. He had deleted a bunch of things too because it would have one thing searched for one day specific, and it was like, okay, we know you're on YouTube, we know you're on this, you should be, whatever. And there was a lot of messages deleted, for example, his grandma or Nana.
Giving a lot of information, isn't she?
Called them, and he hasn't been in contact, with any of them because they all live on the East Coast.
Oh, okay.
So.
Was there any family issues? The strange thing was asking about the basketball.
What happened last night? So he was upset about last night because he's grounded from his switch. Like I told you. So I had him switch.
There was a restriction. Yeah, you said that, but it was lifted.
So yeah, it was lifted today. But last night he had. Okay, so they have two little small dogs, and he has really bad problems with his stomach because he takes Vyvanse every day. So when he doesn't, the weekends.
Is that like the medication that you use for ADHD?
For ADHD. Okay. So the weekends we don't give it to him. So on the weekends when you don't give it to him, your stomach starts to kind of this is his stomach. We went on a hike yesterday. He pooped in his pants 3 times. And you're supposed to give it to him every day, but if we're on a hike, I try not to because it's not obedient, hiking and stuff like that. So he said, this is what he told me and his sister. She's already asleep now. She's on me. But he told me and his sister that he thought somebody was coming downstairs. So he immediately tried to hide it. He knocked the candle over and set the carpet downstairs on fire. Now it was nothing big, like a 12 by 12 spot. So I honestly wasn't even telling us. We went in there, we were going to cut it out and just replace it.
I get you.
If I called you and said, someone break out the curtain,
you said fire, that's all I think.
Exactly. So I just took the covers that he was, laying down, and I just threw it on there because I got my daughter out and the dog's out. She was working. And it was.
You got everybody now.
I know. It was something that we were just
No. Did he take his bike?
No.
Okay, somebody saw a little kid on a bike. They posted it, but I didn't know if he brought it.
Well, he did, unless he took it sooner and brought it back because Lena ends up getting the bike.
Yep.
And rides the bike because hers didn't work. When she ran into him, I say ran into him as in not physically, but she somehow got his bike because hers wouldn't work. So he could have at
So
one
they were
point.
here.
Yeah.
They were supposed to go pick him up for dinner, and he never came home. They thought he was at his friend's house. He was he didn't start to sleep, so they were going to pick him up down the road, and he was never there. And he never went to his friend's house.
He was on, and he was taking the switch.
Do you mind if my partner looks around the house real quick?
Yeah.
Because kids, they hide, and they can hide for hours, and give these
pretty check the hand, the ADT, there's kids here. I say kids here. There's my sister and 2 dogs.
Okay. I've heard AD too. When
He was out there because they left and blah, blah, blah. Somewhere where all it is at.
So Just tell me a timeline. I know you said that you were having to go eat at 6.
Yeah, so it
You were
was
supposed to meet up back here, but you went down there because you started sleeping.
right. So
What happened between that and the time you got out of school?
okay, so 3:15ish, 3:20ish, they usually come in every day and they have to like ride laps or something, like physical activities or something like that. But since his stomach was hurt and his daddy told him he could go ahead and get his switch time back.
Mm-hmm.
So that's pretty much it. They usually get snacks, and we always required him like, hey, you have to go outside, like all these things.
Mm-hmm.
So,
pretty active then, huh?
Yeah.
So he did that. He didn't do that because you said his stomach was hurting. What happened instead of him doing that?
Instead of what?
Doing that.
He had already talked to my husband about being off restriction, so he said he was going to his friend's house to play video games.
And what time he left at 3:30?
I don't know the exact time because I was correcting his carpet thing downstairs.
Okay, so he left at that time.
My husband's very more creative than I am with the situation. Like I kind of always whose house you going to? Give me their number. That's how I was with her. But he's like, oh, I was in a neighborhood. They come outside because everyone's together type thing. So so all the time they go and ride and meet friends. That's how we knew to go to different people's houses.
It's just how it is. It's a recording, and they have
what time?
It's like a cam.
3:15 and when did you notice he left?
It's not on my end. It's
maybe
just how it is.
He was already gone.
Right, but then Lena came back in the house, which is the sister, and she said that she had to get his bike because her bike wasn't working, so he gave her his bike.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he left before 4. Between 3:15 and 4. Okay.
So you would leave out the front door? Or would he have normally left out the front door?
Or the garage. They just agreed to do both. Or the back because he takes trash out. But we have a lock on that now. So.
Well, the only reason I asked, it looked like there was a ring doorbell.
Yeah, we already. That's how I told you that we already knew that he had left. Yeah.
And what time was that? Just so we have it for dark.
We don't have the video recording. We just have the thing on the ring.
Oh, okay.
We don't pay the fee.
Okay.
Yeah.
And yeah, you can go ahead and get ready.
Oh yeah, that's right. I was
Yeah, you're fine.
bring my thing in here. Actually, might be in there. Can you get her? Let me get the wallet. They get one.
You just give him your name and date of birth.
No. No.
Would he have left his phone? Yeah.
Sorry?
Would he normally left his phone here? Does he take it with him often anywhere?
It kind of so depends on what we tell them. If they were to say, like, oh yeah, you can take your phone.
Mm-hmm.
You can't take it.
Does he have service?
He does.
Is that his phone? Which one?
Yeah, this one's his phone.
Who's that?
His mom.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't want your phone. Because she must be having it. It might be in that big pile of.
If she's looking for ID, just go grab her name and date of birth.
I think it might be. I'm just waiting on him because it might be the same phone.
Name and date of birth. Yeah. That's okay. We can just get your name and date of birth.
Oh, okay. So I was like, it might be the center phone. Right, so Latecia, Stauch, Tecia, Stauch, and Stauch, and 8483.
Is it in Colorado, like your driver's license, or is it another state?
Another state.
What state is that?
South Carolina.
South Carolina. Yeah. That's the accent, huh?
Yeah, that's the accent. Yes, sir.
8483.
Yep, like August 4th, 1983.
And then a middle initial or name for out of states.
Is the other dog? Yeah, no, just says no.
What's your middle name?
I mean, no, it is. It's my maiden name. ARDIN.
And the number you called, were you the one that called or was it your husband?
No, I called 911 and then they said call a non-line or something. And
Right.
called a bunch of lines and then like a couple of like their Nana called another line. So
Okay. Get her telephone number too, though, is they might not have a good contact if there's several people that called.
all right, so 843-655-7460.
Do you have a picture of him on your phone? Can you?
The ones we all have are like mostly him and his sister together. I mean, can you crop that out or? Is it
Yeah, if you want to too. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, on your phone, you can send it.
So this
And
is the one that everyone has been sending. Is this one? Do you want me to send it to who?
Yeah, his phone.
Had a little coughing fit, sorry.
And then go ahead and get that information for the information I sent you on there after you get the picture.
All right, what?
Stand by.
The send.
Sure. I just got a new phone number. So I
Okay.
don't remember what it is.
No. Just a tickle.
If you want to, while I do this, try and find the driver's license, or they're not finding you.
It's it's LE. If you're running me in, like instead of TECIA, it's LETECIA.
Okay.
At Latecia.
Jody got off.
Try
Hopefully Latecia.
Lincoln Edward, Tom Edward, Charles, Ida Adam for the first name.
Has anybody's been saying anything on the Facebook post or whatever that people are talking about?
Just that they're looking.
Okay. Nothing.
I accidentally let it lock. I'm sorry.
You gonna stipulate deals for us?
Sure, okay.
Yes, Jody's
TikTok?
child was crazy. What a joke. If those cops would have responded to getting that baby out of the woods earlier, they would have had more DNA and she would have been found
They
guilty.
gave that prosecutor a run for his money, though.
So it's going to be 101275370, South Carolina. So y'all contacted all the families that y'all know about at this point. Parents, any of them saying anything that you know about that they said they haven't seen him today as well? Nothing like that. Okay. Nothing other than him taking his switch, his game thing. Nothing else missing. He didn't ride his bike. You just told her, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Nothing other than that, and no suspicious circumstances. I mean, other than some weird text there. I guess he was sending that bath salt. Okay. He's got some other information, just some medical stuff that we would like to have. And he's already listed as well. So if he's riding around with a brother in the car, he gets contacted. What are you doing out this late? what's your name? He comes up that he's run away, and so they'll give you a call.
Fair, it is live. We are behind. So we can fast forward through lunches and breaks. Currently, Kim is going to TikTok video of Harley's so that we
Can I show him about
Harley is right now.
I just didn't want him to step on the cutter the box thing. Yeah. I think I see him down there. Okay, because you weren't in here in the beginning, right? I didn't know if I had that box because I told him about the dog that came in last night. Okay. And I thought I must have picked it up. I was just making sure I didn't want you to be like, oh, there's the box cutters. But yeah, I had to cut this, and I told them I wasn't even going to tell Dad, and I was going to figure out a way to put this in there from the situation. But
at least you got a carpet. Yeah,
right. I just took it and like covered up with the carpet and stuff like that. But it's not even any friends for over there.
Is she falling asleep?
He did have like both things.
That's where he's supposed to be at down the road. They went over there and talked to him, and they're like, no, we hadn't seen him at all.
He did have this like
And you talked to parents, right? You didn't talk to...
Yeah, Connor's mom came over, who is a friend he hangs out with all the time. So they come over. The people here, the friends, they were just the ones that were at the door with the bike. They came over. A bunch of people came over. Yeah, so...
Any friends?
He did have like a little book that had names on it, but I don't know. I mean, I don't see it like anywhere specifically because like his wallet, he's not like I teach 5th grade, and like you got your like really mature kind of boys, but then waiting, he forgets to like bring this or bring that or bring this or bring that.
Okay.
Do you think this is just a repeat of day one?
No, we actually lay out all the time, like
The runaway.
like every day at school, we lay out clothes, we do whatever.
What'd you say?
We need to get out of.
I don't know. He has several jackets. Like he might. I'm hearing like.
What I said is, this is just a copy of the runaway report.
I can barely hear you.
This is just a copy of the runaway report. They're just not showing it.
Okay. Should I just fast forward through this part?
Let me turn up my microphone. All right. No, I think you need to go back to the stream. I think when you went to go get the TikTok videos of Harley, somehow you got into the wrong stream.
No, I'm on the right one. See up here at the see up here at the top. It says day 4.
Hang on a minute.
Yeah.
Let me fix my microphone.
Yeah, no, I didn't click off. This is just what it is.
So
That's not
it just
live though.
I'm not. Back when he's.
Okay.
We all
When you
know
go
this
to
is
the actual live, what like long time has. Can you keep them for a minute? Pause them.
Okay, here we go. Here's the next witness.
You swear to affirm the testimony about to give this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the
Here's the next person.
See the witness stand. Please watch your step. As you step into the stand.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. Will you please state your name for the record?
Yeah, it's Christopher Ganstein. Ganstine.
And while it may be apparent, how are you employed?
I'm employed with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
I have to run and grab my food. I'll be right back.
What is your role at the Sheriff's Office?
My current role is I'm a patrol supervisor.
Sergeant?
Yes.
And in January of 2020, what was your role then?
I held the rank of detective sergeant, and I was assigned to the Colorado Springs Metro Vice and Narcotics Unit.
And in terms of your role specifically as it relates to that case, this case here, what were you tasked with doing with the Metro BNI unit?
One of our many tasks that we do is we do covert surveillance, and we were asked to start a surveillance operation on the defendant.
And as part of that surveillance on January 30th of 2020, where was your team located?
We had started early in the morning at, I believe it was the 10,000 block of Intrepid Way, which was in the Lorson Ranch neighborhood.
And were you able to make visual contact with the person you know to be Latecia Stauch?
I was.
Okay. And do you see that same person here today in court?
I do.
Can you identify her by where she's seated in the courtroom?
She's sitting next to an attorney wearing a blue suit, and she's wearing a purplish top.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the sergeant has identified the defendant?
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
Can you walk us through what you observed on January 30th with that surveillance?
Yeah, so we were told from the night before that the defendant and her daughter were more than likely staying at that address. When I got there, the vehicle that was in question that she was seen in the day before, I believe it was a white Jetta, was in the driveway. And so I had actually, since I got there first, I had set up shortly down the street with a clear view of the door and the vehicle. And I can't recall the exact time. I know we were there for a little bit that they'd come out, but I observed the defendant and Harley, her daughter, walk out of the house and get in the vehicle. Harley got into the driver's seat and the defendant got into the rear right passenger seat.
And as at that point, after viewing the defendant get into the passenger seat, did the Metro BNI team continue to conduct surveillance?
And we started what we refer to as rolling surveillance. We're all in covert vehicles, and so we started from there, and we just were tasked with following her and seeing what she was doing.
And as you continue to follow her, any sort of observation that you made about movements or type of movements?
Yeah, it was weird because there was only two people in the car. She was sitting in the back seat, and for most of the time that they were driving, she would either be completely slouched down so you couldn't actually see her in the back seat, or her head would just be up far enough to where you could kind of see her looking out the window. But she wasn't sitting like a normal person would sit, and she wasn't sitting in the front seat either.
And based on your training experience and what you've done, especially with the Metro BNI unit, how would you describe that type of behavior?
That behavior is common when we're following fugitives or following people that are, I don't want to call it surveillance conscious. I guess the term would be people that feel that they may be subject to law enforcement surveillance and are trying to hide themselves from that.
Avoid detection?
Avoid detection would be a good term.
At that point, is there a particular area, and if you could explain why a particular area was chosen in town to make contact with the defendant?
We'd followed her for about an hour-ish, going to various places. Eventually, she ended up at a parking lot at the intersection of Woodman and Academy. It was the Marshall's clothing store. She had parked, or Harley had parked in the parking lot, and then they had walked inside the store. Shortly after they'd walked inside the store, I was notified by Sheriff's Office investigations that they had obtained a warrant for the vehicle that they were driving, and that they'd also obtained an additional warrant for a cell phone that was either in the possession of Harley or her, that they had both been using, and they had asked that we basically come out from cover, so from surveillance, and make contact and secure the vehicle, and then secure the phone.
Do you have a rough approximation of about what time that would have been that you were given essentially the green light to move forward?
I believe it was the early afternoon.
And did you create a report in conjunction with your work on this case?
I did.
And would reviewing that report refresh your recollection as to the time?
It would.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
You may. $13:24, so 1:24 p.m. It does. Sorry.
So and not everybody thinks in military time, but what is 13:24?
That'd be 1:24 p.m.
Okay. At that time, can you explain for the jury what you did?
So I'd coordinated my team. I'd put some detectives inside the Michaels to maintain surveillance on those two, and then I had created a multi-person team outside, and the plan was that when they had checked out, we would be notified outside that they had.
Once they had walked outside, we were going to have two units that have emergency lights just pull up, and we were going to do what we refer to as like a soft contact. Just, hey, it's the police. We got to get your phone, and we got to do this because we got a warrant. And that was the plan, that they'd come out and do that. Our main concern was obviously the phone and destruction of evidence, or being able to get back in the car and flee.
So, in relation to the type of approach you decided to use, was that important?
I'm sorry, I couldn't overhear with the cough.
In terms of the type of approach that you wanted to use, a soft approach, that was important for the purposes of evidence?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe for the jury what you were wearing, how you looked that day?
Yeah, so I was undercover, so I was wearing street clothes. However, we have what we refer to as raid vest or bus vest. So it's similar to this, except what I was wearing is all black. All of my stuff that I would normally have on a belt, kind of like what this is all on my vest, including my firearm. Main difference, it's black. The word sheriff is across the entire chest. It's bigger than what this is. And then I didn't have a cloth badge at that time. That one actually had my physical real metal badge on my thing. And then it was in January, so I would have been wearing jeans and a hoodie under it.
So dressed in all of those things that you're wearing on January 30th, what occurred when you went to approach the defendant?
So it didn't go as planned because Riley had stayed inside, and then the defendant had come out. Specifically, when the defendant came out, she was holding the keys to the car. And so that's a concern. We can't let her get into the vehicle. Where her vehicle was, I was parked directly next to her vehicle, in between her vehicle and the store. So I radioed to everybody that we would stick with Harley inside, and that I was going to get out and just contact the defendant myself and just let her know what was going on. That we had a warrant for the car, and that I couldn't let her in, and I need to get the keys. So I had gotten out of my car that time, and as she walked up to me, I'd approached her. Actually, I didn't really approach her. She had gotten there about the same time, right in between the two cars.
While that approach is happening, can you describe the defendant's demeanor?
She was surprised. So she kind of froze, and I said, "My name is Sergeant Gannon with the Sheriff's Office. We have a search warrant for the vehicle. I can't let you into it. I'm going to need the keys." And basically, it was, like I said, it was a soft approach, just like I'm talking now. She didn't acknowledge me. She didn't say anything. Where she was, she had maneuvered kind of closer to her driver's door.
Just ignored him.
Started slowly walking backwards.
Were there any observations that you noticed about her gaze or where she was looking, anything like that?
So the two biggest things I noticed is she was just stuttering, like one word, like key, warrant, like just repeating what I was saying. And then she kept walking further back.
She was thinking.
And I told her, I said, relax, you're not in trouble. I just need the keys to the car. I can't let you into it. She continued to walk back, and then I noticed she started to turn her head behind her, because when that was going on, so there's my vehicle, her vehicle, and I'm here, she's here, so she can't go past me, she can't go left or right. So all she can do is basically turn around, and so I noticed that she was periodically turning around as she continued to walk backwards.
As she walked backwards, after that,
she ran in a full sprint away from me. She had the keys in her hand.
She ran away.
I was
She
like,
sprinted.
okay. Got on the radio, and I was like, she's running. Like, I don't know what's going on. And I started running after her. As she was running away from me, she had taken the keys to the car and threw them across the parking lot.
Oh my gosh!
It took us a little bit of time to find them, but she had thrown them across the parking lot, and so she threw them one way and then kept running the other way from where she threw the keys.
Ultimately, after running after her, were you able to make contact?
Yes, to the two vehicles that had the lights that were going to come in, they rolled in. They got out.
one drew his firearm and gave her commands, and she had stopped and got on the ground at that time. And then I didn't know what was going on, so I went up and handcuffed her at that time, detained her until we could find out what was going on and what had happened. And then she was given to two other people that had taken her back to a car.
Okay. But to be clear, at that time, she was not being arrested, correct?
No.
You didn't mention her.
While you were present on scene with other law enforcement members, where was Harley Hunt?
She was trying to run away. Where did she think she was gonna go? Oh my God. And then threw the keys. Like, she just incriminates herself so much. Like, this is
The
just.
police are gonna find him.
Or catch her. Like, she's not an Olympic runner. Oh my gosh. This woman. It just gets it just gets more surprising. Gosh. She just makes herself. This is an open and closed case. If she gets off, you're right. I'm done with true crime too. This is just too much.
Yeah, that's it. We walk away.
We walk away. I just can't handle it anymore.
We surrender.
She was, when that happened, she was walking out of the Michaels pretty like within a minute of that happening, and then me detaining the defendant.
Okay. And with specifically as it relates to the approval of the search warrant for cellular telephone, was that able to be gathered that day?
Yes. Initially, Harley was reluctant to give the phone. And so one of the detectives, she had it in her hand. One of the detectives just yanked it right out of her hand, so she couldn't manipulate or do anything with it.
Was there any interaction that you observed between the defendant and her daughter, Harley Hunt, while you were present on scene?
Yes. The defendant was fairly hysterical. She was screaming. She was yelling obscenities, things like that. Once she realized that we were also in contact with Harley, she started screaming at Harley, saying, "Don't say anything. Tell me what an attorney. Don't talk to him." Those type of statements. And we were trying to tell her we just need to get the phone.
So she was there.
After obtaining the phone from Harley Hunt and securing Ms. Stauch, what did you do after that?
At that point, we had moved Harley because Harley started crying and she was fairly hysterical as well. But actually before that, I talked to the defendant and I told her she needed to calm down. She's screaming. We're in a public parking lot. She's committing criminal acts and she doesn't need to get herself in trouble. So just to relax and calm down, and she did. Once I had that short conversation with her, she stopped yelling. And then we had moved Harley to the back of one of our patrol vehicles. We didn't close the door. We left the door open. And I just had a quick conversation with Harley to calm her down because she was crying and she was fairly hysterical.
Okay. And were you able to calm her down?
Yeah. I told her, hey, here's the deal. We needed to get the phone. I don't know what your mom just did, but we're fine now, and we're going to let you guys go. So.
And to be clear, up until that point, the defendant was not arrested. She was not. She didn't have any criminal summons or anything like that you provided to her, correct?
No. We find out exactly what the circumstances were behind the unusual reaction of me just trying to get car keys. Given the scope of the investigation and its infancy, we didn't know if there was something more that we didn't know until we knew. So once we calmed everything down, got everyone calm, we released them because we accomplished what we needed to do, which was to execute the 2 warrants.
And after obtaining the cellular telephone, is that telephone then made available or accessible in evidence for other law enforcement officers with access to?
It was given. We had multiple detectives from majors there from the sheriff's office, and it was given to them.
He was just the errand boy. Can't believe you walk backwards.
About your training experience for things that you
What'd you say?
I said, I can't believe she walked backwards and threw the keys. Is she 5 years old?
Started stomping and rolling on the ground. You can't have them. It's mine.
Reminds me of Diane Downs. She said,
Oh my
I threw
God.
the keys so I couldn't get them.
She's like a 2-year-old. You're right.
You've observed over your career as a law enforcement officer, as it relates to this specific interaction with the defendant. Would you describe whether or not she was suffering a mental crisis, mental disease, or defect at that time?
So to get in, I've been a deputy for 19 years. I've had a lot of interactions, arrested a lot of people, and in terms of surveillance and a lot of that, when people are surprised by law enforcement, we've heard the term fight or flight. So people have to make two decisions when police tell them to do something. Number one, am I going to do it?
Yeah.
And if their answer is yes, we're done. If their answer is no, the second decision they need to make is, well, what am I going to do? Am I going to run or am I going to fight? And so those decisions have to be made. And in this particular interaction, based on the totality of hiding in the vehicle, taking steps to be covert, those are overt acts. Those aren't, subversive acts. And between that and then what we refer to as target glancing, which means when a person wants to run from us, or let's say they have a gun on them or whatever, a lot of times they'll actually look to see, they'll forecast where they're going to run, because they'll be looking around, they're trying to find what their avenue of escape, and that's what they're going to do. Same thing if they have like a weapon on them, a lot of times they'll be touching it, or if they have a knife, we actually train that we see these things, and I've experienced those things through my 19-year career. So I saw the target glancing, and it was pretty evident when she was backing up and then started turning around that she was going to run. And I think that in my mind, those were conscious decisions that were made.
Okay. But specifically as it relates to observing a severe mental disease or defect while you were present on scene observing her, did you observe that?
I did not.
That's the witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination. Thank you. Good afternoon, Sergeant Ganstein. My name is Will Cook, and I represent Ms. Stauch. I'm going to ask you a few questions. This encounter with Ms. Stauch and Harley Hunt, her daughter, took place on January 30th, 2020. That's correct? Okay. Had you ever seen Ms. Stauch in person before seeing her at this residence where you, I guess, were staking it out or had it under surveillance?
I'd seen photos of her.
Photos? Okay. And is that how you recognized her when she came out of this house and got into the car with Harley?
Yes, when we do operations, we have briefing plans where we go over photos and all other stuff.
Okay. Had you seen photos of Harley?
I can't recall.
Okay. And you've testified that it seemed like she was acting suspiciously, ducking down in the back seat of the car. Seemed like she was avoiding detection.
She wasn't in the vehicle consistent with the normal motoring public driving around, yes.
Okay. But you said it seemed like she was avoiding detection or specifically contacts with law enforcement.
That was my impression, yes.
Okay. So the person driving her around while she's doing this is also helping her to avoid detection or contact with law enforcement.
I can't speak to her intentions. I can only speak to my observations. My observations of her and her driving was not consistent with somebody that's actively trying to evade surveillance.
What would evading surveillance be?
When we follow individuals, drivers specifically, that feel that they're being followed by law enforcement, there's a number of countermeasures essentially that people will take. They'll make U-turns, run red lights, go down one-way streets, or go down to cul-de-sacs and turn around to see if anybody's following them, randomly pull over. in our training or experience, it's pretty apparent when somebody's doing that, and I didn't see that here.
And that's what drivers will do to avoid contact or be followed.
Yeah, if there's multiple people in the vehicle, the only one that can make those decisions to do that would be the driver.
Welcome to the break.
They're the only ones in control of the vehicle.
Was Latecia Stauch on January 30th, when you had your interaction with her, was she a person of interest or a suspect in the death of Gannon Stauch? Stauch, sorry.
I wouldn't, in my limited observation, because I wasn't part of the investigations division, it was relayed to me that there was concerns and she was potentially a person of interest. I never actually heard the term that she would be a quote suspect.
And when you were following them, did you know the driver of the vehicle at that time was Harley Hunt?
I had a high probability it was, based on the information I received last night and who was in the vehicle, and the vehicle was Harley's vehicle.
So you had gotten information that she was possibly staying at this residence with her daughter.
Yeah, we had a surveillance operation the day before, and I was monitoring that operation the entire night.
Okay. Do you have your body camera on? I see right here in the courtroom, you've got your body camera. It looks like the big cell phone.
At that time, no, I worked in undercover capacity, and undercover officers don't carry body worn generally.
So you had no body worn camera?
I did not.
Did any of the other deputies or law enforcement officers at the marshals?
Anybody that was on my team would not have had one. This was 3 years ago. Obviously, there's been legislative changes since then that have changed who has to carry them. It was not normal at that time for our investigations people to carry them either when doing contacts, because they weren't specifically required like they are now.
Okay. Was Harley Hunt, since you knew her, she was at the residence, she was Miss Stauch's daughter, was she a person of interest in this investigation into the missing, I guess at this time he was a missing person, but later death of Gannon Stauch?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
And have you ever been qualified as an expert diagnosing any of the diseases, mental health diseases from the DSM-4 or 5?
I've not been qualified as an expert in that, no.
Okay. And you've never gone to school for or gotten any sort of degrees in psychology or psychiatry or anything? You've never been called as an expert witness to testify as to that?
I've never been called as an expert witness, no.
Okay. Just a second, Your Honor. All I have. Thank you, Sergeant.
Thank you. Redirect.
Yeah.
Rookiana?
Yes. Sergeant, as part of a unit conducting surveillance, why would it not be feasible to wear a body-worn camera?
Well, number one, we're in an undercover capacity. We don't want other people to see. Basically, I don't want anyone to know my detectives and who they are, what they look like, or anything else. Certainly, body-worn camera evidence is discoverable, and that could potentially put my detectives' lives in danger that are working significant undercover operations involving criminal. We purposely hide our detectives' identity to the point to where they have different names and everything.
In terms of how obvious it would be to have a camera in the center of your chest, would that also be an issue as well?
Well, if we were wearing a camera, it would probably burn us, if you want to call it that. I think people would realize we were the police really quickly, and majority of our job is done behind the scenes, and people don't know that we're there. So.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Right. Do any of the jurors have any questions for
I think she
Sergeant
did put some of her hair back. Oh my goodness, she heard you.
Thank you. Prosecuting next witness, please.
My question. Could you wake up Latecia? Can you pinch Latecia so she can have an emotion?
Amanda McDonald has been going off all morning about how Latecia needs to pull her hair back. And look at this, she's pulled her hair back now. I think she's reading the comments.
Huh?
Let's see who's next.
Dr. Kelly, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please. Given this man will be the truth, the whole truth.
I want to hear from Harley.
Is this Harley?
I'm Dr. Leon Kelly, Leonkelly.
What is your occupation?
I am the El Paso County Coroner and Chief Medical Examiner.
Oh,
This is going to be bad.
this is gonna hurt, guys. Just warning you.
Since
This is the coroner.
as the Deputy
If anyone
Chief,
needs to step away, now would be the time.
as the Coroner and Chief Medical Examiner, and then I was reelected in 2022.
Can you tell the jury about your education that allows you to do that job?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Biology from Indiana University. I have a medical degree from Indiana University School of Medicine. Following that, I completed 4 years in training in anatomic and clinical pathology at Penrose St. Francis here in Colorado Springs. And then following that, I completed a 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology at the University of Texas in Dallas. So I'm board certified in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology. And I'm a fully licensed physician in Colorado.
Jeez Louise.
Do you also have certifications?
There you go.
How much do you
Can you
make?
tell the jury about that, please?
I'm board certified in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
His job.
Any professional memberships?
Yes, I'm a member of the National Association of Medical Examiners, the College of American Pathologists, and the American Society of Clinical Pathology.
What about publications? Have you published any journals or anything like that as it relates to pathology or any of your job duties?
I have. We've published papers, posters as well on various types of deaths in forensic setting.
Have you ever testified as a court qualified expert witness?
I have.
In what areas?
Forensic pathology, strangulation, many forensic sciences.
Strangulation.
What courts have you testified as an expert in?
Interesting.
Multiple courts in Colorado, including Paso County, as well as courts in South Dakota, California, Ohio, Texas.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
At this time, I would move to have Dr. Kelly qualified as an expert in forensic pathology.
Objection. The witness will be so qualified.
And just so we're all on the same page, Doctor, when we say the word pathology, what do we mean on that?
Pathology is a field of medicine defined essentially as the study of disease or injury.
And then what about forensic pathology?
Forensic pathology is a subset of pathology that deals specifically with deaths that occur in individuals suddenly, unexpectedly, or of anything non-natural. And so it's a field focused specifically on determining cause and manner of death in individuals who died under those suspicious or injurious circumstances.
Doctor, back in January of 2020, what was your role then as far as, I guess just what was your role back then?
January 2020, I was the elected coroner and chief medical examiner for El Paso County.
Did you get involved in the criminal investigation of the Gannon Stauch murder?
I did.
Can you tell the jury how that happened? How you got involved in that?
There were human remains discovered in Florida. There was a tentative identification as to who that individual was, but not a positive scientific identification. To date, when I became involved, they weren't yet able to definitively identify the individual as Gannon Stauch. And so I was contacted by our local district attorney's office and asked if I could help identify him. And so the medical examiner's office there in Florida had yet to be able to accomplish that. And I've had good luck and experience in identifying individuals who had been deceased for a long time. So I said, yes, let's bring the remains, or at least portion of the remains, to El Paso County, and we will do our best to identify him.
What were complicating factors leading to this difficulty that you just described to get a DNA confirmation?
The remains had advanced decomposition, so the body had begun to break down. To make scientific identification, generally we talk about two things. Dental, which is you look at the teeth, you x-ray them, and then you have to have radiographs or x-rays from that individual that you think it is at a dentist that they went to when they were alive. The other way to identify individuals is through DNA. As the body breaks down, the cells that have the DNA, the material that we need to identify, begins to dissolve. And it becomes very difficult to use traditional DNA techniques to get enough of that material that's still intact to identify them. And so living in the mountains, in a place where people often go missing or not found for sometimes many years, we've grown skilled in being able to identify individuals who have that degree of decomposition or skeletonization.
What items did you receive from Florida to do the analysis that you did?
So for the forensic odontology examination, we received teeth and dental material. And then for the DNA, we received a femur, one of the leg bones, the upper portion of the leg bone.
Tell the jury what you did to potentially find a sample that would be suitable for developing a DNA profile.
And so for the DNA, what we did was essentially take the femur, which is sort of the large ball that lives up in the hip. It's relatively protected. It'd be one of the last things to be exposed to the environment. And that femoral head, the ball part that goes into the socket that's the hip, contains a large amount of bone and blood at its center, essentially bone marrow. And so we saw it in half, separating the two parts of the ball, and inside there is large amounts, I said, of we call trabecular bone that contains the bone marrow that replenishes the white blood cells in the body. And so we sawed it in half, which revealed the inner marrow and a fresher state of cells, and then essentially release that to the DNA lab, who then could scoop out that marrow and then look for DNA.
And when you say you submit that to the DNA lab, is that the Metro Crime Lab?
It is.
Did you ever learn whether they were able to develop a DNA profile from that sample you submitted?
I was told that they did.
Did you learn who they identified that DNA sample to?
The DNA was positively identified as Gannon Stauch.
Okay. Thank you, doctor.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Dr. Kelly, good afternoon. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm fine. Thank you. When you do autopsies, you've done hundreds of them, if not thousands of them over your career, correct?
Correct.
Right. When you have a human body that is deceased, it will start smelling. For lack of a better term, it'll start emitting a bad smell, putrid smell, whatever you want to call it. But that's one of the hallmarks of death is a bad smell.
Yeah, as the body breaks down, the bacteria that live in our body begin to consume the body. One of the byproducts of their metabolism is gas that smells poorly. So once decomposition begins, yes, human remains, as do all organic remains, including other animals, begins to smell quite poorly.
How, and I know it depends on temperature, humidity, and a lot of other factors, but if you could just discuss when a person dies, a human being dies, how long does it take for this poor smell to begin?
So the breakdown of the body after death is driven almost entirely by temperature. Humans are like any other organism that dies. If you have a steak in your fridge or your freezer, it'll last for weeks, months, many years without smelling. You leave that same steak out on a hot day in the front of your house in the sun, and it'll start stinking within a couple hours. Humans are no different. And so given normal temperatures, let's say 70 degrees inside a home, usually decomposition begins between about 24 and 48 hours. Usually by about 3 to 5 days, the body is sort of well into the decomposition, and the smell is quite obvious and strong. However, given a very hot environment, bodies begin decomposing within just a few hours.
So inside a home or a building, 70 degrees, climate controlled, or perhaps in a vehicle that's climate controlled at 70 degrees, you're looking at 3 to 5 days before you could really start smelling poorly.
That's correct.
Okay. And when you say start smelling poorly, somebody else in a closed vehicle or in a home, or they would be able to smell it. It would be very apparent.
It would, yes.
Okay. Would it be overpowering?
You're probably talking to the wrong guy for that. It's it's kind of my everyday.
You have a high tolerance for poor smells.
Be careful what you get good at. Yes, I do. But yes, generally someone who's not used to dealing with that smell every day, it's tough. It's tough to deal with. It's essentially overpowering. Yes.
Okay. So a normal human being, it would be overpowered.
That's correct.
I think that's all I have, Doctor. Thank you. Doctor, your ability to withstand these odors notwithstanding, if a person freezes the body, will that delay when that smell becomes heavier?
It will. Yes, freezing a body.
Was there a freezer?
Decomposition, as it does with all meat, and then once removed, it will sometimes several days for bodies that we have that are frozen out.
Does she have a storage unit?
To thaw to the point where you can even autopsy them.
Wait, was there a freezer?
Let me go look. There's something about storage unit. Let me go look.
I have not heard of a freezer. That's interesting that he's asking that, because that would make sense that Harley didn't know, because the body was frozen. It would take, a couple days to defrost and then smell. Wow.
Sometimes 2 to 3 days. So, yeah, a frozen body or a body kept at cool temperatures essentially can last indefinitely without those smells.
And I'm going to ask you some probably very obvious questions here, but just bear with me. Gannon was reported missing in late January of 2020, winter months. If the body had been left outside in those conditions, would that be ripe for freezing that body?
It would.
If it was left overnight, would that be ripe for freezing that body?
It would.
And then if the body is kept in an enclosed container, like a suitcase with blankets in it, would that also potentially limit how quickly that odor escapes from that item?
It would. First, it would insulate the body, allow it to stay cooler longer. And then also any closed environment helps prevent that smell from emanating out, from flies getting to it, which aids in decomposition. So yeah, it would reduce the smell dramatically.
When your office responds out to crime scenes to retrieve a dead body from a crime scene, do you wrap them in, or do your folks wrap them in a body bag?
They do.
Is that to contain fluids and those sorts of things and even potentially smell?
Evidence, fluid, smells, yes.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Dr. Kelly? Looks like we have one. Just pass it forward. And Mr. Allen, if you would retrieve that council approach, please.
I'm interested to see if he says that. They didn't ask that direct question, so is that another witness that's going to testify? No?
Okay. Hang on. There are a couple of reports about her connected to an actual storage unit.
Dr. Kelly, what impact does humidity have?
I'll keep looking.
Oh, this is a good question.
So humidity, meaning the moisture in the air, would result in decomposition likely and potentially happening at a slightly increased rate. Probably not dramatically, not enough to alter the time course that I talked about. What it does do is alter dramatically the type of decomposition that's going to happen. And so in a state like Florida and the Gulf Coast, where you have high temperatures, lots of moisture in the air and the environment, the body tends to decompose in a way that's sort of very, very, very wet. And it goes through a process which we call adipocere, which is the bacteria and the things that live in a moist environment are very different than a dry environment. And so those bodies do tend to smell even worse, if you can imagine, than other conditions. Here in the West, where we live, bodies go through a different state. They start out, you see, in wet initially because there's fluid in the body, but then it relatively quickly turns towards a mummification, which is a drying out, a leathering of the body, which does tend to keep the smell down quite a bit. The first, few weeks of the decomposition, there's not going to be a measurable difference. It's really after that point where they'll go these two different directions.
I will allow reasonable follow-up as to that question only, Mr. Allen.
Only for purposes of our record, can you spell adipocyte for the court reporter?
Yes, adipocyte is ADIPOCER.
Got it. Right. Mr. Cook. Right. Thank you, Dr. Kelly.
Thank you, Anna.
Watch your step. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Okay, here's what I have. Apparently after this day, there's a whole lot of speculation because people are saying that there was a storage unit. Now, there was a storage unit in the house, and that is where the suitcases were kept. But when I asked about a storage unit, what I meant was a storage unit she could keep a freezer in, because he would have to have been put in a freezer, like one of the, not a stand-up freezer, but one of the, what are they called?
Or like a deep freezer, meat freezer,
deep freezer. Yeah, so a deep freezer, right? But I didn't find anything online saying that she had one. Just that because of this trial, everyone is assuming that she did have one now because of what they just brought out.
Right.
It makes it sound like she did freeze him, and if she had frozen him, Harley would not smell the body.
Right, right. And there's a lot of talk in the comments about like snow and snow banks. Maybe she just put them outside somewhere.
Right, and it is incredibly dry there. He's correct. So once the body went through the wet stage and shedding off the adipocere, which is the fat, once it shed that off, it would dry and mummify. Just like the cult leader Love Has Won, when Amy Carlson, when she died, she basically mummified because it is so dry out there. So then she would basically have a mummified body in a suitcase.
With no, well, some smell, but enclosed because of the blankets and pillow and.
It was what it happened on January 27th, and she was there on February 3rd and 4th. Is that right? So you're looking at what, 2 weeks, almost 3 weeks. So if she had him somewhere and kept Harley away from that place, it is possible that he went through decomp that she didn't smell. And no, Alicia, he was a coroner/chief medical examiner.
Yeah.
And no, Aaron, the Colorado does not have the death penalty anymore.
The death penalty is so much more of a so much more of a difficult. Anyways, I'm mixing up my words, but anyways, the death penalty is harder for the prosecutor.
Yes.
So I'm almost glad it is the way it is, especially with her narcissistic, with her narcissistic behaviors, that it's going to be torture for her to be locked in there and having to listen to everybody, these guards tell her what to do when she eats, when she goes outside.
Yep.
I think
she'll end up in solitaire 24/7 because she's not going to be able to follow the rules. Right. And that's basically their new thing. It is an adult prison. You go there, and if you don't follow the rules, you lose all your privileges, and you go to solitaire and you stay there. So you don't have, letter, pen and paper. You don't have access to books. You don't have access to movies or television. You have nothing. You sit in a cell and you do nothing and you think nothing and
Yeah.
So maybe it's better.
She definitely wasn't insane before, but this is going to drive her insane.
You're very well right. Bring it on.
Bring it on. She deserves it. 100%.
Full truth and nothing but the truth. Go ahead and have a seat. Witness stand.
Okay,
please.
I'm ready.
Step into the stand.
Good afternoon, Ms. Williams. Sorry, Your Honor.
That's all right.
Would you state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Marissa Williams.
And where are you currently employed?
I'm employed with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
For approximately 11 years.
And in 2020, what was the nature of your roles and responsibility with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
I was assigned to the investigations division as a detective.
And as it relates to your work, in this case, fair to say that you were the jack of all trades?
Yes, although primarily handled the financial responsibilities.
Okay. In terms of obtaining financial responsibilities, can you explain what you mean by that?
Yes. I initially took interest in, I guess, tracking the financial records of the Stauches to determine what type of activity they had been taking part in during the time that Gannon went missing.
And so as part of that, would you have been involved in applications for search warrants, things like that?
That's correct.
Did you also have observations of other law enforcement officers collecting evidence, for example?
Yes, ma'am. There were other officers and investigators, both at the DA's office and the FBI, assisting the El Paso County Sheriff's Office in collecting the type of records I was collecting as well.
Okay. Dan, I'll direct your attention to January 28th of 2020. Were you on duty that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you present for an interview, or at least a portion of an interview that occurred that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Where was that?
The interview was at the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. I observed Detective Mark Riley interviewing Eugene Al Stauch.
Okay. And for other interviews that may have been conducted with Latecia Stauch, were you present for any of those?
I was present, but I did not observe the full interviews.
I will direct your attention to observations of Latecia Stauch. Did you see her in person?
Yes, I did meet her in person.
Okay. And is there a particular date you recall seeing her in person?
Yes, it was Wednesday, January 29th at the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And on that date, can you generally describe her demeanor? How would you describe her demeanor?
She was evasive with questions. She was, I would say, upset, but not in the same way that you would expect with a parent that's missing a child.
Sustained objection on a different ground. I think she needs to lay a little bit more foundation as to her experience regarding contacts with parents.
She does. Yes, Kate. Marie Foster, you're right.
And under People versus Frower, 373 Pacific 3rd, 672 Colorado Appellate 2015, I don't think that the Stewart standard regarding accident reconstructionist applies. This doesn't involve specialized training. This does involve her experience regarding contacts with other individuals who may have been similarly situated. The objections over.
That should help you, Erica.
In terms of your experience in law enforcement over the years, have you had contact with a variety of suspects, a person of interest, that sort of thing?
Yes, I have, probably hundreds.
Have you been exposed to parents of missing children as well?
Yes.
Parents of runaways?
Yes.
And in terms of your training experience, specifically as it relates to being around parents of missing children, how would you describe the defendant's demeanor on January 29th of 2020?
Does anybody know what her title is?
Parents of missing children or runaways comes from having worked on patrol during the years of 2014 through 2018. And most parents are primarily concerned with doing something to track down their child, such as contacting friends, going out and searching for their child, or providing any type of evidence that would assist law enforcement in doing the same. But Ms. Stauch, on the other hand, was bothered by the fact that she had to come in and talk with law enforcement, and was more concerned about her well-being than her missing sons.
Narcissist.
In terms of being present on scene, and again, based on your training experience as it relates to your role as a detective, but also as on patrol, did it appear to you at that time that she was experiencing a severe mental disease, defect, or crisis?
This testimony in general as to these officers that they lack the proper foundation with this. I'm going to specifically refer the court to People v. Medina, all around Supreme Court, 521 P2E 1257, Colorado Supreme Court 1974.
Right. Ms. Graziano.
For the reasons that we've had prior law enforcement officers explain their training experience and their observations while on patrol or other investigations, she's laid sufficient foundation to testify to that answer.
And Your Honor, deemed specifically guilty law enforcement officer that said that limited interaction perhaps they've had, if not the physical rate that they need.
All right. Any further record? All right, ladies and gentlemen, here's what's going on. This officer cannot testify about whether or not someone has a mental disease or defect in the form or in the same fashion the psychiatrist would be able to testify as to whether or not somebody has a mental disease or defect. However, I do think that this officer can testify based upon her context with a defendant as to how she interpreted the defendant's mental status. I think that's a common issue that we all deal with. Some people are, when we talk with somebody, we all understand that someone may be under some stress, someone may be acting differently, those sorts of things. I think that this officer can testify about that. However, this officer cannot testify about whether or not she has a specific mental defect or disease, and it will go to weight, not admissibility. Ms. Gratia.
In terms of understanding conversations that were occurring that day, how would you describe how the defendant answered questions?
I think she answered questions competently. She understood the questions that were being asked. There was no indication that she did not understand the questions or failed to understand the language that was being spoken.
At any point, did she refer to herself or address anyone by a different name, referring to herself?
Not that I recall.
And in terms of her overall awareness of the situation, how would you describe that on January 29th of 2020? How would you describe her demeanor? Awareness as,
how to answer.
Yeah. Awareness as to where she was, what was being done, what she was being asked, etc.
I think she fully understood the gravity of the situation because the El Paso County Sheriff's Office had asked her many times to come in for an interview and to assist in providing some evidence about the location of her stepson's whereabouts.
Who are you testifying there?
In terms of other documents that you assisted in retrieving from other law enforcement members, were you part of retrieving rental agreement from Avis Rental? Does that sound familiar to you?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Okay, and who did you assist in that process, if you did?
No, I was the one who collected the Avis budget rental records in March, on March 20th, I believe.
You're under permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 232.
Okay, go ahead.
To familiarize yourself with People's Exhibit 232.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize it?
Yes, ma'am. This is a different rental record than the one that I had referred to as collecting in March.
Okay. And when you talk about, you testified as to having contact with Avis, who in particular did you have contact with at Avis? Would have been a manager or somebody at the counter?
I don't recall the name of the person for this particular record. I recall for the other one, but not for this one. Okay. May I refer to my report?
You can. That would refresh your recollection.
Yes, ma'am.
And in terms of a specific name, I'm not asking you for a specific name, but just what representative from Avis you had contact with.
Sure.
She rented a couple cars, either 2 or 3.
She had the Kia Rio. Then she had the Altima. Was there a third one?
Maybe not. Maybe there was 2.
Maybe there's another one. I don't know. Or did they arrest her when she had the Kia, when she had the Altima? I don't know. Can't remember.
I think I remember them saying it was the Altima.
And it may be helpful just to explain to the jury just the general process of retrieving, for example, a document from a business. How do you go about doing that? That just might be helpful to start.
So yes, the process for collecting evidence from rental car business such as Avis is that I issue a court order or a search warrant addressed to the company in the first place, and then have a judge review the probable cause in the affidavit. And once the judge has signed off on it, I serve it either in person or via some electronic delivery method that's preferred by the company. In this particular case, I did serve the warrant in person because the business was local. The Avis budget rental was at the Colorado Springs airport. And to retrieve documents referring to a rental agreement, did you respond to that location? I did. And was a representative able to provide you with documentation? Yes, ma'am. They provided the rental agreement that showed the signed agreement. It had been signed by Latecia Stauch, and I believe it was signed on Tuesday, January 28th, for a.
It was
for a white Kia Rio 4-door sedan.
So that was 2 days after Sunday. We assume Sunday was the day.
Returned to the same location.
Right.
And,
everything
and to be
happened.
clear,
And that was when Al came
retrieving
back.
a rental agreement, but are you retrieving documents that come with that rental agreement from that company? Yes, ma'am. Such as Exhibit 232? Yes, ma'am. So can you explain how you recognize what 232 generally is? I recognize it because I've seen it before during the time I collected it. Okay. And because you've seen it before, would you say it's a fair and accurate representation of the rental agreement documents you retrieved from the Avis representative that day? Yes, ma'am. Your Honor, at this time, we would move for the admission of People's Exhibit 232.
Mr. Tellini, Exhibit 232 will be admitted. Go ahead. Okay.
In terms of other work in this case, you explained that you collected various financial documents. Did you also have an opportunity to review those financial documents? Most of them I did, yes. And overall, were you able to, along with other law enforcement members, able to track movements or charges, if you will, of the defendant through those financial documents? Yes. Your Honor, we'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination. Do any of the jurors have any questions for Detective Williams? No. Well, hold on.
Okay, so we.
Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Are we passing or not passing?
Your Honor, just pursuant to the stipulations that we've already put on the record that have to deal with USAA records and American Express records, we've already asked for that stipulation to be put on the record.
And it has been, and I assume that this relates to some of that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Do any of the jurors have any questions for Detective Williams? All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
And Your Honor, for the purposes of the record, we are admitting People's Exhibit 231, which relates to that stipulation.
Okay. Are you doing that just as part of are you going to have a witness with that, or are you just admitting the exhibit?
We're just admitting the exhibit.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what we're talking about here is that the parties have reached stipulations regarding various different exhibits. And one of the exhibits is Exhibit 231, right? Exhibit 231, which is referred to as a disc of American Express records. There won't be a witness with that. It will just be records that will be admitted as an exhibit for you to consider that has records from American Express.
Thank you.
The parties have admitted or have agreed that the exhibit can be admitted without further evidentiary foundation or testimony. So Exhibit 231 is admitted. Prosecution coming next witness. Okay. Now's a good time to take points. Be locked. There shouldn't be anybody in here.
I'm sure we'll leave some things in here. Yeah.
Okay, but I know you guys did a really good job of cleaning stuff out of here Wednesday night. So, but it's up to you.
Okay.
So we're good to leave.
Yeah. Yep. You can leave. Yeah, because there won't be anybody here. All rise for the jury, please. We'll recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Latecia Stauch, record should replace. Ms. Sanchez, if you would raise your right hand, please. You swear affirm the testimony about to give this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but
Sanchez,
the truth.
who's
Go ahead and have a seat
that?
in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Sure face, sure face, sure face.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Will you please introduce yourself to our jurors and spell your first and last name for the records?
Yes, my name is Janine Sanchez, JANINESANCHEZ.
Ms. Sanchez, I want to just do some preliminary stuff with you. You live here in Colorado Springs?
Yes.
And I'm going to talk specifically about January of 2020, so 3 years ago.
Who is she?
Where were you living back in January of 2020?
In Larson Ranch.
Were you familiar with a young lady by the name of Harley Hunt?
Yes.
How did you know Miss Harley Hunt?
So we worked together at Massage Envy, and then we'd occasionally go to Bible study together.
Are you similar in age with her?
I'm about a couple years older than her.
Okay. And you said you worked at Massage Envy. Did you both share the same type of job, or did you have different jobs at that employer?
We were both receptionists.
Would you see each other often at work?
I would say, depending on the shift, yes.
Okay. And then you mentioned that you would sometimes go to Bible studies together. Did you ever hang out any other times outside of work besides those types of gatherings? Okay. Did you have each other's phone numbers?
Yes.
Sometimes text with each other?
Yes.
Would that include jokes, memes, TikToks, that kind of thing?
Yes, we would send TikToks to each other.
TikTok is quite controversial these days, isn't it?
Yes.
How would you describe Harley's demeanor?
She was very nice.
Was she social or was she shy?
She was both. She was shy at first, and then once you got to know her, she was more social.
Would you say she had a positive personality or a negative personality?
Positive.
Bubbly or angry?
Bubbly.
Okay. Was she nice to people or mean to people?
She was nice.
And then how would she interact with customers that would come into Massage Envy?
She was really nice to them.
Was she professional also?
Yes.
Had you ever been over to her house?
No.
Prior to a specific time that we're going to get to in just a moment, did you ever have an occasion to meet any of her family members?
No.
At some point, did you become aware that her younger brother was missing?
Yes.
I'm not asking you for what was said, but did you actually get a text from Harley regarding that specific incident?
Yes.
Do you remember working with her on Wednesday, January 29th?
It was a long time ago, so I don't remember exact dates.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to help you orient yourself, and it makes perfect sense. It's over 3 years ago. We've had previous testimony that Gannon went missing on January 27th, which was a Monday. And then...
I don't know, Kate. That's funny, though.
Do you remember talking about the last time you might have...
What'd you say?
Kate asked, I wonder if they know that we can hear them whispering.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. With Harley, that detective.
Yes.
Okay. And if I showed you that report, would that help you remember what day that was you were referencing last seeing Harley?
Yes.
Okay.
They're covering all their bases. I love it.
Yeah. I think they're actually going to have somebody from fakepolygraph.com on here. They're going to bring everybody in.
Right. Oh my God, that's going to be
hilarious. Right?
Oh my God, so funny.
These reports. I want you to look at this last paragraph on the page and read through it and then tell me
this.
That paragraph is.
If it's going too fast, just
Did that refresh your memory?
let me know.
Yes.
What day was that?
The 29th.
Was that Wednesday, January 29th?
Yes.
It was, again, not asking you for any statements that to you, but what was Harley's demeanor like on that day?
She was a little frantic, just not her usual self.
Do you remember telling the detective whether she was crying or not?
Yes.
And was she crying in your memory?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, were you with Harley and picked up Harley's mother from the hospital?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that. Again, whose car were you in?
We were in Harley's car.
Who was driving that vehicle?
Harley.
And what seat were you sitting in?
I was on the front seat.
What hospital did you go to pick up her mother?
I'm not sure the name, but it's somewhere around here in the downtown Spring area.
Memorial Hospital, does that sound correct?
I'm not sure.
That's okay. So, but you're just remembering it as a downtown hospital somewhere fairly close to where we are now?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe as your car with
Sorry, I called him Alvin.
Harley, how she was acting then? Was she still acting like she was crying or upset?
No.
How was she acting now?
Just normal.
Okay. Do you remember talking to the detective about how she was acting?
In the car?
Yes, while you're in the car with her at the hospital?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember the Harley's mother getting into the car with you?
Yes.
Did Harley's demeanor change when her mother got into the car with you all?
No.
Okay. Do you remember talking to the detective about her, about Harley acting timid and overwhelmed at that time?
Yes.
Was that different than when she was crying earlier?
Yes, she had kind of calmed down a bit in the car versus earlier when she was crying.
Okay. When Harley's mother got into the car, I may have already asked you this, so if I did, I apologize. Where did she get into the car?
In the back seat.
Okay. So did that mean that Harley's still driving, you're in the front passenger seat, and mother is in the back seat?
Yes.
Was she sitting behind you or behind Harley?
In the middle.
In the middle, okay. Do you remember telling the detective anything about whether Harley was quieter or louder than normal during this car ride from the hospital to your house?
We definitely weren't talking for the car ride. It was more just quiet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you remember telling the detective that Harley was quieter than normal?
Yes.
Okay.
Did this woman work a place where
And
they
I
give
think I've already asked you this in an implied way, but this time that you're now seeing Harley's mother, had you ever seen her before?
No.
Do you see her here in the courtroom?
Yes.
Will you please point her out and describe what she's wearing?
Yes. Pink shirt right in the corner over here.
And you're using your right hand to point over to my left over here?
Yes.
All right, ask to the record reflect that she's identified the defendant.
Record will so reflect. Go ahead.
How would you describe the defendant's demeanor reaction when she got in the car?
What do you mean by that?
Well, how was she acting?
It was my first time meeting her, so I can't really describe how else she would be acting, but I'd say normal.
Okay.
Yeah.
So not doing anything out of the ordinary?
No.
Okay. Do you remember her making any statements to you or just to anybody while she was in the car?
No.
Do you remember talking to the detective about her getting into the car?
Yes.
Do you remember telling the detective that the defendant apologized for having to stay at your house?
Yes.
Do you remember talking to the detective about the defendant's demeanor in the car?
No.
How she's acting?
No.
Okay. You don't remember that at all? Do you remember telling the detective that the defendant was acting weird?
No.
Okay. Do you remember a specific statement that the defendant made to you when she got into the car?
Yes, I do remember that one statement.
And what was that one statement?
Just jokingly how she was joking about saying, basically, hope you don't think we're a bunch of murderers.
So the defendant said that to you?
Yes.
Did you find that to be
Yes. But other than that, the demeanor wasn't weird, just that one statement.
Okay. So she wasn't acting like she was losing her mind or anything like that?
No.
Do you remember whether the defendant started using Harley's her cell phone?
Yes.
Tell the jury what you remember about that.
I was in the front passenger seat, and her mom was in the back seat. Harley's mom was in the back seat, and I remember her taking her phone, like Harley's phone, to the back and kind of texting people. I'm not sure who.
So what you remember is that Harley had her phone in the front seat?
Yes.
And then the defendant, did she reach up and take the phone from the front seat?
Yes.
And how did you know that she was texting using Harley's phone?
Because I was there when she took Harley's phone in the back.
Okay. I guess, could you hear the keyboard clicks or anything like that? Or how did you know that she was sending texts?
She made a remark saying, "Wait, can I see your phone real quick?"
Okay. She being the defendant. Maybe.
Yes.
Okay. Did you get a text from Harley's phone while the defendant had Harley's phone?
Yes.
Did that seem odd to you?
Very.
Why was that odd?
Because we were all in the car together, so there's really no point to be texting when we were all there.
And what did that text say, if you remember?
I'm not sure exact wording, but basically if her mom could stay as well.
Did that seem to you to be then that it was almost like Harley was asking you if her mom could stay with you at your house? That's kind of a confusing question.
Yeah. More that Harley had originally asked to stay over, and then later on asked if her mom could stay as well.
Okay, but really it was her mom asking on her own, using Harley's phone, if she could stay.
Yes.
Does that seem weird to you since you're sitting right there and it could have been verbally said as opposed to texted?
Yes.
Do you remember a particular time when the defendant said something about turning off location services?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
It's been a while, but I remember that they had turned off Harley's location service, basically on her phone.
Okay, so let's dive into that just a little bit more. Is this while the defendant has Harley's phone?
I do not remember.
Okay. What does location services mean to you?
Just basically seeing where someone's at based off of Google Maps.
Okay. Do you remember the defendant making these statements while holding Harley's phone that she was turning off Harley's cell phone location services?
I do not.
Okay. If I show you a report, would that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
I completely agree, Alvin. There's like a trickle event that happens that just spreads out. So many people. The people that found his body, the examiners, the family. This poor girl, one day she's going to Bible study with her friend, and then all of a sudden, can you please have me and my mom stay with you?
Yes.
What?
We're definitely not murderers, though.
So do you remember the defendant making a comment about turning off location services?
Yes.
What did the defendant say about that?
Just that she was turning off her location on her phone.
On Harley's phone?
Yes.
And do you remember her saying because she had to?
Yes.
And then what did the defendant do with Harley's phone after that?
After turning off the location?
Yes.
I believe she still had her phone.
Okay. Do you remember telling the detective that she then passed the phone back to Harley?
I do not remember.
Okay.
Sorry.
If I show you the report again when that refers?
Yes.
Okay. And I know this has been a long time, so don't worry about it.
Okay.
Did that refresh your memory?
Yes.
So after the defendant turned off Harley's cell phone location services, do you remember the defendant passing Harley's phone back to Harley?
Yes.
So this girl just worked with Harley, right? Is that right, Jim?
What'd you say?
She just worked with Harley, right? Go.
Yeah, she's a co-worker, and they went to Bible study together, so they were kind of friends. It sounds like they didn't really like go grab coffee together or, socialize outside.
She's like, can I spend the night?
Yeah, can I spend the night? And then all of a sudden it becomes, can me and my mom spend the night? And she's probably just sitting there like, this woman just told me she's not a murderer.
And she says to her, we're definitely not murderers, right?
Yeah, we're definitely not. You want to spend the night? Did they spend the night? Oh, I want to know. Yeah. They probably did. She seems like a sweetheart. I'm pretty sure she was. Yeah.
She reminds me of Chandler Halderson's girlfriend. She was so pretty too.
Right. And such a victim in something that, oh my gosh.
Do you remember while you were still at the hospital,
Yes.
what did she say about that?
She was just kind of talking about how they thought they had found evidence on her.
And then also, did she mention finding evidence at the house? Do you remember that?
I do not.
Okay, if I show you the report again,
yes.
Fresh memory? Okay. You just get my steps.
Sorry. Yes.
Do you remember the defendant making a mention about there being evidence found at the house?
Yes.
What did she say about that?
Just about like the carpet situation, how there was like a fire with the carpet.
Okay.
The frickin' candle. Oh.
They act like this candle burned the whole carpet in their whole house.
Disgusted over here.
And again, I'm not asking you for any comments from Harley Hunt at this point, but did the defendant ever say anything to you about why her and her daughter wanted to stay at your house?
So Harley was just wanting to stay at my house because she didn't really feel
A friend of
comfortable
Harley,
at her own house.
Cynthia.
I'm not really sure why her mom wanted to stay at my house. With the whole texting thing, that was kind of odd. But we were already at my house, so I just let them both stay.
She did
Was
let him
it
stay.
strange to you that both Harley and her mom were now staying at the house as opposed to just Harley as originally arranged?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Did it make it even more strange that this is also at the time that Harley's young little brother was also missing?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Oh, just a second. How was her behavior, the defendant's behavior, at your house?
Really, we just walked into my house, talked for a little bit, and then I let them get settled in the living room, and then I just went upstairs.
Okay. So you have a 2-story house?
It's technically a 3, but the basement's unfinished.
Okay. So is your bedroom upstairs?
On the 2nd floor.
And then
Technically the 3rd floor.
okay.
Yeah.
And then where did they stay, Harley and her mother?
On the 2nd floor, when you first enter the ground level.
Okay. Did you hear any strange noises the night that they stayed the night there?
No.
Did the defendant do anything out, that didn't make any sense or loud or anything like that?
No.
Did she act as if any other house guest would act while she was there?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Cook, cross-examination.
I don't have any questions for this witness. Thank you.
All right. Do any of the jurors have any questions for Ms. Sanchez? No? Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Watch your step. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
As we call Nicole Mobley.
Ms. Mobley, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, ma'am. Just stay right there. Right there is fine. But right now, you swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step once you step into the stand.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
You're a little nervous, right?
Just a little bit.
It's okay. You're not the only one, okay?
Okay.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name?
Nicole Mobley, Nicole Mobley.
Where are you?
And Miss Mobley, where do you reside?
Morrison Ranch.
May I approach you? I'm going to show you what's been introduced into evidence as People's Exhibit 4. Recognize this bill?
Yeah, it's my neighborhood.
Surveillance video, maybe? She loves her piercings. You go, girl.
We're going to put it on the easel here, and I don't know if you still see it.
Yeah.
And I don't need you to be precise, but can you just point out the general area of where you live, if you can see this?
Oh my God, this could be good. Did Gannon come back?
I'd be over here somewhere.
So for the record, you pointed to Mumford Drive in between Tarbell Drive?
Yeah, I'm on Decker, but the school's
I'm
right
grabbing
here.
my mouse to see if I could scroll over it so I can see what they're pointing at. Ugh.
How long have you lived there?
2 years?
Let me see the map.
3.5, almost 4 years.
So you were living there back in January of 2020?
Yes.
And while you were living in that neighborhood, did you have an occasion to meet someone named Latecia Stauch?
I did.
And tell the jury about how you met her.
So I think the first time I had posted a thing on our neighborhood page, I was looking for clothes for my niece that just moved in with us. And I had got a message from a Harley Hunt, is who I thought I was speaking to. And then they offering some free clothes for us. And when the person actually showed up to my house to drop off those clothes, it was Latecia.
You talked about a neighborhood, how did you describe it? As a Facebook page?
Yeah, we have a lot of neighborhood like Facebook pages that are just for people in the neighborhood. I don't know if I put it on the residence page or like one of the for sale pages, but it's just everybody in the neighborhood.
And I know you're a little nervous that only one of us can talk at a time.
Mm-hmm.
She's typing everything we're saying, believe it or not. And so if you could just wait until I'm done and I'll wait till you're done.
Okay.
We'll do the best we can.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So someone named Harley Hunt responds to your page. Is that what happens?
Yes. I assumed it was Harley Hunt.
And did you then make arrangements for them to come by your house?
Yeah, to come drop them off at my house.
Okay, so tell us about that. Did someone come by your house?
Yes, Latecia came by my house.
And what happened when she came to your house?
She knocked on the door. Initially, she was just supposed to leave them on the porch, but I ended up being at home. She knocked on the door. I opened it. She handed me the clothes, and we had a conversation.
And do you see Latecia Stauch?
Be right back.
Could you point her out and describe what she's wearing?
She's sitting at the end of that desk in a pinkish purple shirt.
Only female seated.
We're good.
May the record reflect identification of Ms. Stauch, subject to cross-examination.
Record will so reflect. Go ahead.
So what happened when the defendant came to your residence?
She came to the door, handed me the clothes, and then we just had a conversation. It was a little weird. I didn't know her. I had never met her before that. And I was kind of off put first because I thought I was meeting a Harley Hunt. And it obviously wasn't, but she didn't introduce herself as to who she was. And it was just kind of weird because I didn't know her and she was kind of just talking to me about life stuff. And like we've been best friends. So it was a little off-putting. But
Do you remember about when this may have happened?
it was right before Christmas, probably December 20-something. It was before Christmas of 2019.
So it would have been December 2019?
Yeah.
Was it the Christmas before you later learned that Gannon went missing?
Yes.
And so, was there anything unusual about this initial contact other than it seemed like she was spilling her guts to you?
No, not really.
Did you have more conversation with her?
I did. She wrote me later on telling me she had forgot a pair of pants. That was just nothing. The next time was a couple days later on Christmas. She had sent me another message.
And what was that message about? Do you recall?
Yeah, she said that she was going on a work trip, that she worked for an airline, and she needed to go to a training, and had asked if my teenage niece wanted to go over and basically watch the house, but also hang out with her teenage daughter.
And so did you learn that she had a teenage daughter when you initially met her at your house in December of 2019?
I kind of put it together, considering she wasn't Harley Hunt, and that's who I was messaging. Like, that was the name of the person I was messaging, and she kept saying my daughter in those messages.
And did you have a teenage daughter?
My niece was a teenager.
And so did the conversation come up back in December 2019 that, hey, maybe your niece and my daughter could get together, that kind of thing?
Yeah, she said that her daughter Harley didn't really have any friends because she didn't go to school here. So she needed somebody to watch her house and help with the dogs. And that it would be maybe a good way for them to kind of hang out too.
And did that ever happen?
Where would the little ones be? Where would Gannon and Landon be? I'm so confused.
I didn't feel comfortable with it because I didn't know her and I wasn't sending my niece to somebody else's house.
And was your niece living with you at that time?
She was, yes.
When was the next time you heard from Ms. Stauch?
The next time I heard from her, or the next time I had any communication?
Well, either. Had you talked to her, let me just ask it this way. Had you talked to her prior to Gannon reporting this?
No.
So it was just...
Not that I recall. I don't think so.
And so, how did you learn that Gannon Stauch, her stepson, went missing?
There was a post on one of those neighborhood pages saying that, I don't remember exactly what it said. It's been a long time. I just remember there was a post that went up saying that her son or stepson didn't return home from a friend's house and basically asking for help if anybody had seen him or could help find him.
And so, prior to seeing that post, had you and the defendant talked about the defendant's family situation, who was living in their house, how many kids, and that kind of thing?
I don't, not that I remember.
You only remember her talking about Harley, the teenage daughter?
I remember when she was at my house that first time, that weird conversation that we kind of had was talking about weird things, just like, I'm trying to remember exactly what it was. No, because that, I do remember. So when she was asking if we would come and stay, or if my niece could come and stay at the house, she had mentioned her husband works nights and is in the Army and is gone a lot. She mentioned Harley because of hanging out with my niece. And then she mentioned, I think it was the little girl, talking about her going to Grand Mountain, but I think that's it. I don't remember hearing anything else.
Is it Landon or Laney?
And when you say talking about weird things, what do you mean?
I just mean I didn't know her, but she kind of talked to me like I knew her. And just being frustrated at home life. It was a very short.
Sorry about that.
I think to me the reason it's weird is because if I don't know someone, I don't usually start talking about things
Look at that. It's Mrs. B.
We're talking about.
So
Hey
we're
there,
like,
She was looking for a friend. Can I please unload all my life problems on you? Interesting.
too much information here.
Yeah, kind of.
Christmas, right?
In the neighborhood, we do.
Would you say?
Can you hear me? Oh, this is before Christmas, right? She just stopped by.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I please talk about my?
He doesn't go missing till January, right?
Right. So
Okay.
she's making plans for this woman's niece to come over and watch the dogs and her teenage daughter. What did she think was going to happen with the two? Was she already planning for them to go back to their mom, maybe, or offing them?
Like Christmas break? Like maybe they're like him and Lana were supposed to go to Landon, maybe?
Maybe.
She was making plans for the Christmas break. Is that what she said?
She was making plans so she could go do training at the airline.
The airline that she didn't have a job at?
Well, that's what I'm wondering. Did she actually get the job, or was she just making up some baloney?
Well, we haven't heard it yet, have we?
No,
porch drop-offs, so you don't usually have to communicate with the person. They drop it off and leave.
Lena,
I'm not a very
Lena.
sociable person.
Thanks,
when
Nancy.
I'm in the comfort of my home, and it was just kind of, thanks, have a great night, kind of thing. Not, I want to stand on the porch in the cold for 20 minutes
and listen to your life problems.
So let's talk about when you see the post about Gannon being missing. What did you do next?
Told my husband, and he just knows how I am. So he was like, do you want to go? Do you want to go help look? So we did. We got dressed in warm clothes and we headed out and went to start looking.
And would this have been on the night of January
That's what I would have done too.
2020?
Oh, no.
Yes.
And approximately what time was it that you went out looking? Do you remember?
I don't remember what time we started. I don't remember.
Was it nighttime out?
It was nighttime.
What was the weather like?
Freezing. I think it started snowing while we were out there because I remember being soaking wet and it was absolutely freezing out.
Are there any plans or any areas that people were looking? I mean, this post that you saw, did you have a game plan on where you were going to go look and things like that?
So there weren't really any plans like communicated with anybody. I think thinking of the age of the boy, it was, let's go look by the school, let's go to any of the parks in the neighborhood, and then let's go look over by the house. And then we have these like ditches that are in the neighborhood that a lot of kids like to go down and play under. So it was just kind of staying in that general area. Okay, if my, kid was to go roaming off and hanging out with friends, where would they go? So we just kind of went based off of that.
And so you indicated that you thought it might be a good idea to go look.
Yes.
Because there were 4 there, we have a label that says 627 Gannon Drive. Is that the area we're talking about?
Yeah, there's a lot of like field where you can see there's not really any houses. Majority of what we did was in those fields.
And so were there other people out looking in the neighborhood?
There was a bunch.
No, I didn't count them, but approximately how many?
I'd say 40 at least.
Oh, wow.
I mean, there were people out there with drones. There was a lot of people.
Oh, that's a good turnout.
Flashlights, vehicles, drones, people on feet. Excuse me.
That is.
There were people out there with dogs. I mean, it was like an unorganized / organized search is what it looked like.
And so best you know, was everyone reacting to this Facebook post about, it's okay, about a child being missing in the neighborhood?
Oh, yes, most definitely.
The neighborhood's kind of coming together?
Yes.
And did you talk to other people as you're searching and you're all searching for the same person?
Oh, yeah.
She's getting more comfortable, which is good.
When you're in the area of 6627 Mandan Drive, did you stop by and see Miss Stauch, or was Miss Stauch out searching in that area, or do you remember?
I didn't stop by her house. I thought it was kind of weird because we're all out here looking, and it was very obvious that she was at her house and not out here looking.
Why was that obvious?
I'm trying to remember exactly how. I mean, there was a lot of people that were going up to her house, and she was opening the door, and you could just tell lights were on. I mean, plus I met a majority of everybody that was out there, and none of them were her.
And obviously you had met her before, and so did you tie it together that Gannon Stauch was living in the same house with Latecia Stauch?
Yeah, as soon as the post went up on the neighborhood page, I recognized her right away.
Was she a picture of her on the post?
She wasn't out looking.
Not on the post, like her Facebook picture.
She already knew. I mean, why would she waste her time
And
doing
so-
that?
Yeah, kids. Like
As
kids
you're
like
out
the
there,
Gannon page.
have you ever seen police cars coming to 6627 Manda Drive?
I don't remember seeing any when I was there.
How long were you out there, do you think?
Hours. We were out until about 2-3 a.m.
Oh my
So
gosh.
You went in that into the early morning hours of the 28th.
Oh yeah. By the time we got home, we had mud all the way up our legs, our arms. We were covered.
And were people out there pretty consistently until the early morning hours looking, or?
It died down a lot, probably around midnight. I mean, it did get really cold. If I remember correctly, I think it started snowing. So some people
Again, the domino effect that this woman, all these searchers, you know,
They
like
got
she's
pulled in for nothing.
yeah, she's covered in mud and out until 3 a.m. You know, people have jobs and lives, but they're putting that all on hold. She's wasting all these people's precious time. It's so frustrating.
I think did have to kind of start giving up. So at that time, like as long as we went, there was probably maybe a handful of us at that point.
And so into the 28th of January 2020, did you continue to follow the progress of the case, the Facebook postings and things like that?
I did to an extent.
Tell us about that.
I tried not to read into, or I guess look too much into the drama stuff that was going on through it. I tried to focus on the facts of things that were going on, or posts that were made directly from the defendant.
A lot of drama and
a lot
speculation and things like that on social media.
Oh yeah.
Was the media reporting pretty heavily on Gannon's disappearance as well?
Yes.
Huge.
You watching that?
Yes, those things I would.
You reach out to Ms. Stauch.
Are you heading out, Albert?
Help or do anything in any way?
That was another thing that kind of set me off. The night that he went missing, I had sent her a message. I cannot remember what I said in it, but I remember it was something trying to get information like where we should be looking, and she blocked me immediately.
What kind of message did you send her? Was it a text? Was it social media?
She's trying to help with her son, and then she blocks her?
Or was it a phone message? How did you try to reach
her? Facebook Messenger.
And prior to that, had you been messaging on Facebook?
For the previous times that we spoke, it was Facebook, yes.
And did you ever talk to her about why she blocked you or anything like that?
Well, she blocked me, so I couldn't. I know my husband sent her a message saying, you know, I don't understand why you blocked my wife. We're just trying to help you. Is there something you have against her? Like, what's going on? But we never got a response.
Did you continue to progress or watch the progress of the investigation to see whether or not Gannon was found, that kind of thing?
I did. I also, any search party that they had, we had like blue ribbon ceremonies, different things that we did. I participated in everything.
Do you recall seeing the defendant, Ms. Stauch, being interviewed on KKTV during this time?
I do.
What do you recall from that interview?
Can you, as in, like, what do you mean? I don't know how I'm supposed to answer that one.
No, I answer it truthfully. I mean, did that spark anything and want you to be involved in the investigation based on what you were saying?
the first thing that stood out to me, I think, with that interview is she didn't face the camera. And then there was a lot of, in my opinion, it sounded like her speaking in past tense when she would mention Gannon. But I also thought it was really weird that a majority of that news cast was her worrying about what people thought about her instead of worrying about where Gannon was.
And did that trigger your personality as to want to know more or find out more about what happened to Gannon?
Yes.
Everything you're seeing now in this interview?
Yeah.
Most definitely.
I like this girl.
Was there a point in time where you tried to reach out to Miss Stauch again via some Facebook pages?
I did.
Good night, Alvin. Good night, Kate. We'll see you guys Monday.
Do you recall?
Do you mean which one of hers or what? What do you mean?
Well, let me. Was there a Facebook page called Support?
Yeah, there were several pages. I don't know if I communicated with her on any of her responses that were happening on those pages. I might have made comments to other people, but I don't remember if I communicated with her on those. I just know that I reached out to her on personal messaging.
Is this the same Facebook page that you were blocked on previously, or another Facebook page?
Another one.
Do you recall the name of that?
I think it might have been, it was either Latecia Stauch or T Stauch.
Did you get a response?
Janine, do you think we could, do you think we could find that Facebook support for T?
Well, I found ones that were not for her, so maybe.
Yeah, there's a lot against her, but it seems like she had one in support of her. It might have been taken down now. I'm sure.
Let me see. I'll go look, I'm sure.
Not initially.
Al Stauch support page.
You eventually got a response?
Yes, I ended up creating a fake Facebook page. And
talked about that. Why did you do that?
You go, girl.
I wanted to see if I could get her to respond to me. And I knew she wouldn't on my original page.
And why did you want her to respond?
I do too.
I felt like the conversation that we had on my front porch the first time that I met her, I kind of could figure out ways to get her to communicate with me based off of her, like the kind of things that she wanted to talk about. So I figured if I wrote her on a different page and could get her to start talking, if I worded things properly, I might be able to get her to start talking to me.
So did that happen?
It did.
Don't worry about that. What did you put?
Did.
Page?
Get out.
Get her to start talking.
I went on and kind of based it off, or started writing things based off of things that I had seen in the news or on social media, like things that she was saying. She had a lot of, I think, hate for Landon. And I think that I kind of started off with.
For Landon?
Yeah. Oh,
combination of agreeing with her
so
about
much.
things that involve Landon. And I also, there was a video that came out about a truck in a shadow. And I also wrote her saying I believed her about the shadow under the truck.
Yeah.
Is this video the video of when Miss Stauch and Gannon come back on the afternoon, January 27th, 2020, and you see a leg flop on the other side of the truck?
Yes.
That's posted on the internet?
Yes.
Is that what you're talking about?
That's the video, yes.
The shadow is actually a leg coming down?
Yes.
And
He
Miss
did
Stauch
get out
was
of the
saying,
truck.
Who did that leg belong to?
Did anybody else think that he wasn't alive when he came back? Because that was my
Can you back
theory.
it up the screen again?
Back it up?
Yeah, I was looking for your Facebook support. I didn't see anything.
No, they didn't play anything.
Oh,
Here,
I
I'll
was
back it
Googling. Okay. So they're saying that they saw a shadow.
You seen a leg come down, is what he said. He'll say it shortly.
Maybe
Right
she
there.
brought someone else back with her to help get rid of the body.
No.
Yes.
Is that what you're talking about?
That's the video, yes.
The shadow is actually
Oh,
a
you
leg
think so?
coming down.
I don't know.
Yes.
And Miss Stauch was saying, who did that leg belong to?
Well,
she told me it was Gannon.
Did you eventually continue communications with Miss Stauch via text?
Yeah, so I continued on Facebook Messenger, and then eventually we did make it onto a texting app.
Tell us about the texting app. Whose idea was it to use a texting app?
She had asked me to download a texting app on my phone so that we could talk more privately.
And was this on February 19th of 20?
I'm pretty sure, yes.
Did you go to the police department fairly shortly after this string of text messages?
I don't remember how long it was, but I feel like it was pretty soon after that, yes.
If a report indicates that you went to the police department on Friday, February 21st, 2020,
sounds right.
Would that be accurate?
Yes.
And when you went there, did you take your phone with you?
I did.
And did you provide your phone to law enforcement so they can take screenshots of this text messages that you're having?
I did. They took it for several weeks.
Look at Latecia plotting.
Would you recognize those text messages?
You guys see Latecia over there?
Liking
She's
that.
plotting with her lawyer. Yeah.
Yep.
Messages, if you saw them again?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
It's the first time we got a reaction out of her, though. She finally moved. She's probably just organizing her lunch.
The end of the exhibit, there's 33 pages. Do you see those?
I do, yes.
If you could take a moment and go through those 33 pages, and I'll ask you some follow-up questions.
That's not gonna work.
Okay.
Have you had a chance to do that?
Yes.
I want to talk about the first 31 pages.
Okay.
Are those messages
31
that you
pages?
exchanged with the defendant, Ms. Stauch, on February 19th, a Wednesday, from 9:59 in the morning to 11:48 in the morning?
Yes.
The second to last page, is that a text message that you exchanged with a Harley Hunt?
She was texting with Harley?
I think
Yes.
that Latecia had
And is
Harley's
that your
phone,
text
though.
message as well, the one to Harley Hunt?
It is.
The last page, page 33, is that a text message that you sent to your husband?
It is.
Is the message that you wrote to your husband accurate? Is that what you said after this text screen that you had with the defendant?
Yes.
Are now back to the original 33 pages. I think I've already asked you that. Is that a true and accurate depiction of the conversation you had with Ms. Stauch back on February 19th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 233.
Yes, objection. Exhibit 233 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Request to publish.
You may. Go ahead.
Before we talk about page 1, what was your motivation? Why were you trying to get?
Sometimes I get this impression of myself that I can get people to tell me things that other people can't. So I just wanted to give it a shot.
Go, girl.
Talking to the defendant here.
She might actually be that kind of person.
Were you trying to find Gannon?
Yes.
Were you trying to get information from her so that Gannon could be found?
Yes.
Yes. This woman is brilliant.
The top of the text says Barbie Girl. You know who Barbie Girl is?
It was Latecia.
Did you know that that was her name?
Barbie girl.
Facebook
Ew.
messaging before you started this text app?
Shouldn't it be
I
Kardashian?
didn't she didn't tell me the name, but it was the phone number.
Kardashian Light?
It's Wednesday at
Right.
9:59. Is that approximately when this all started?
Yes.
And that would have been February 19th?
Yes.
So when it says to verify it's you, what was your real first name, LOL? Is that Ms. Stauch talking? prior to getting the string of messages, were you certain that it was Miss Stauch who you were talking to?
Yes, sir. We did a thing on previous messages where I had asked her something. I don't remember what it was, but to validate it was her, that only she would know, and she did that.
And is she now validating who you are?
Yes, sir.
I.e. Nicole is when you respond?
Yes.
So if we can scroll down a little bit.
I wish we could see.
And again, everything that you say is going to be in green, right?
Yes.
You're saying, yep. Go ahead. What is she saying?
That she was realizing who I was, verifying that that's.
She said, okay, so listen, I didn't hurt my son.
What happened?
What happened?
Come on, go back.
What happened?
I don't know.
I think everything's frozen. Guys, can you hear me?
It's family situation, who was living in their house, how many kids, and that kind of thing.
I don't, not that I remember.
You only remember her talking about Harley, the teenage daughter?
I remember when she was at my house that first time, that weird conversation that we kind of had was talking about weird.
You met her before, and so did you tie it together that Gannon Stauch was living in the same house with Latecia Stauch?
Yeah, as soon as, yes.
And Miss Stauch was saying, who did that leg belong to?
She told me it was Gannon.
Sorry, guys. It did a restart. I'm not sure what that's
Did you
all about.
eventually continue communications with Miss Stauch via text?
Yeah, so I continued on Facebook Messenger, and then eventually we did make it onto a text bad, so it's okay.
So it's okay.
I'm sorry. So I want you to tell the truth. Mm-hmm.
She's just gonna read all of them?
Some of these kind of.
Hopefully some of them are juicy.
You say okay, and then what did you say?
Someone was in the home when we got back. I gave this to police at my initial interview, but I thought he was being defiant and just going against his dad's wishes, leaving. I blacked out.
I blacked out? Story number 5.
Story number 104.
I didn't believe but I don't know. I didn't believe what she was saying. I was kind of just waiting for a story to come.
Is this the first you had heard about someone else being in the house?
It is. As far as I remember, yes.
First you heard of her blacking out?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
January 19th, 2020. Did you just think Gannon was missing, or what was your thoughts about what had happened to Gannon?
I had hoped he was just missing, but from the very first night, I just had a bad feeling.
Yeah.
Scroll down, please.
I think everybody had a bad feeling from the beginning.
Yeah, because she didn't
So
search.
here's one. So blacked out before you left, because I'm a mom, and I know how that is. It says I've done it and overreacted.
Go back to the mic. Yes. We can't hear you.
With my kids in situations, I just did it. With my house flooded. What do you mean by that?
So I think in my head, I was thinking maybe a situation happened and she overreacted and something might have happened. So I wanted to kind of play on that and say, look, I'm a mom. I've overreacted in situations. My house had just flooded. So I could have overreacted in that situation. So I was just kind of, I think, trying to play along with it.
You didn't know what was going to come next, I take it?
I had no idea.
So what did you say next?
I am beginning to think that the guy was still in the home when police came. Either way, he popped back up with Gannon, so I'm assuming they were in the storage room. He threatened me, and I put them girls upstairs to protect them.
She says the.
Yeah.
Die.
And you asked her who was the guy.
Yes.
How'd she respond?
You want me to read it?
Yeah. Okay.
He took a suitcase and some of our things and Gannon's things, and I was crying. Then he hit me across the head.
Was this the first you heard of a suitcase?
Very first time.
Oh my gosh.
How did you respond to that, and why did you respond?
I love your breadcrumbs.
This is
Latecia.
why the cops are being the way they are. They knew you didn't do it, and that's why they are being so quiet. I knew you were innocent. So I responded in that way because, once again, I'm trying to keep her thinking that I'm on her side so that she'll continue telling me more.
So how does she respond to you saying that?
Someone had to see him leaving with a suitcase and G. I don't know if she, I assume was he, was hurt when he did. I was scared. Someone has to be a witness to having seen this guy. Someone had to, and is scared.
As you're out there,
Did she want her to be her witness?
Maybe. But you can go ask her. She knows what happened.
Not at all. I would have questioned that.
Anybody stop that person in a strange man in the neighborhood?
In a heartbeat. Our neighborhood has cameras everywhere, and you can't be a guy selling solar panels walking up to somebody's door without somebody posting, "Who's this weirdo at my door?"
We can zoom in on the next page, please.
She'll investigate till the end. I know you stole the cookies.
Yeah. Someone has to be a witness to having seen this guy. Someone had to and is scared. And you said, can I ask you this? You think Landon said this guy?
Yes.
How does yours?
I will do anything to find that person, but I don't know how. She could have, and then things may have went wrong.
Now, had you gotten to know Landon and Al and Lena and the rest of the family from efforts that were going on in the neighborhood to try to find Gannon?
I remember, I think I met a few of them maybe once for a very small amount of time. I think there was an aunt and Lena at one of the events that I got to play with Lena and do a few things with, but I didn't get to know them.
Was there a church in the neighborhood that was heavily involved in the search effort, and people would meet at the church and discuss things? Trying to find Gannon.
Yeah, we would do it at the church, but we also had a point when right off of Mandan, there's that field, and we actually set up tables with food and snacks and waters, and everybody would gather there and do search parties. And I think that's where I did most of my communication. The one time that I think I spoke with a couple of them.
So why did you ask her if she thought Landon was involved in this?
It was made very clear, and I don't remember how, if it was social media or what it was, but that she didn't like Landon. So I think I was trying to play off of, okay, well, she doesn't like her, so if I start talking about Landon, it pulls her in more because I'm kind of siding with her.
Okay. We can scroll down, please.
How does an adult say that they don't like? How old was Landon? Younger than Gannon. 7? 8?
How does an adult what?
How does an adult say that they don't like a child?
Yeah,
Your stepchild that you take care of. Like, I'm having a difficult time with, you know,
saying that, yeah.
Not, I don't like them.
Like he won't behave, or he won't clean up his room, or he's not paying attention. Those are things you say. You don't say I don't like them. Like I don't like their personality. Well,
Oh, wait. Oh, I'm sorry. The wife. Landon is the wife. The ex-wife.
Yeah, ex-wife.
Oh, okay. I'm getting it mixed up for the.
He definitely doesn't like Landon, and she
doesn't like Landon.
She acts like Landon is like the worst human being ever, and I don't think Landon has actually done anything to her personally.
Right.
I think what happened was she married someone in the armed forces, and they started moving around. Well, military people are going to go off and be stationed somewhere, and whoever is left at home is going to take care of the kids. I don't think she thought that through very well.
No.
She was going to be, and I'm going to use the word saddled. It is what it is. She was going to be having to take care of or saddled with all of those children. And I don't think she liked it. And instead of just getting out of it, she made everyone miserable and then killed someone.
Yeah. And then blamed the stepmom because I don't like her. She probably felt threatened by her.
Probably.
But she was already married to somebody else. She had nothing to worry about. I don't know. Whatever. Okay. Let's continue. I got that mixed up. I thought she was talking about the little girl. But no, it's the ex-wife.
And you say, I've been thinking she sent someone to get both kids.
Yes.
Same thing?
Same thing.
You're trying to draw more information out of her?
Yeah. And that's what I had meant in the previous, or when she had said things may have went wrong in the previous one, I'm sitting here thinking, okay, if I play off of, okay, maybe Landon sent somebody down here and it didn't go right. They were only able to get the one kid and, you know what I mean, kind of played it off.
And then she responds to that, says, but Lena was gone. So
Lena, it's the...
Yes.
Lena's the younger daughter.
Right.
At this point, yeah, I did.
I keep getting them mixed up.
Yes.
Yeah, Elena, yeah.
You asked her, how did he get into the house? Did he force his way? Or did he act like he was there for a reason? Do you recall asking her that?
I do, yes.
Trying to get more information?
Yes.
How did she respond to that? Can you read that for us?
When we went in through the garage, I went into the bathroom. So either already in there or came gate. Maybe G had seen him before. That's why he kept checking the gate to make sure it was locked.
And how did you, what's the next thing?
Does it exist, Tammy? Presidential Citizens Medals? If they don't, we should create one.
Where'd that come
Again, just I think I had heard things of her talking about. I did actually. I think some of it might have even been in the news. She was really against those detectives. So I wanted to play off of, well, maybe the detectives are just doing this as a ploy. They're going to try and make it seem like you so that nobody's focusing on this other person. No, not at all.
So are you just basing on things that she posted on Facebook about the incompetence of the El Paso County Sheriff's Office or something?
I'm playing off of anything that has either been said by her on Facebook or the thing on the news.
How does she respond to that?
Anything she
can. Not sure. I think they don't have anything on Ring cameras. Someone had to see him leave. I need a witness. Any amount. Do whatever for them if they come forward. They need to start looking for the guy and posting it on our.
I need a witness.
There it is.
It's just on our states. I don't know.
So back in a month earlier, when she went and met her,
how did you
respond to witness?
Oh my God, I'm telling you, I think Landon did this to try to get her kids back, and it went wrong. So now she is using this to get money for her nasty habits. Poor Gannon, I really hope he isn't being tortured.
Where are you getting this information?
Wow.
There were things that were going around about Landon potentially having a certain kind of background. Why was Gannon and Lena in, out their custody anyways? So I kind of just played off of that because, again, I knew that she didn't like Landon.
Were these posts that were in this support T Stauch website or Facebook page?
I'm pretty sure.
Supporting her?
I'm pretty sure it was, yeah.
And how did she respond to that? Can we scroll down, please?
And get off me. He would have been found close by if it was the killer. I couldn't have went far. I think something went wrong now. It's been too long. She would have had him come back and then tried to say we were bad parents by now.
Now, what did you think she meant? Can we please leave that up? What did you think she meant when she said she may be close by if I was the killer?
That's speculation.
It goes to her response.
Well, no, she can't testify as to what somebody else was thinking. She can testify as to what somebody else said and why she undertook a certain course of action, but she can't testify to what somebody else was thinking.
What was going through your mind when you heard her say, if I would have killed him, he would have been close by.
Just trying to think of how to answer that the right way without going against it.
Was this the first time you ever heard her say anything about if I was the killer?
Yes, 100%. I'd never heard anything about him being killed prior to this.
Can we scroll down now, please, to see what your response is? So you respond, did Gannon seem like he knew him? Or was he acting scared?
Taking him.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Is that how you responded?
Yes.
Now, above that, says, now, I think you may be out of state.
I do, yes.
Is this the first time you ever heard her say anything about Gannon being out of state?
Yes.
And did you later learn that Gannon's body was found in state?
I did.
Go to the next page. So she responded to when you asked if Gannon knew him. He didn't act like he knew him. You recall that?
I do, yes.
What else did she say?
The guy did say friends with Uncle Matt, but I don't know if that is real. He doesn't have an uncle named that on our side. Oh my God, see, this is what I was thinking. And I told my husband, I think Bio Mom did this. I didn't have anyone she knows named Matt that she says is like a brother.
And again, why are you saying this?
Again, just to continue going along the lines of what I think she wants to hear.
I love her.
And how did she respond to that?
I need a witness that the guy left. I will do anything. I'm not asking you. I'm asking if you know anyone who will. I will give them, or give my...
What?
I will give them my life, a reward, whatever. Anything to get them to expand the search. Did he ask where the little girl was, or what did he say to you?
So she says, he said, is that your daughter at the door? You recall that?
I do, yes.
And then says, but I sent her to the mailbox.
Yes.
You know who she's referring to when she says daughter?
Yes, Lena. Lena.
I'm losing my mind because they need to look for the description of the guy. They need to expand and put up alerts in states. My heart is breaking.
Yes.
Her heart was not breaking.
What was going through your mind?
Why is she holding something up to her mouth?
How are you going to respond to get more information?
I think this time it might have taken me a little bit to kind of think about it. I guess I had kind of got thrown off because earlier she had said when I had made when I had said something about maybe Landon had something to do with this and intended to come get both kids, the defendant's response was, but couldn't because Lena wasn't home. But then all of a sudden it's, well, Lena, is that your daughter at the door? So I was just kind of trying to think of things to try and play off kind of what she was saying. But I definitely was really at this point like, okay, something's not right here.
For sure.
Tim, does she look like she's starting to have a panic attack or something? She's moved way over in the corner. She's breathing funny, and her lawyer kept pushing tissues at her.
Go ahead and read.
She's doing something.
Is she finally going to show an emotion?
I don't know what she's showing, but I think she's doing something. She was sitting way over by him and sitting way back. She keeps moving away from him, and she's like heaving, like her body's going up and down, like she's heaving, like what? Like she's trying to cry.
Oh,
Say they're.
I have to watch her. I haven't been watching her. I've been.
He's lifting the tissues.
Okay, let me think on this. On a way to help. I've been on the news and I know I can't just all of a sudden say that, but I will help figure this out or something. Who can help? Just give me a little time to think. I will help. Anything to get him found. I'm so sorry to go through that and then be accused. I can't imagine how you feel. I'm here for you.
And then she responds, "You were on the news?"
Yes.
Were you on the news?
I was, yes.
You were on the news. What were you saying?
I was one of the searches I think that we had at the school. We did a search and maybe it wasn't a search. I think it was like a ribbon thing. We did a bunch of blue ribbons that we put all over the school. And the news had asked me to go up and speak about searching, like locations and things.
Were the blue ribbons, what were those all about? Why were there blue ribbons?
We turned the whole neighborhood blue for Gannon.
Is that his favorite color?
I think it was his favorite color, but he also loves Sonic.
We can scroll down, please. She says, and whatever they need, they're going to have to pay me for defamation, civil rights violations, etc. But for now, I need him home. I need my boy home.
The lawyer is totally facing Latecia.
How did you respond to that?
Look at what he's doing. He's moving. He's like putting his attention towards her.
Yes, my husband and I went out the first night.
Stop looking at the
really close to her. Now he's backed away to give her some space.
And then I went out every day for a week looking.
Now, when you say that, how does she respond?
That's when the guy left. He took a suitcase of things and made Gannon wrapped in his cover. He hit me in the head, and then I don't know if they got in a car or what. When I got back up, I was in complete shock and crying. And when I told the police they think I'm crazy, that someone could have been there when they arrived. In my questioning, they were like, no way. In my questioning, no way the police didn't know he was there. I mean, heck, I didn't know.
So, was she trying to tell you that Gannon and this man were in the house, but the police were in the house?
Yes.
How'd you respond to that?
As in the message?
Yes.
Okay. So they never even tried to look into any of what you said. WTF is wrong with law enforcement. They could have found him, but to me, they didn't even try.
You're not saying welcome to Fruta when you say WTF, I take it?
No.
Wanted to clarify.
Fruta.
I also didn't know if I could say the other words.
WTF is fine. We can go to the next page.
I have to sit up straighter. My shoulders hurt after sitting for so long. Ugh.
So she responds to that by saying that's when the guy left. He took a suitcase of things and made Gannon wrapped in a cover.
It's when you buy a cheap Amazon chair.
They just look the same.
Ugh.
We're duplicate because we didn't catch on.
Yes.
Screenshots. So in response to your WTF
The
comments,
lawyer is
she says,
still
"No,
just looking at her.
you were, like,
Something is up with her. She's
cheap.
really upping it out. I think she could see my comments.
Said and done. I will have a heck of a lawsuit."
Now that one's over there asking, "Are you okay?"
I do, yes.
Where does she continue on this?
I've already been asked by
her
some
nose.
attorneys if my innocence
I don't know
prevails
what that
and
is.
to be the first to see.
What'd you say?
She's holding her hand up like by her nose. I don't even know what that posture is.
I know. I'm wondering if she felt like she really did have a friend, because I could see Latecia not having many friends.
Yeah, and then she finds out this one was just using her.
Right.
Maybe she's actually feeling something real. As
Yeah.
real as she could feel. Or, I mean, you know, she did fake a anxiety attack to go to the hospital one time. So, I mean, there's that.
Yeah.
But
Maybe she's going to start doing something. She's going to do something. I'm just waiting. I'm counting the moments until I see it.
Yeah.
I even took a lie detector test. I wouldn't ask if I didn't need
Her
the help.
fake polygraph.
I am innocent. He is my son.
What did you think about when she says, "I'm hope that you wouldn't say anything about our conversation.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Well, what was going through your mind when she says, "I am trusting that you don't say anything about our conversation"?
That she's probably getting ready to open up and say more.
Did you get the impression that she was going to be asking you to do something?
I did, yes.
What was that?
Lie for her.
So you respond.
I did meet a guy that night that freaked me out so bad I had to leave with strangers to get away from him. I wish I knew how to show you what he looked like, but I don't have pictures.
Tell us about that. Did you meet some guy out there while you're searching?
I did.
What was that all about? Tell us.
All that was about is I was out there with my husband, but my husband ended up in a different area than I was, and some guy came up that I think he was using a drone, started hitting on me, and I felt really uncomfortable. So luckily a truck with some ladies in it that were out searching showed up, and they let me get in the truck with them, and they took me to another park to get away from him.
This guy had a big green suitcase.
He did not. Or a little boy next to him.
Is this what you're talking about? Are you trying to lure her in by giving her some truth?
So I kind of had a feeling what she was getting ready to ask me, or get more in detail of asking me. So I was trying to give her kind of that, oh, well, I did see somebody that made me uncomfortable.
So she says it may have been him, but he left with a suitcase and G was walking and took his cover.
Yes.
Because
Did you ever
that's
ask her, what are you
what
talking
a
about?
little boy would do, is be worried about his cover. And
I don't remember if I asked.
Bullet
I know
fragments in his pillow.
I think I just played into everything. I don't think I asked anything specific at very many points.
Wow, now he's way over on her side.
Yes.
Holding a tissue out.
Yes.
Yep. She's going in full bore. Yep.
Come on, Latecia, show us your
How do you
acting
respond to that?
skills.
I will never repeat this conversation. I promise you.
They show the suitcase, no emotion. She shows the neighbor.
There you go.
Right?
It's just for you.
It's just that. There's some issues.
Oh, there's some issue.
Oh my God, this poor girl that was pulled into. She really cared. She was a detective in this case.
Could you read it?
Sure. Did you say this was hours later? I told my husband this guy that freaked me out. What if he had something to do with it? And hours later came out to help search, just to be close to the house to see what was happening. And I told him this that night before I knew any of this.
Yes. I do, yes. No.
Why'd you thought of this?
Again, just to keep her going. Yeah, I'm okay. Yeah, I'm okay.
We can go down to the next one, please.
She is a
Now, did she
tough
actually
cookie.
send you a picture during this conversation?
Yes.
And what is that picture of? Do you recall?
Gannon's bed and his blanket.
Is that why you're getting emotional? Because you saw this picture coming up?
Yes.
I apologize.
It's okay.
What did she talk to you about when she sent you this picture?
She said, this is the cover he left with. This is
what
online
I'm
now
doing,
because
kid.
judge me back at the house with me timestamped. What if you just said you remembered something suspicious after seeing this picture? And explained the description and you didn't think was relevant until now? Because the kid had the same cover. I swear to you, I didn't do this. I just need help with someone getting this out there so they can start posting in other states.
Oh my God. This poor woman.
I do, yes. I do, yes.
How did you respond to this?
That's a possibility. Do you remember around what time it was?
What? Are you talking to me?
And what did she say?
After police left, so it was last night, maybe one or so. I didn't know he was still there until police had left. And on some people were out searching, he could have blended right in.
You can scroll down, please. Did she also go on to say, especially if cars were around in the area, they had to get in a car at some point?
Yes.
Did you see anybody kids getting in a car where you're out searching?
Not kids in this aspect, no.
Like you're out searching?
Yes.
Is that all over the post and
Yes.
pictures again?
I think that I also clicked on her Facebook and looked them up too.
So you respond, yeah, there was a lot of cars, people everywhere.
Yes.
Is that true?
Yes. Well, not a lot of cars. There was a few cars, a lot of people though.
And then what did she say next at 11:11 a.m. on the 19th?
I wouldn't ask this if I didn't want to find our son. I'm cornered because of no ring activity.
Did you know what she meant by that?
Yes.
And what did that mean to you when she says that?
Just there was no footage of him leaving or any man walking out with a suitcase.
No proof.
Does it never happen?
On the internet, posted on Facebook pages.
No, and none on anybody's rings.
Please.
There's no proof.
Looks like you asked a couple of questions here. Could you go ahead and read that for the jury?
Yes. So this was before the cops searched the house. So he was making Gannon hide with him and be quiet. That's not only scary, but also really sick. Do you remember? I think it's supposed to say what he looks like. Tall, short, skinny, fat. So I can think of a way to say it when they ask details.
Yeah.
Why are you saying that?
To play along. Keep her going.
You want her to think that you're going to do this story and tell the police about what she's asking you?
I wanted her to believe this, yes.
Oh my gosh.
So I was in the field by your house from about 12 to 2 and could see your house most of the time. So now I need to think really hard about this because I saw a lot of people out and now I'm wondering if I could have seen anything. It was freezing cold and we were exhausted, but there were so many people out there.
How did you respond to that?
Yes, he's Hispanic, shorter, 5'7" or 5'8", about 175 pounds. He has like either a tattoo or something on his face, maybe teardrop or something like that, but a marking. He had on a jacket. I don't remember the color. But Gannon left with him in that cover, so that stuck out to you when you seen it online. Just recently. Yes, he stayed in the house while they were there, but I didn't know until later. But he took suitcase with them. Beware, I saw him laid it up before he hit me in the head because I'm sure he loaded the suitcase in the car and put Gannon in somehow.
Her lies never end.
And how did you respond to that?
I wish I could remember that night better. Like a car in front of your house or close because I parked on your street a few houses down to get out and search the field.
And then when she says at this point, I just need the main info out there. Again, I only ask because it's our child. They're looking in all the wrong places. Driving me crazy.
She says that all the time.
All we're saying that.
I do, yes.
Is she leading up to something? I know we're going to get to this question she's going to ask you down the road, but at the time that you see this text come across, are you anticipating her asking you to do something?
Yes.
Yes. Same.
Next page, please. She says, most people want to always help, but I know this is tricky. I mean, if it's money or whatever, name it. I want them searching the right way.
Yes.
What'd you take from that?
That she's getting ready to ask me to do something and offer money for it.
And how did you respond to that?
Bribe money.
I want to help, anything to find Gannon. My daughter knows him, and this is destroying her. And I feel broken now that I've been searching and doing what I can.
It's hard to search for a child.
And I met Lena, and that made me break down. So I am about to meet with my dad to help him put together a chair. He just got a new house. He is nosy when I'm on my way on my phone, so I only want to message when he isn't next to me. So if I'm slow to reply, that's why. I don't want anyone knowing I'm talking to you because then people get nosy. And like I said, anything we talk about is between us.
And you go on to say, I'm not even telling my husband, right?
Yes.
He says, okay, I think that's best. You think you could do it? Let me know what you need. Gannon is who I want home. And they can turn their searches the right way. And they could call me back in and take me seriously.
Yes.
And how did you respond to that at 11:30?
I'm going to see if my first post is still up from that night, because that will prove that I was right by your house at that exact time and will help. And no, you don't need to give me anything. I just want to help get him home.
Why did you say that?
Just to keep her going. And I don't recall at this point, I might have already been in touch with law enforcement.
What do you mean?
I reached out. I think there was a number that we could call if we had any information, but I had reached out and they ended up having me sit down with a guy from the FBI. I think it happened around this time but yeah, I met with the FBI and they kind of gave me some things to go along with as well.
Did that during this conversation, or did you call and keep the conversation going?
I think I made a call and then kept the conversation going.
Because what do you say at 11:39 and then she responds at 11?
Okay, I could help with that to say, or with what to say, and yes, I will. You guys need some help too. I'm desperate to find G.
It sounds like that you guys are having a pretty constant conversation based on the time stamps here, at least within a minute of each other.
Yes.
Was that accurate?
Yes.
She says, I'm desperate to find G, and then how did you respond to that?
You passed the polygraph, so why don't they start listening to you? I don't get it. They're dumb, and I know you passed it because they posted that you did.
I already know what I'm asking now. How did you know that you took a polygraph and passed it? How did you?
Well, she had told me she was taking a polygraph, but it was posted online.
And again, were these on these pages that support the defendant type pages?
Yes.
Scroll down, please.
Those support pages must not exist
And
anymore.
how did she respond to your polygraph?
Well, no, there's a bunch of support. I'll support Gannon. There's, you know, a bunch of, she used to have pages about what she used to say. But no, her pages right there support me aren't there.
I will take a witness too.
I couldn't find them in 5 minutes.
Call me back in, and then I think they will refocus on search and search differently. And then I will take results then. The police can keep you anonymous to the public.
Now, on February 19th, were you familiar where law enforcement was searching for Gannon's body?
I think so, yes.
Where was that?
I think it was like Palmer Lake or somewhere.
So did you know that as she's talking about searching in the right place? Was the media running stories that they're searching for Gannon in the Palmer Lake area?
Yes, if I recall correctly, I think this is when they were searching the Palmer Lake area and they had put like wall barrier type things up so people couldn't see that. So there was a lot of people posting speculation, and it was all over the media.
If we could scroll down, please. You say looking for my first post now, and then how did she respond?
Okay, even if you could just call Albert and tell him first. He would keep you anonymous. Except to the police. Besides, it's for Gannon. I can't stop at anything to get them to refocus and find who that was.
So what were you thinking she's asking you to do when she says call out?
She wanted, in my opinion, she wanted me to call him and tell him that.
What were you thinking?
Sorry.
Okay? I don't want to talk about what you thought she was thinking.
Yeah.
But what were you thinking when she says, I want you to call out?
I was thinking I was supposed to call Albert and tell him that I saw a man leaving the house with a suitcase, Gannon in a blanket, and give a description of a man.
You know Albert Stauch to be the same person who said it?
I do, yes.
You met him during this process at, again, these events for Gannon?
I think I met him once, but I definitely saw him a lot.
On the news as well?
Yes.
We can go scroll down, please. So you say found it, and what are you referring to when you say found it?
I found the first post I had made.
And was that the end of your conversation with Ms. Stauch on February 19th, 2020?
That was the end of getting communication back. I had sent one more message on a different page at one point, but yes, that was it.
She didn't respond to that?
No, she did not.
And then, see here on the second last page, that's on page 34. Is this a different phone or a different app that you're using to communicate with somebody?
No, it's Facebook, but now I'm using my, it's Facebook Messenger, but I'm now using my account as well.
So why did you reach out to her?
Let me continue.
Based on what you said there?
I think this is actually the night on the 27th. This was the message that I sent. I got that response, and that's when I got blocked.
So you're reaching out to Harley Hunt. Why?
Trying to figure out where we should be searching.
You also reach out to Ms. Stauch about the same time.
I did. Well, I wasn't sure what account she was using because she had contacted me previously on the Harley Hunt account. So I initially did that, but then yes, I also tried her account as well.
And then the last page, if we can go to the last page of 33, this is a text message with you and your husband. And I really want to just talk about, why did you tell your husband she wants me to lie and say I saw Gannon leave in a car with a man?
Because that's what she wanted me to do.
Is that when you went to the sheriff's office and had an interview with detectives about what we just went through?
Yes.
And you turned your phone over and let them have everything on your phone?
Yes.
This woman is amazing.
No.
She is like one step above amazing.
More questions, John? Thanks.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cook.
Oh, I'm interested. What is he?
Approaching.
Yeah.
All the whispers into her lawyer's ears during this. I'm really curious what cross-examination they're going to ask.
First? Yes.
Okay, hang on. Okay. So it looks like, Miss, by the way, good afternoon. I'm Will Cook and I represent Miss Stauch.
Thank you.
It looks like all the information in the text messages we went over, except for the last two, it all took place on a Wednesday from 10 a.m. in the morning to about 11:48.
Sounds about right, yes.
Okay, so all this happened in a span of less than 2 hours, this back and forth.
I think so, yes.
Okay. And did you know her, not by Latecia, but you knew her by T-E-E?
I mean, I don't know that I necessarily knew her by anything at that point.
Okay.
Okay. Get to the point. Hello? Are you there?
Can I approach with this again?
You may.
Looks like all of the information, the text between you and Ms. Stauch, you talked about it. It's like it has a specific person, Barbie girl, a green background. And then the last text you show between you and your husband is listed as my love. It's got the green background. One with Harley Hunt, it doesn't have that listed up there. Was this was in fact a Facebook community post that you put out?
I
think Harley Hunt just happened to respond to the main community post, correct?
You might be right. I can't. That might just be a post, yes.
Okay.
I know this is definitely 100% Facebook.
Okay. But you see here when your post where you're talking about it was just out walking the house for 2 hours. 3 weeks ago, it says like or reply, and it has Harley Hunt 3 weeks ago saying thank you so much, like or reply.
Yes.
That's a community post you were making, correct?
Yeah.
You responded to a community post, correct?
Yes.
This wasn't just a text message just between you and Harley.
Yes. So you are correct. I was wrong on that earlier. Yes.
That's fine. I think that's all I have, Your Honor.
Redirect.
No, thanks, Sharon.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Ms. Mosley? Oh, all right. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you.
Watch your step. Counsel approach, please.
What did he ask her? Take him down.
What'd you say?
I said, what did he ask her and what is she taking down?
Let's see here.
You all know what I was talking with the lawyers about, don't you? We're going to take a little bit of an early break and send you on your way for the weekend. Again, I'm going to read this instruction in its entirety again, even though you've heard it, because we're going to have a break over the weekend, and it's a lengthy break.
Oh.
You have probably already guessed that there has been some public or media interest in this case. There could be more in the coming weeks. You must guard against that, as you will be required to decide this case based on the evidence presented and the instructions I give to you. Again, you can tell your friends and family that you are on this jury and how long you think it will go. You can ask for their help in avoiding exposure to stories or even opinions from others regarding this case, but you cannot otherwise discuss anything about this case with anyone, and you should.
I think we found out a lot of good information today.
So she's not allowed to talk to anyone? She's been excused as a witness. Can't she talk now?
I don't think
I thought once you were excused, you could talk. She's
Really?
not under subpoena anymore, right? Is anybody lawyer or lawyer-ish in here? Because I could have sworn once lawyer-ish
Testify,
once she's
yeah.
away from their subpoena that at anybody once they're out of their subpoena that they could talk. Let me go check if I hang on, be right back.
Yeah, I'm interested to know if she could, because I think even beyond these texts, just the neighborhood gossip that this woman, she is relentless. I know she gathered it all. And I swear when she teared up, I teared up. I felt her pain. Wow, she was invested. She knew. And she wanted to get justice for somebody that she didn't really know. Like, maybe she's seen him ride his bike by her house, but she didn't have anything invested in him. She just wanted justice.
When I was 20, little boy that went to school with my brother, he was a 10-year-old, he went missing, and he lived like 2-3 streets over from us, and I had never met him really. I saw him with my little brother a couple times, but he went missing. And so we lived in Florida, and so like behind the houses there were like waterways and gators and such, kind of ponds. And so honestly, you didn't. And this was like 91. You really didn't think about, predators. So you didn't think about someone coming, getting them, taking them. We really thought maybe he had fallen and a gator had got him. Really, that's what we were thinking.
Right.
So we went out and searched, and it was hot and muggy, and there's, mosquitoes and everything on you. And we searched for 2 days and nothing, found nothing. And then, there's a whole investigation going on, and they found the guy that had taken him and assaulted him and put him in a trunk and put him in one of those ditches, those waterways. And then the guy took them to the trunk, and obviously he had strangled him and he was dead. And I didn't really know him, but when you invest your time and you go out and you look for a child, you hope it's going to have a good ending,
Right. You hope that somebody just has them. And
yeah, I mean, honestly, my little brother was like, well, maybe he was on his bike, and he was always like doing tricks on his bike. He was also a surfer, and he was actually getting ready to get a contract. He was only 10 years old, and he was like a genius surfer. But on his bike, he was like crazy, and he would do tricks. My brother honestly thought that like maybe he was doing a trick, and he like rolled off and like broke his ankle, and like maybe he was just stuck in a ditch somewhere, or something like that, and he just couldn't get home. So yeah, honestly, we really just thought eventually someone would find him and he'd be all dehydrated and not looking so good. But
or even if he's not alive, you want to find him. You're suspecting both sides of it. Maybe we'll find him alive, but there is a suspicion that he's not alive because we haven't seen him in X amount of days.
Right. And if we found him, and if he died of, malnourishment or dehydration or gator, if he had died of something like that, that would have been extremely tragic. But then to find out that it was a monster, somebody said it earlier, called her a monster. It was this man who had, he had charmed his way into their lives, said he was with a surfing magazine, and that he was going to be his sponsor. The little boy's name was Junie Rios Martinez, and he was going to be Junie's sponsor. And so he was around the family, and the family trusted him. And he picked him up from school that day, put him in his van, and just rode off, and that was it, So, yeah, I mean, I get it for her. If I had had the opportunity to know someone who knew something about him, would I have been texting and would I have been pushing the limits and trying to get answers? Yeah.
Oh my God, that's so me. I would definitely, which is so weird, but I just have that personality where where she said that I can get people to talk because she's not intimidating. She's not a judgmental person. I don't see that in her, the few moments that we've seen her on stand. So you want to engage with them. And she kind of has an edgy look. So maybe she'll kind of, it stretch the truth for me because we're besties now.
Exactly. Maybe she'll give it up. I could see you doing that. You're like that. You got that personality. You could pull it out of her. Yeah.
No, she's too smart and good for her. Wow. Interesting. So, what we learned today is that Latecia threw her keys when they came to seize her car and started running. She wasn't
backwards. There's literally a 5-year-old would do that, or a
Yeah.
drunk.
Or a drunk. She's not under arrest. They just want to seize her car.
Can we have your car and your phone?
But I'm gonna run with my keys, throw them into a field.
What did she do with her phone? Did they say?
They did, but they ended up getting it from her. But it was like it was a weird conversation. Yeah, which is so bizarre. This woman is just every time I watch each day is just like, oh my Lord, you could not incriminate yourself more.
I watch a lot of those what do you call it, body cam videos, and they pull over drunks. And that's literally what it reminds me of.
I'm gonna. You don't see me. I'm invisible.
Right. Jump into the back seat and say, "Oh, the driver took off." Yeah.
Just gonna back away.
Yeah, I'm just gonna walk into the field and go, "Hey, you got the car. That's good." Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
So, what did he say? A break, and then they're coming back?
Monday, yeah. Monday.
Oh, they're done for the day. Okay.
They're done for the day. Yeah, we've been on here for almost 6 hours, so
we were cooking gas.
Oh my Lord, yes. What else did we learn? So just that the DNA, that was a lot of testimony about the DNA.
He should never testify.
Yeah.
What is DNA? You could say it really simply and move on.
You
Rubla next thing. Come on, man, really?
Yeah.
You have to do all that.
Yeah, that was a lot. That was And then the hotel person to put her in the area.
There. Yeah.
Yes, of where Gannon was found. I get it. They need somebody to put her there in the area at that hotel. But why she was there is beyond me. I mean, she lives in Florida and she came into a snowstorm in Colorado. She's probably like, oh my Lord. She's so quiet and polite and shy. It's like,
and she didn't even see her.
No, she didn't even see her.
Well, and odds are, even if she had seen her, she wouldn't have remembered her.
No.
How many people come in and out of that hotel? Unless she'd been there when the cops, and they didn't even ask, was she there when the cops pulled up to take the car? Because isn't that what happened in the hotel parking lot?
I don't know. I don't know.
They didn't even say, did they?
Mm-mm. They haven't got that far yet. When they did show up, they did say it earlier that there was family members there as well. So I think it was somewhere else. I think it was
where she was at. Maybe it was South Carolina.
Yeah, somewhere. Her final destination, wherever that was.
Final destination. She needs to meet the final destination.
Seriously. Oh my Lord.
Okay, so what else did we learn? Oh, we learned that she actually has story number 5.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, story. Is it 5? Because I kind of feel like it's a 104.
Oh, yeah. Hang on just 1 second. Give me 1 minute here.
She wanted to pay off the neighbor to become a witness, and she called it a reward, not a bribe, but a reward for coming forward and saying that they seen somebody walking out of the house.
Well, there may be more stories, but what I have is this. Where are they? Come here, woman. Oh, I swore I was never ever going to cover her story, and look at me, here I am. Okay. Just cut. Where are they? Google searches. Come on. Hang on. I swear. I promise you. Don't go down. They're here. Maybe there. Nope.
I swear I had nothing to do with this. My foot. Seriously. Whenever you have to say I have nothing to do with this, which she repeatedly said, and then when she met with the media and didn't have the camera on her face, but they need to focus on
What was that?
I know.
What do you have to say to Gannon? Gannon, come back so you can tell people that I did nothing wrong.
Yes, that was all it was. It was never an intent to find him. It was just to clear her. It's always about her. Even the girl that looked like she was from that one show. Oh my god, I can't remember. Oh my god, it was so funny. What was
Oh, there's number 4. So let me go backwards.
Let's see.
Okay. By the way, well, number 4 was when she changed it to her and Gannon were near County Line Road 105, and Gannon was riding his bike in that area, and he fell off his bike and hit his head.
Yes.
Then he was abducted by Quincy Brown. Quincy Brown just swooped in.
Brown, yes.
And he was driven away. Well, actually, Quincy Brown was driven away by a man named Terrence.
Okay. But she always described a Mexican man that's 5'7".
Every time. It's like, okay, here's number 1. So she said that when the police came to the house, the abductor was still in the house, and she tried to signal the deputies that there was somebody there. Deputies did a thorough search for Gannon. Thus, they should have known no one was in the house. Number 2, she was assaulted by Quincy Brown in her house, and he abducted Gannon. She knew his name because she saw his name on an ID on a paper that came out of his pocket. Had his name on it, and she sent a screenshot of it to herself, being the most wanted suspect in an internet article. Number 3 also featured Quincy Brown. Said that he followed her from Petco and was somehow lying in the middle of the road in front of her car. And when she stopped the car to keep him from hitting him, then he forced her to take him to her house where he sexually assaulted her. But number 4 was the County Line. No, number 1 did include Eduardo. We can't leave him out.
Oh, Eduardo, yes.
I do not know why she keeps. I don't know what she has against, Mexican men. I'm not sure what her problem is.
She kind of looks like she's Mexican. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I know her background. I probably know her parents. I might be able to get it. Her original last name was
this is Quincy Brown on the screen. Well, at least a Quincy Brown. When I do my Quincy Brown mugshot, does this look like a Hispanic man?
Not to me.
Okay, let's see. I'll bring my screen over. When I do a search of Quincy Brown mugshots, because that's basically all she did. Do any of these, maybe him, I don't know.
That's what she did?
Okay. That's what Al accused her of, just doing a Google search. He's like, when I do a Google search, this is the first man that pops up. A wanted Quincy Brown.
Well,
so,
Al might just have something going, because I'm telling you. Al knew things.
Oh, yeah. He was so patient. He was so good with just dealing with her lies and crap. And
yep.
She's Native American, somebody said.
Huh? Really? Well, thank you, formerly fossil. That is possible. Her last name, I can't remember. It's not Hunt. I did see it on Plunder had a really good video today. If you guys want to go check it out, she basically covered the first day and the second day, I think maybe the third day now, of the trial. She basically gives like her thoughts in the beginning and then plays snippets of the trial. But she did have some newsreels running on the beginning, and it showed a little bit of Latecia when she was younger.
Okay.
See, when she was younger, I think that she was in a well-to-do family because she was always featured in the paper. Like, Latecia is 6 today, or, Leticia's 5 years old today. Latecia made the honor roll this year, and her picture was big in the paper. Not just everybody gets that, right? Poor kids don't get that. That's not something every kid gets. I didn't get that. Did you get that?
No. Let's see here.
So yeah, I mean, if you can access newspapers.com, you would probably have a shot at it. But yeah. So I don't know.
Let's see here.
She is also covering the Orrin and Orson Welles case, which I don't know if you know this, but it's been going on. They've had 3 days. They don't think they're starting up again until Monday. But the first day was partial video for the opening statements, but only in the courtroom. And then it's audio, but streaming only that moment. So you can't record it and you can't watch it later. Or you can't listen to it later. So you have to be sitting in front of your computer and listening, and then it's gone. So you can't tell who it is. You don't know who's speaking.
That's too much. Yeah, that's too much.
Way too much. I can't handle that.
No, in my mind, I'd be going crazy, like remembering, because they do introduce them, but by the time they get talking, you forget, and you're like, "Who is this person?" And no, thank you. I did cover that case, and let me tell you, that interview that they did. Why do these parents do interviews? Like, do they not know?
They want to tell us they're guilty.
Yeah. Pretty much is what they think they're telling us that they're innocent, but that interview with them was so bizarre. And as I said in my video, I was like, I don't really get into like crime analysis, body language, that kind of thing, because you just never know.
Yeah.
But in that one, I was like, their body language is so off. They just seem. Yeah, you could see it. You could feel it. I mean, they didn't even, they weren't saying they were guilty, but you're just, in your mind, you're like, wow, you're kind of guilty.
The way he was standing was exactly like Chris Watts. Literally, exactly the same. Body
crossing his arms. Yes.
Rocking back and forth. Yep.
Yes.
Exactly the same. The one thing that came out that was big was that the 10-year-old, because they have 4 of the kids. 2 of them are their, the 2 oldest are their biological, and then they have 2 adopted. The oldest one, 10-year-old, told the police right after they said they're missing. So the police have known since then that back in Bakersfield, before they moved to California City, back in Bakersfield, that Orson, one morning when they woke up, and Orson was standing there, and he had blood coming out of his mouth and his nose. And and Trezell took some kind of like stethoscope or something, some kind of medical thing, and tried to check on him. And I don't know, they did not do anything medical. They did not call 911. They didn't take him to the hospital, and he died. They did nothing. Now, then he just kind of disappeared. This is what the 10-year-old says. Then
but what about the brother? Yeah.
Well, then they moved to Cal City. 4 days after they moved to Cal City, the oldest boy, I can't remember his name, I think it was Alvin. That might be wrong. The oldest boy, I think is Adrian. When they got to Cal City, he heard, I think it was middle of the night or just before morning, he heard this loud thud in the middle of the night, and Orrin was gone the next day. His brother was just gone. Because they were only there 4 days when this happened. So back in September, the second one disappeared. Which aligns a lot with, like, they had someone out there to spray for like pesticides and stuff. He only saw 4 kids. Actually, the pesticide guy, the first time he was there, he saw 5 kids, and he saw 1 kid standing in the corner, like with his hands crossed against his chest, like he was angry, and just like standing in the corner moping, which could have been Orrin because his brother's gone, right?
Right, and he had information, and they're like, this kid's gonna spill the beans.
And I don't know if he, then they talked, they showed the interviews of both of them, and he described Orson as a kid that cried all the time, and Orrin as a kid that was the troublemaker. Yeah, it's bad. It's really bad.
Oh my God, it's so bad. Those parents are gonna rot in hell for sure.
Yeah, it's really bad. And the prosecution, they don't have to prove motive, but they did say that it's possible that, well, I don't know if you remember, but Trezell and Jackie are big time no vax, no hospitals, no medicines. They're big time no doctors, right? They just happened in the middle of the pandemic. And so when they moved, they made it seem like they were moving out of the city to get away from all the people.
Right.
But
Because our home isn't safe anymore because everybody.
Right. They were in an apartment in the city, so they want to get out and house with some room, right? Which kind of made sense, right? That's what people wanted. But so the prosecution theory. Now, if you look at Trezell now, as opposed to when the kids went missing, he's put on some weight and he looks healthy now. I didn't think he looked unhealthy then, but if you compare the two pictures, he looks normal now. So they're kind of assuming that maybe he was doing some kind of drugs and that Orson got into them, and that's why they found him bleeding from the mouth and the nose, and then he died, and then they couldn't take him in because they'd lose all their kids. And that was their money they were getting. What was it? $6,000 a month? Yeah, they were getting $1,000 per kid a month.
Oh my God, they were getting so much money.
Oh, only four? Sorry, $4,000 a month.
Only 4,000.
There's him and there's her. When was this?
So yeah. And if you look at him there when they first got arrested, and then you look at him now, he looks completely different. I don't know if you could find one that's today or yesterday or whatever, but he looks like a different man. And if I hadn't compared the pictures, I wouldn't have thought that. But perhaps it was that. I don't know. Just
which parent was the leader? Which one was like, we need to do this?
Seemed like and something Trezell said. I wanted to tell you this too. He said something to the police that set off a bell in me. And you'll get this too. He said, once you've had 60 kids through your house and you've had a teenager put his hand on you, then you know what it feels like, or then something like that. And it rang a bell in my head because there's no way they've had 60 foster kids. I think Trezell was a foster kid.
Oh.
I think he started doing this because he was in the system. And maybe initially he either wanted to help out kids or he saw it as a way to make money because he knew people in the system made money. Because everybody in the system knows that people make money off of them.
Right.
They know that, right?
Right.
So, they're not supposed to. It's not supposed to be allowed. You know that because of the Rosenbaum case, right?
Right.
Not supposed to be allowed, but there's ways around it. Jennifer Rosenbaum.
Oh my gosh.
So I think maybe he was a foster kid, and apparently he made all these comments about Orson being pure black, which, I don't get that.
No.
I'm sorry, I'm just gonna say that right there. Pure black. I just I don't get that.
Your point? Hello?
Yeah, I'm not getting it. And he said he connected to them because they reminded him of him. They reminded him of himself. So I'm wondering if can you get one from today? Or
I couldn't find one.
Can you go to Plunder for a minute?
Yeah.
Go to she's got a day 1 through 3, I think.
Should I of the Trezell and Strickland?
Yeah, because it'll show at the very beginning what they look like. And then you can just pop out. Everyone, I already said everyone go watch this. Plunder's amazing. I'll put that up there. If I might.
Let's see here.
I think she even does a side by side.
I can just go to her channel. Let me just go to her channel and I'll find it. I've given her a shout out before.
So
she's showing her face now. Okay.
Yes, she is, which I was like, wow, hello.
Right? Okay, let's
me, I don't like podcasts, and the reason I don't like them, I need to see things. I need to see a person's face. I need to see, videos, pictures, things like that. I really like this today. And I found another podcast that I really liked, Southern Fried True Crime.
Oh, you see him?
Mm-hmm. What?
Do you
Look
see
at that. Wait until she'll show you in just a minute the side by side, I think.
He looks drained. Look at his eyes.
Yeah.
He looks tired.
He does, but he looks full, right? Look at his face and his cheeks.
Yeah.
Like he's, and then you look at the picture from before, he's got to have gained at least what, 15 pounds? I don't know. I think she looks this, man, maybe she's, I can't tell about her. Look at him though.
I don't want to copyright.
I think she's going to show the picture of the two of them. But, yeah, she was explaining, and the cops, their defense is basically, the police didn't think it was possible that anyone would kidnap two little black boys. That's their defense. Really? Yeah, that's your defense. That's what he said.
No.
Yes, that's exactly what he said.
Totally gonna get off.
I'm like, no. You couldn't find anything to use as a defense? I mean, yeah, they're completely guilty, but...
I don't see us side by side, but I don't want to play too much of her video because ask her.
Hang on, I think you're gonna... She's getting ready to show it, I think. Right after... Oh, yeah, hang on. There's how he looks before, younger. She'll get there. Oh, damn, come on, I know it was a side by side.
I think it's going up.
Right after this, I think she shows him before.
Oh, look! Chris Watts and him right next to each other. That's hilarious.
Yep. The arms.
If we ever commit a crime, we can't do that, okay?
No. But I think he looks like he's gained weight. I think he looks better. Now, I don't know if the baby got into something. I wondered about that, Mooney. If the payment actually goes down. I wasn't sure because they did adopt Sincere and Classic, and they changed their names to Oren and Orson. And they were really adamant about their names are Oren and Orson. Don't call them Classic and Sincere.
Right.
And now everyone is adamant about call them Sincere and Classic. Don't call them Oren and Orson. Which I don't blame the family. These people are killers, so there you go.
There you go.
Anyway, I did try to get into that this morning, the Kern County Metropolitan Audio, and you can get in there, but unless you are able to actually go back and see the first one and recognize everybody's voices, you won't see witnesses, so you won't know who they are. If you don't hear their names, you don't know who they, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to try to get a different streaming service for Monday, so we'll work on that over the weekend.
Okay.
I have a different one that kind of worked last time, but I need to see if I have everything because I had like a switchboard or whatever that I returned because it was garbage. It sounded like crap. So I don't know if I need to buy one of those, and I don't really want to. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
It does seem like it was better after you did whatever it was. Does everyone agree to that? That the audio and everything was better after?
I wish I would have figured that out sooner because we lost so many people, and it was like, I'm not good at computer stuff, so that's the problem.
I don't know. What do you think? We could leave it like this? Carol Hearn said yes, it was better. And I remember, and Mooney, did you think it was better too?
But we're getting complaints that we're so loud, so I don't know. I just don't know how to improve it.
Well,
anyways, we'll figure it out. We had a lot happen today. I think that neighbor is amazing, whatever her name was.
Her name was, I did have that.
And then Nicole, and then Latecia referring to herself as Barbie. She is
Barbie.
complete
Like, this woman is out there.
of Barbie. Like, what world does she live in where she thinks that Barbie?
You know, that song is in my head, right?
I'm a Barbie girl.
Oh, don't do it, girl, please. It'll be stuck in my head. Oh, Nicole Mobley, thank you, formerly Fossil. I appreciate you. I'm gonna write that down.
Yes, thank you.
All right, so is it same bat time, same bat channel? Still 1 p.m. Colorado time on Monday?
Yes, let's do it. I need to speed it up though to 1.5. Just these people were really talking fast, so when I sped it up, it sounded like it did not sound good at all. So
you want to back up the time then, like you did earlier?
Should we do that just so we don't extend so much into the evening? We can do it at noon. Noon would be good because it's right before lunch, but then we skip an hour, so hopefully we can condense it down. 6 hours is a long time. YouTube doesn't even like long videos, so I don't know. Whatever. I don't care if they do or don't. I'm just doing this because I'm interested. This is not a money-making.
Did you see Nancy Moonrush said that we figured it out? So yes, I thought so. Everybody liked it after you figured it out. So okay, so then we'll do it at noon on Monday, Colorado time.
All right. Well, everybody have a great weekend, a great Easter. Thanks for hanging in there with me, especially through our problems in the beginning. I'm amazed anybody stuck around because I would have been out, but I'm so glad I figured it out. And I wrote the settings down, so I think we're good for Monday. So,
great.
All right. Have a great weekend, guys. Love you.
Thank you, Kim.
Thank you. All right. Bye-bye.